The story begins on a dark and foreboding night, where lightning splits the sky and doom hangs heavy over the world. Across the battlefield, countless figures, knights, and strange creatures alike lie either wounded or dead. Among them were the 10 strongest knights, comrades who had once defended the continent with unmatched might. They had given everything life force and mana until nothing remained. Now, death alone rules over the vast, corrupted land. Yet, one boy still draws breath. Exhausted and barely able to stand, he grips a massive hammer in his hand. His gaze falls upon the lifeless form of a fallen knight, and his thoughts burn with the belief that all of this devastation was the work of a single being. In rage, he slams his hammer into the ground. From the shadows, a towering figure emerges, eyes glowing red with malevolent light. It is the demon commander, Gluttony. His massive frame dwarfs the boy as he addresses him directly, calling him by name Tiny. A smirk plays on Gluttony's face as he admits that Tiny is strong. But with cold certainty, he warns that such strength is far from enough to take his life. Tiny doesn't waste words. Summoning what little power remains, he raises his hammer and unleashes a skill lightning wallop, striking the ground with all his might. The blow connects, but Gluttony stands unfazed. He taunts Tiny, telling him to give up, mocking his futile efforts. But Tiny refuses to yield. Shouting for him to be silent, he calls forth another skill meteor objectin. This time, the strike lands with devastating force, and Gluttony howls in pain. Tiny's next blow crashes into the demon's foot, releasing a brilliant light from his body. A tremendous explosion follows, and within moments, Gluttony's form fades away. Tiny allows himself a weary smile, whispering that at last, there might be peace. But his body is drained, his mana gone. Collapsing to the ground, he reflects on his past, his harsh childhood, the endless failures, and the slow climb from the bottom to become one of the continent's finest knights. He remembers that mana training had always been a privilege reserved for nobles and elite knights. Without it, he had clawed his way upward, stubbornly refusing to break. Yet now, with the continent in ruins, he wonders, if only he'd been trained properly from the start, could he have saved everyone? His injuries are grave, and he can feel the last remnants of mana seeping away. Gluttony, he thinks, was formidable, yet he was only the 7th of the demon commanders. How powerful, then, must the others be? And what of the Demon King himself? A voice suddenly calls from behind. The Sword Emperor, Asgard von Volenia, approaches wounded, barely standing. He asks if Tiny is still alive. With grim resolve, he admits that he won't be for much longer. But before his end comes, he wishes to ask something. Why, Asgard begins, did you not flee this battle? Tiny looks puzzled. The Sword Emperor explains that he has heard of Tiny's origins, that he was a child from the slums, and wonders if he has nothing precious to protect. His voice softens, acknowledging how hard Tiny's life must have been. Tiny, however, answers without hesitation. It might sound embarrassing, he says, but he despises being unsightly above all else. A man should be confident everywhere, he declares. Even for the love of God, I would never run. The Sword Emperor lets out a loud, genuine laugh, which irritates Tiny. So, you still have the strength to laugh, he mutters. Asgard tells him to have faith in the talent that made him one of the 10 strongest knights and to hold pride in that alone. He urges Tiny to seek him out if he survives. Tiny frowns, not understanding the meaning of his words. The Sword Emperor smiles faintly. If you come to me recklessly, he says, the past me would never believe you, so I'll share one of my secrets. He glances down at a ring on his finger. Light glimmers from it as he speaks once more. My daughter's birth name was Leela. It came from the flower my wife and I loved. Tiny felt a faint light enveloping him as the Sword Emperor's voice echoed in his mind. The Emperor remarked that he had never liked that flower much, but he kept silent for the sake of his wife. He told Tiny not to forget him, urging him to come find him in the past. Tiny wanted to respond, but his consciousness began to fade. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Was he dead? When he opened his eyes, he found himself in his childhood. The room around him was all too familiar. At first, he thought it was just a dream, but the past was too dreadful for him to ever wish to relive it. His eyes fell on his sister, sitting quietly beside him. He knew all too well that she would die soon, and they would take her body away from him. He remembered clearly. After his sister was gone, they had stormed in. Anger swelled inside him as he recalled Arena, who had hidden the golden ring. They had accused him of stealing it, and when they couldn't get a confession, they turned violent. His sister had stepped in to protect him, only to be beaten instead. The door slammed open, and 2 men barged in. One of them cursed, saying they had nearly gotten in trouble with Wolf because of that girl, and declared they needed to teach her a lesson. He struck Tiny's sister and ordered her to get up. But Tiny knew she had already given her life caring for him, and he had barely survived in his frail state. She collapsed to the ground, and the men mocked her for not surviving a single kick. Even knowing she was dead, they didn't stop. When the beating wasn't enough for them, they decided to take her body. One man asked why the other wanted her when she was dead. The reply came coldly that some depraved men enjoyed corpses, and that fresh bodies and organs could be sold for a high price. Tiny's rage boiled over. He thought bitterly that he couldn't protect anything, not even in his dreams. Then, to his shock, his hand moved. Mana surged from his body. He leapt forward, shouting at them to stop, and pushed them away before kneeling beside his sister. The men glared at him, furious, asking if he had a death wish. They struck him repeatedly, trying to force him aside, but he didn't budge. Eventually, tired of the effort, they left, mocking him to enjoy his life with his dead sister. Tiny realized then that the scene was different from his real past. This wasn't the ending he had relived countless times in his nightmares. Mana still flowed in his hands, and he remembered that in his original childhood, he couldn't control it at all. Doubt and hope intertwined. Had the Sword Emperor truly sent him to the past? It was no dream. He could change the future now. He could save the world from the disasters that awaited it. Yet disappointment gnawed at him. If only the Sword Emperor had sent him back a little further far enough to save his sister. Tears welled in his eyes as blood trickled from his mouth, a cruel reminder of his weak body. He knew he was venting his frustration pointlessly. Perhaps the Sword Emperor hadn't been confident enough in his own power. Still, Tiny resolved to treat this as an opportunity to let his sister finally rest in peace, something he had failed to do in his previous life. He remembered the Sword Emperor's request to find him as soon as possible. That would have to wait. First, he had something important to do. In his past life, the boys who had killed his sister, the wolves, had met their end when Tiny snapped their leader's spine. But this time, he would take proper revenge. Before that, though, there was somewhere he needed to go, and he would take his sister with him. He prepared a funeral for his sister, reflecting on the fact that they were not related by blood. The only traits they shared were their black hair and black eyes, features that were a rare sight on the continent. Because of this, many among the invaders either avoided him or sought to harm him. Yet his sister had once told him that he reminded her of the brother she had lost. She gave him the name Tiny and treated him with genuine kindness and love. Now, as he sent her to her final rest, sorrow weighed heavily upon him. He regretted that he could not repay the care she had shown him. The father prayed over her body as mourners gathered around her coffin, asking that Arena find eternal peace in the embrace of the Lord. Meanwhile, Emma, Arena's friend, noticed a change in Tiny. She thought perhaps it was because Arena had passed not long ago. She was startled to see Tiny calmly drinking soup in front of his sister's corpse, and even more shocked to watch the cuts on his body heal instantly. When he lifted her onto his shoulders, she asked where he was going despite his injuries, but he insisted he was fine. She called out, asking why he would listen to Arena's words but not hers. Tiny thanked her for the soup and for caring for him, assuring her that he would repay the favor one day. Emma stood in stunned silence, calling after him as he stepped outside. Shortly after, he held the funeral for Arena, leaving Emma to wonder what was going through his mind. In truth, Tiny believed this was the only way he could honor his sister. He told himself he should not dwell in guilt or discouragement, remembering Arena's constant advice to be confident and hold his head high. He promised her that he would follow her words and hoped she would watch over him from the skies. This time, he swore, he would leave no room for regret. A month later, Tiny reached the wolf's territory, determined to take revenge for his sister. As he walked through the streets, some men recognized him as the beggar boy from the slums. Tiny asked them about Wolf and where he could find him. One man approached aggressively, demanding to know how he dared speak Wolf's name, calling him insane for doing so. He raised his hand to strike, but Tiny caught it and, channeling his mana, twisted it sharply. The man cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, clutching his injured arm. Tiny turned to the other man, who stared at him in shock, wondering if the boy had found some sort of potion. Deciding that Tiny was still just a child, the man lunged forward and grabbed him by the shirt, attempting to throw him to the ground. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not lift him. Confused, he muttered about the boy's strange weight. With a faint smile, Tiny asked if he felt heavier than expected, warning him to give up because lifting him was impossible. Then, with a swift kick, Tiny sent the man sprawling several meters away. In that moment, Tiny could feel the surge of mana from deep within his heart. His mana body had fully formed. He remembered how, in his previous life, he had failed to accomplish this. By perfectly fusing a body made of mana with the physical body, one could unlock immense power through the interaction between the two. This was the core of the secret technique Tiny had developed. He knew the technique granted great strength, but it also required consuming far more food than usual. For that reason, he was thankful Emma had helped feed him during the process, though she had been less than pleased when he devoured 10 days worth of her supplies in a single sitting. At present, Tiny has pushed the man aside and remarks that, after reconstructing his mana body, he realized something important: a newly awakened mana adapts more easily to damaged bodies. The man does not understand his words, but Tiny suddenly grabs him by the leg, swings him high into the air, and sarcastically thanks him for damaging his body. Without hesitation, Tiny hurls him toward a nearby building, where the man smashes through the entrance door and collapses to the ground. Inside, the people mistake him for an intruder, but soon realize it is just a ragged beggar boy. Moments later, Tiny steps inside, and everyone is taken aback by the audacity of a child arriving alone. Their expressions turn hostile as they wonder what he could possibly do without a weapon. In response, Tiny asks what they mean by weapon, then seizes one of them by the leg, declaring that he already has one in the form of this unfortunate man. He swings him effortlessly through the air and flings him towards several others. The impact sends multiple men sprawling, creating chaos as bodies crash to the floor. From outside, another man watches in fear, but before he can react, one of the bodies crashes into him as well. The group is already exhausted from a single attack. Tiny smirks and declares that he is done playing with the small fries. Only the stronger opponents, the Randers, remain. One of them draws his sword, prompting Tiny to smile and invite him to come down and fight. He even calls for both Randers to come at him together. One sneers, promising to cut Tiny in half. Instead of fear, Tiny calmly reveals that he can use mana. The Randers are shocked that a mere child possesses such ability, then grin at the thought of selling the corpse of a mana user for a high price. They both leap toward him at once, but Tiny's attention briefly shifts to the injured man's leg, noting that the bones are broken. This triggers a memory from his past life. A commander once expressed disgust upon seeing Tiny use a person as a weapon. Speaking sharply, the commander asked if Tiny could show at least some dignity, suggesting he learn hand-to-hand combat instead of relying on such heinous tricks. At the time, Tiny countered by asking exactly how he was supposed to do that. But now, in the present, he decides it is time to master that skill to fight with both dignity and precision. The Randers' swords slice through the air, but they are stunned when Tiny reads their movements with ease and dodges effortlessly. In one swift motion, he punches one of them hard enough to send him stumbling, while the other watches in disbelief. Tiny then delivers a brutal kick that launches the second opponent upward toward the ceiling. Without hesitation, he leaps after him, grabs him by the collar midair, and hurls him back toward the ground only to intercept him with another crushing kick before he can land, knocking him out completely. At that moment, the leader of the invaders, Wolf, arrives. He glares at Tiny and demands to know who he is. In his past life, Tiny had been astonished to discover that Wolf, who had once been nothing more than a pimp in a remote area, was actually a member of the Beastmen tribe, a race considered the most elite among all semi-humans. Even more surprising, Wolf was a pure silver werewolf, a rare trait typically found only in the direct royal lineage of the werebeast family. It had been a grueling challenge to kill him in that lifetime, and Tiny never understood why such a creature had appeared in this place. But now, in his second life, he is determined to find out. Wolf looks at the devastation around him and asks if Tiny is the one responsible. Tiny smiles and asks mockingly if he really can't see for himself, declaring that this is the end of his will. Enraged by the boy's arrogance, Wolf snarls that he will rip his mouth off. Tiny appeared nonchalant, prompting Wolf to tell him to take the situation seriously. Transforming into his wolf form, Tiny was surprised to see that Wolf's fur wasn't silver. With a mocking tone, he asked what kind of puppy Wolf had become. Enraged at being called a puppy, Wolf lunged toward him in an attempt to attack. He swung at Tiny, but Tiny evaded the strike with ease, his speed and strength surpassing even the Lander brothers. Wolf attacked again, but Tiny dodged once more, remarking that Wolf was nothing compared to the werebeast he had fought in the past. Grabbing Wolf's muzzle with his bare hand, Tiny channeled his mana and told him he hadn't returned just to witness him in such a pitiful state. Crying out in pain, Wolf jumped back to avoid further injury. Tiny smiled, recalling how his werebeast companion once taught him the method to deal with their kind when they lost control. Now completely overcome by rage, Wolf charged at Tiny again. But Tiny moved faster, reading every movement with precision. He compared Wolf to a rebellious dog in need of punishment, then delivered a powerful kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Smiling coldly, Tiny remarked that Wolf shouldn't die too quickly, he deserved to be beaten to death. With that, he began kicking him mercilessly, remembering that the silver wolf had once told him werebeasts possessed exceptional regenerative healing abilities. Tiny kicked him once more, sending him tumbling across the floor. Suddenly, the building began to crumble, and Wolf's form shifted back into that of a human. Tiny approached and asked if he had regained his senses, but Wolf only stared in fear. Trembling, Wolf asked why Tiny was doing this to him and what he wanted. Tiny shouted that he wouldn't break his spine. This time he wanted Wolf to beg for forgiveness. Praying silently for his sister, Tiny hoped this act would bring her even a small measure of peace. Exhausted, Wolf lay before him, and Tiny was ready to snap his neck. But before he could strike again, Wolf pleaded for forgiveness, also apologizing to Arena. With hands clasped together, he begged again and again. Tiny said he would love to cut him to pieces and lay them at his sister's grave, but instead called Arena's name, asking her for forgiveness. He added that he doubted his sister would ever want to see Wolf's face again. Turning back to Wolf, Tiny said he would ask questions, and for each unanswered one, Wolf would be struck. His first question: what was a werebeast like him doing here? Suddenly, Tiny noticed a red rock nearby and picked it up, puzzled that he hadn't seen it in his previous life. The moment he touched it, a red light radiated from within. Tiny wondered if it was dark energy, but then saw a silver wolf trapped inside the stone, bound in chains and crying for help. The wolf's eyes burned with aggression, and Tiny could only stare in shock. His mind flashed back to his previous life, when a girl named Estina had taken him to the mountains to show him the spirit beasts that lived there. She explained that these were creatures who had gathered mana for hundreds of years and been reborn through the process. Tiny was astonished to learn that spirit beasts could exist outside of Elianum. While animal spirits were rare, he acknowledged that even without being a spirit mage, he understood their nature. Estina asked if he knew who possessed all that spirit essence, then revealed a glowing spirit stone. In the present, Tiny recognized the rock in his hand as a spirit stone. He wondered how Wolf could have obtained something so valuable. But the stone's condition was strange. It radiated the dark energy of a demon beast. Though he didn't fully understand what was happening, Tiny decided to first break the ominous chains. With a forceful punch, he shattered them, freeing the silver wolf. In that instant, Wolf's memories flooded into Tiny's mind, images of strange figures surrounding him, all brandishing knives. Tiny wondered why they had cornered him, but quickly noticed that every one of them emitted dark energy. He watched as they relentlessly attacked, stabbing from all directions, the aggression never ceasing. The wolf screamed in agony, but they did not relent, leaving him gravely wounded. One of them then drove a knife infused with demonic energy into him, rendering him unconscious. Afterward, they obtained the Spirit Stone. Tiny soon discovered that the Spirit Stone had been their true objective all along. He handed the stone to a child, and it became clear that these people were forcing others to absorb spirit stones in order to create war beasts. Tiny asked the wolf if he had already transformed into one, but it seemed he had confronted him before the process was complete. The silver wolf glared at him with hostility and moved to attack, but Tiny stopped him, telling him that he wished to make the man suffer more before killing him. What surprised him was that the wolf could understand his words, even though Tiny possessed no spirit mage abilities. He recalled once asking Estina in his past life whether humans could become spirit mages. She had answered that it was possible, but only if one had a pure soul and enough mana, something only a child was likely to possess. Remembering Estina's words, Tiny considered that he was still quite young now, though unsure if his soul was truly pure. He looked at the frightened wolf, then turned to the silver one, shaking his head before leaning close to whisper. He explained that when he broke the chains, his mana had seeped into the spirit stone, filling its cracks and enabling them to communicate. The wolf nodded, and Tiny realized he could form a contract with him. He extended his hand, urging the wolf to do it immediately. It was then revealed that spirits function differently from magic must be constantly monitored by the caster, whereas spirits require only a steady supply of mana to sustain their form, making them akin to physical companions. Most spirits also grow stronger alongside their mages, which was why Athena was considered the most powerful among the 10 knights. The silver wolf made a request. He wanted revenge for what had been done to him. Tiny smiled, assuring him that he intended to kill anyone tied to the forces of darkness anyway. They agreed to form a contract. As Tiny touched him, mana surrounded them, marking the final stage of the bonding process, establishing the contract's terms. Afterward, Tiny asked the wolf what he wished to be called, saying he preferred an eastern variation of the name Moonwolf. They shook hands, and Tiny decided to name him Wooling. He then asked if Wooling knew who supported the boy lurking in the shadows, since no one was aware these people were creating war beasts with spirit stones. Tiny suspected they might be the same individuals who had confronted the silver wolf and radiated dark energy. They were known as demon followers, religious fanatics who rejected the goddess and worshipped demons. Tiny remembered they had sown chaos long before the demon beast lord's army had appeared. At that time, he had been inside a labyrinth and did not know the exact details. Meanwhile, the wolf kept repeating Irina's name and apologizing to her. Tiny kicked him, causing him to collapse. He asked if the ones who gave him the spirit stone were demon followers, but the wolf ignored him, still murmuring Irina's name. Calling him Wang, Tiny demanded that he snap out of it, but Wang suddenly lunged at him, startling him. Regaining his senses, Wang finally answered. The people who gave him the spirit stone were part of a group. Tiny pressed for details where they were and what they were doing. The wolf slammed his hands onto the floor, declaring that the group would never let Tiny escape. To them, he was nothing more than an experiment, and every one of them possessed tremendous power. Suddenly, the wolf's head smashed violently. Tiny realized they had placed a spell on him to ensure his silence. He also remembered hearing something similar in his previous life. A man once said they would hunt him down. Now, Tiny believed that man had been speaking of his minions back then. In his previous life, he had tortured men without them ever realizing he was a war beast. Speaking casually, he remarked that it wasn't his style to overthink such matters. Turning his gaze to the side, he stated that his main priority was what lay over there. He seized Wolf's body and slammed him against the wall, declaring that it was time to reclaim everything that had been taken from him. The impact caused the wall to crack. Tiny then grasped Wolf's hand once more, thinking this information might be of value to the Swordmaster and that he should relay it when the opportunity arose. Running his hand along the wall, a hidden mechanism triggered, and a door opened to reveal a chamber overflowing with jewels. He picked up a ring, deciding to keep it for a particular purpose. The ring bore the Velcious seal, a mark he knew could be useful to him in the future. His mind drifted to his past life, to when he was a child and a woman had approached him, asking his name. Tiny told her, and she smiled, calling it cute. She then gifted him her ring, telling him to seek her out one day, bringing the ring with him, and promising her help when that time came. In the present, Tiny knew that everyone in the Isran Empire would recognize her. Her name was Khlo von Valentia, the youngest daughter of the Swordmaster Esgard von Valentia. From a young age, she had earned renown for her kindness, earning the title the Angel of Valentia. By now, she would have just turned 16. The Valentia family followed a tradition once their children reached adulthood. They traveled across their territory, presenting floral tributes at temples and making themselves known to the people. It was during one of these journeys that Tiny had encountered her in the Invader District, near the border of the Duke's lands, within the File Estate. In his previous life, he had been unable to take his revenge until much later, and therefore never reclaimed the ring. But now, he slipped it into his pocket, certain it would prove useful, especially in securing a meeting with the Swordmaster. Just then, he heard voices and thought the person he was waiting for must have arrived. A man in armor appeared. Quickly assessing the situation, one of his men had been grabbed and hurled aside. Many others lay unconscious. From what he observed, the opponent was a mana user. When informed that it had been a child who caused the damage, the man was astonished. One of the subordinates claimed the boy would be no trouble, but the armored man grew furious, accusing them of ignoring his warning not to overindulge in drugs. They insisted it wasn't the drugs, prompting him to demand news of Wolf, while also berating them for their lack of discipline. Striking one of them aside, he stepped away from the stairs. This was Sir Ram, captain of the File Estate Guards. He thought he could use this incident as leverage to demand higher pay from his lord. He then spotted Tiny descending the stairs and asked if he was responsible for the chaos. Tiny confirmed it plainly. Enraged, Sir Ram demanded if he understood the consequences of his actions. With a casual tone, Tiny replied that he had only taken down a few thugs, hardly a matter serious enough to warrant a knight's involvement. With a sly grin, he suggested that Wolf must have been paying Sir Ram well. Infuriated by his arrogance, Sir Ram attacked, channeling mana. Tiny quickly assessed that the knight had reached the second stage of mana mastery. Deflecting his strike with ease, Tiny shoved him back, confident in his ability to evade him. Shocked by the boy's strength, Sir Ram tried to block a knee strike, but Tiny smirked, declaring that he merely needed to show him his true power. Sir Ram managed to grab his leg, begrudgingly admitting the child was skilled. But Tiny leapt upward and forced him back. Assessing the situation, Tiny knew he couldn't afford to make an enemy of the local lord, not when Sir Ram commanded so many knights. Stepping back, he began to consider how to make him retreat without escalating matters further. Sir Ram called out to him, ordering him to stop scampering around like a rat. Drawing his sword, Ram declared that they would see whether he could handle this or not. Meanwhile, Tiny smiled and called out to Wulang, who suddenly appeared behind him. Sir Ram asked if he was merely a spirit, but Wulang responded with a chilling howl that made him step back in fear. Tiny's smile widened as he thought to himself that a creature like Wulang was not something one would normally encounter in a small territory like this. He then asked Sir Ram if he had calmed down and suggested they now discuss business. He questioned whether Ram's only concern was receiving the same payment as before. Sir Ram, suspicious, demanded to know what Tiny meant. Tiny then stated that he would pay Ram himself instead of Wolf, leaving Ram surprised to hear such a claim from a child. The knight asked how old Tiny really was, or if he had perhaps altered his appearance using magic. Tiny, still smiling, replied that he was a native of this country, but had nonetheless built a reputation as an invader. Sir Ram sheathed his sword and asked if Tiny could afford the 5 platinum coins that Wolf had paid him. Tiny laughed at the idea, saying Wolf had only given him 1 platinum coin, and that he would offer 1.5. This angered Ram, but Tiny warned that if he didn't like the offer, he could die right there killed by Tiny's wolf. Sir Ram, visibly shaken, stepped back and admitted he never thought he would hear such words from a child. Tiny then asked him what he thought now. Ram replied that the payment was due on the last day of the month and must be made by then. Wolf's men called out to Ram, asking if he was simply going to leave, but he struck one of them and ordered them to be silent. As he turned to go, Tiny called after him, tossing him a coin and telling him to speak to the Lord about the change in ownership. He instructed Ram to arrange a meeting with the Lord. Ram said he would inform him of what had happened, but warned that if Tiny failed to pay, he would face the Lord's wrath. With that, he left. Tiny smirked to himself, remarking that he expected nothing less from the Lord. Then, calling out to others nearby, he asked where they were going. He gave them 1 hour to gather every member of their gang, all the women working for Invader, and every child they had begging on the streets. He threatened that for every minute they were late, one person would die. He further warned that if they tried to flee, Woolang's spirit would hunt them down and kill them. Staring at them coldly, he reminded them they had exactly 1 hour. Terrified, they ran off to obey their new master. Tiny then smiled, thinking that if everything went according to plan, it wouldn't even take a week to take control of the area. Looking at his ring, he whispered that he couldn't wait to meet Duke Valenta. An hour later, Tiny sat on the stairs as the boys returned, announcing they had brought everyone he requested. Among them was Emma, who ran to him in worry. She asked what he was doing there and glanced at his injured hand, concerned if he had been beaten again. Tiny looked toward Wolf and replied that it wasn't his blood. Wolf was already dead. Emma's gaze shifted to the headless body, asking if that was truly Wolf. Tiny noticed that everyone was terrified at the sight. Everyone in Invader knew the Lord had supported Wolf, and some now asked what would happen if the Lord took out his anger on them for deceiving a noble. Tiny smiled, saying that lying to a noble was a serious crime, and wondered aloud what would happen to the Lord of File's estate. Producing a book, he asked what the Lord would do if Duke Valenta discovered he had been lying to him. A few days later, 2 guards of the Lord's palace conversed quietly. One remarked that he had not seen Sir Ram in several days. One guard asks the other if he hasn't heard about Sir Ram being placed on probation for the incident in Invader. The other explains that a few days ago, there was a power struggle among the local thugs, which erupted into a fight. The first guard asks if he's referring to the incident where the thugs all claimed they had seen a ghost. They reportedly fled in terror, and when pressed for details, they insisted that a monstrous wolf had chased them. They also heard that their former boss, Wolf, had been left in an unrecognizable state. Furthermore, his entire fortune had vanished, leaving his followers in miserable condition. Another guard questions what any of this has to do with Sir Ram. The reply is that Ram had run into trouble while trying to negotiate with the new boss. In addition, all the shops in Invader had shut down, resulting in multiple complaints from merchants. This loss of revenue deeply frustrated them, and the Lord was furious over the situation. The Lord summoned the new boss, unaware that Tiny was on the other side of the wall, listening in on their conversation. Tiny recalls that a week ago, he had asked the others what would happen if Duke Valentia discovered that the Lord had lied to him. Emma had asked what he meant by that. At the time, Tiny had reflected on his past life. He had always believed nobles were all the same and had thought little of the matter. He had turned over half of Wolf's fortune and the ledgers at the Lord's request, in exchange for smuggling a few acquaintances out of Invader. But this time was different. He knew he had not been the brightest man in his previous life. Yet his time as a knight had taught him one important lesson. There are always nobles who outrank others. Looking down at the book in his hand, he concluded that this was the end for the Lord. He told Emma that understanding wasn't important right now. What mattered most, he declared, was that everyone in Invader was now free from Wolf's rule. Surprised, Emma asked what he meant by free. He replied that this was their final chance to settle any grudges they held against Wolf. Emma rushed at him, striking him as she revealed that she had once been part of a prosperous merchant family until Wolf destroyed it, leaving her to suffer greatly. Others soon joined her, attacking him in anger. The women were especially fierce, while Tiny quietly observed, letting them release their pent-up rage. He thought to himself that it was hard to offer them any words of comfort, and that this was not the way he preferred to repay a debt. Meanwhile, Wolf's men, following Tiny's orders, brought in a safe filled with treasure and placed it on the floor. Everyone gasped in astonishment at the sight. Tiny told them to take as much as they wanted. This, he explained, was Wolf's fortune, and any women and children who no longer wished to remain in Invader should take the money and leave. One girl asked if he was truly giving them all of it, while others seemed confused. Emma called out to him, asking what he would do. Tiny replied that he didn't need it, he had already taken what he required. Still concerned, Emma told him that perhaps he didn't yet understand because of his youth. But in this world, everyone needs money. Tiny countered by asking what she thought Wolf had gathered all this wealth for in the first place, and reminded her that even if they sent him to hell, the money would still remain here. For many, it was the first time they had ever seen such a fortune, and smiles began to spread across their faces. However, Tiny calls them and warns that if they commit crimes to earn this money or speak a word of it to the Lord, his spirit will pursue their souls to the ends of the world and tear them apart. To prove his words, he reveals the Wulang spirit, frightening everyone present. He then contacts Emma, telling her that if she wishes to leave File's estate, he recommends she go to Diane. He advises her to stay with others and hire escorts from the mercenary guild. Emma is taken aback and asks if he is telling them to leave without him. Tiny refuses to accompany them, explaining that he has another destination. She glances at him and the Wulang spirit, remarking that she will be able to survive if he is this strong. She agrees to his plan and confirms she will head to Diane, but urges him to seek her out if he finds himself in trouble. Tiny smiles and thanks her for her concern. From that day onward, Invader File's entertainment district ceases all operations. Meanwhile, the guards discuss the new boss, Tiny. When Tiny arrives, they block his path, questioning his presence. One guard reminds him that this is the residence of the Lord and his retainers, a place where commoners cannot simply come and go. In response, Tiny shows them the Wulang spirit and declares himself the new boss. Terrified, the guards slam the door in his face. Later, he finds himself before Commander Cran of the Knights of Files and reflects that his smaller stature often leads to these confrontations. Cran remarks that he has heard of Tiny from Sir Ram, but is surprised at how young he is. Tiny pointedly asks whether it is polite to keep a guest waiting while making personal observations. Cran bristles at the remark, reaching for his sword as he warns Tiny to know his place. Tiny retorts sharply, telling Cran to stop acting as if he outranks the Lord, and demands to know how a mere knight dares to raise a hand against the Lord's guest. Cran glares back, calling Tiny a gutter-raised child who now reeks of arrogance. Unfazed, Tiny counters that Cran is the one who reeks, possessing the foulest mouth of any knight. Enraged, Cran draws his sword and prepares to strike, but another man interrupts, announcing that the Lord is waiting. Cran reluctantly sheathes his weapon, warning Tiny to watch his mouth in the Lord's presence. Grinding his teeth in fury, Cran silently vows to kill Tiny once he has the Lord's permission. Before long, they stand outside the Lord's chambers. Cran announces the arrival of Tiny, the Black Alley boss. The Lord grants them entry, and Tiny steps inside, only to be stunned at the sight of a man in the Lord's form. Composing himself, he bows deeply and offers his respectful greetings to the ruler of Files. The Lord asks where he learned such refined manners, to which Tiny replies that he practiced in preparation for this meeting. The Lord comments that he is behaving like a knight and introduces himself as Baron Timand von Files. Shocked, Tiny wonders if this is the same Lord he knew in his previous life, a man who had once been addicted to drugs. Perhaps this was before that downfall. Still, he thinks to himself that the illegal ledgers he sent to Duke Valentia will ultimately bring the Lord's ruin. He only needs to keep him there. The Lord remarks that he seems to be treating him far better than Sir Cran. Tiny responds that one cannot treat a blade the same way they treat its master, adding that he aspires to become the blade himself. Sir Cran is taken aback by this statement, and the Lord asks if he truly believes Commander Cran is his rival. With a suspicious gaze, the Lord questions whether Tiny is really a child, asking if he is certain he has no dwarf or elf blood in his veins. Tiny answers that he turned 13 this year, leaving them both stunned by his age. Rising from his seat, the Lord approaches him and accuses him of having ruined his finances. Fixing him with an aggressive stare, he demands to know why. Tiny calmly replies, "I did it for your sake." The Lord presses him further, asking how this could possibly be for his benefit. Speaking with a hint of defiance, Tiny tells him that while the Lord may consider himself clever, he still doesn't understand how the real world works. Sir Cran requests permission to cut him down where he stands, but Tiny interrupts, asking if he has heard that Duke Valentia's forces have begun cracking down on prostitution and drug activity within his territory. Sir Cran is startled by this revelation, and Tiny follows up by asking if they are aware that Lady Valentia has previously visited this estate. He explains this is what he heard from those accompanying her, and he urges the Lord to view his actions as an attempt to resolve the matter before it escalates. Believing that his own statements are accurate, Tiny sees no harm in having them verified. The Lord recalls hearing him mention that he intended to resolve certain matters before his youngest daughter's coming-of-age ceremony. Sir Cran warns him not to heed the ramblings of a child and questions why, out of all possible targets, Tiny focused solely on the Valentinos. The Lord angrily orders Cran to stay out of it and turns back to Tiny, saying that if his claims are true, then his actions may indeed deserve recognition despite the rough methods. Tiny thanks him, but the Lord adds that there is one more thing he wishes to confirm. Does Tiny truly possess the spirit of a wolf? He asks whether he stole that spirit from the wolf's spirit stone. Tiny is startled, wondering how the Lord could know such a thing. Suddenly, Wooling emerges from Tiny's body. Tiny's eyes widen as he sees a dark circle composed of ominous energy. In that instant, he realizes the Lord is a dark mage. It is said that demons will never lend their power without being offered sacrifices, and that possessing two circles would require hundreds of corpses or even the live sacrifice of dozens of people. Tiny recalls when his sister's killers tried to take her body, and one of them mentioned that certain individuals were interested in corpses. He remembers another man saying that a mana user's corpse could fetch a high price. The truth clicks into place. This Lord had been buying all the corpses in Invader. That means Wolf had the backing of a dark mage. The Lord calls out to Tiny, demanding a response. Tiny feigns ignorance, claiming he has no idea what the Lord means. The Lord then summons Cran, who steps forward and draws his sword. Tiny retreats, recognizing that in his current state he cannot defeat both of them. He summons Wooling fully, and the wolf spirit emerges with a deafening roar. The Lord examines Wooling and acknowledges that he truly is the forest's guardian. Turning to Cran, he mocks him for his incompetence, saying there's nothing to be done now but to change the test subject. Tiny wonders what he means, whether he intends to use him in place of Wolf. The Lord asks Cran how strong Tiny is. Cran replies that he is close to reaching the second stage, surprising the Lord with the revelation that Tiny has already achieved the level of a knight. They discuss how extraordinary this is, considering he is not from a prestigious lineage and did not refine his mana from birth. The likelihood of someone awakening naturally is extremely small, yet Tiny shows no mana leakage, and his mana cycles remain perfectly stable. Cran concludes that someone must have taught him using a secret growth technique. The Lord demands that Tiny answer his question, while Tiny wonders if the man is implying that he should reveal his allegiance. He is certain they would never believe him if he claimed to have developed his own secret growth technique. Instead, he explains that his parents had taught him the method long before he arrived at File's estate, and that he had been practicing the breathing technique since infancy. He recalls realizing only later in life that these techniques were unique. The Lord turns his gaze toward him, and Tiny wonders if he is attempting to judge whether he speaks the truth. He smirks inwardly, thinking that the Lord has been allowing all manner of people to enter, likely to increase his income. Therefore, there should be no information available that could be used to verify his identity. With a confident smile, he declares that the fact he is standing before the Lord at this moment should be proof enough. The Lord considers his words for a moment before responding that he will trust him for now, and that he will leave the final decision to a certain individual. Tiny wonders who this person might be. The Lord instructs him to remain where he is, and when Tiny asks if he is referring to him, the Lord explains that killing Wolf has complicated matters, and that he also needs a plausible excuse. Concerned, Tiny wonders again about the identity of this mysterious person. Perhaps they are part of the group Wolf had mentioned, likely a powerful dark mage, given that even the Lord appears to act with caution. The thought of the dark mage arriving and catching him unsettles him. The Lord calls out to him, asking why he is silent, and questions whether he would like to become his blade, suggesting it would be a favorable arrangement for him. Tiny agrees to follow the Lord's orders and asks if this person is an important guest. The Lord affirms that they are indeed very special, and instructs Tiny to treat them with greater politeness. Tiny begins to devise a plan. He calculates that in 3 days, the Duke will have reviewed the ledgers and discovered the truth. Another 3 days will be needed to assemble a disciplinary army, and 10 more for them to reach File's estate, amounting to just over half a month in total. Everything would be fine if the Lord's guest arrived after that time. He asks the Lord when this guest is expected to arrive. The Lord counters by asking why he wishes to know. Speaking respectfully, Tiny explains that he wishes to ensure he has studied proper etiquette before their arrival. The Lord smiles and informs him that the guest will be arriving in about a week, warning him not to disappoint. This worries Tiny. He needs 15 days, but only has 7. Later, while training, Tiny considers his options. The first is to flee. The people of Invader should have left by now, so evading the Lord's men would be relatively simple. However, doing so would likely result in the Lord placing him on a wanted list, which would cause complications when he meets Swordmaster Esgard. Esgard possesses something Tiny needs, and he cannot afford to create obstacles to obtaining it. As he works on his punches, he feels his blood boil at the thought of running away. He may not be strong enough at present, but he would rather seek a way to prevail. He turns to his second option. The Lord's precious guest will arrive in a week, but Tiny wonders if the visit is official. The Lord had said he would let that person decide for themselves, treating them as though they were senior nobility, yet the estate is unusually quiet for a week before such an arrival. There are no signs of preparation. This leads Tiny to suspect it is a secret visit from someone of dubious background, and that the Lord likely does not have the backing of a truly high-ranking figure. If this is the case, then creating a major disturbance in File's estate before their arrival could attract public attention, potentially delaying or even canceling the visit. Though the plan is risky, it is the most viable option he has at present. With determination, he slams his foot into the ground and resolves to become strong enough to defeat both the Lord and his commander. Meanwhile, he feels a pang of hunger and decides to find somewhere to eat. After some time at the restaurant, everyone is shocked to see him consuming an enormous amount of food. He has eaten countless bowls, and the patrons are bewildered at how someone so small can eat so much, speculating that he might be a half-dwarf or something similar. Tiny continues eating without pause, explaining that his mana body has now completely synchronized with his physical body, allowing him to grow stronger with every bite. In other words, the more he eats, the more mana he gains. At this rate, he won't even need spirit medicine or secret medicine. A man suddenly appears from behind and asks if he is the one. Tiny turns toward him, and the man demands to know if he is the dirty little beggar boy who has been eating so noisily. Tiny responds rudely, asking if the man has a problem with that. The man snaps, saying he should show some respect for his elders. Tiny retorts, questioning why he should respect someone who picks fights with children. He then smacks the man with a bone, wondering aloud if he's trying to be funny or just looking for a fight. He teases the man further, mocking him by calling him a big fool. The man's temper boils over, and he moves to strike Tiny, declaring that he will beat some sense into him. Another man calls out from behind, urging him to calm down, reminding him that Tiny is just a child. At that moment, Sir Cran arrives, places a hand on the man's shoulder, and tells him to be quiet. Tiny glances at them and requests that they lead him the way, which leaves them stunned. Pointing to himself, he asks if they want to see his skills. The man responds angrily, warning him not to be all talk. Tiny walks outside, thinking to himself that the Lord must be the one pulling the strings here. Outside, Tiny and Sir Grant face each other. Sir Grant challenges him, saying he will teach him a proper lesson. Tiny asks if he is sure, warning that he will regret it. Sir Grant laughs, telling him to pick up a sword so he can finish him off instantly. When Tiny doesn't respond, Sir Grant taunts him, suggesting he's backing down out of fear. Suddenly, Tiny moves swiftly and strikes his leg. Sir Grant cries out in pain and retaliates, channeling mana into his hand, but Tiny evades the attack. Tiny lands another blow to his other leg, leaving Sir Grant shocked that such strength could belong to someone in their first stage. Sir Grant is in so much pain he can barely move, yet he's humiliated at the thought of losing to someone like Tiny. Tiny remarks on his strong will, watching as Sir Grant gathers all his power for a single, desperate strike. Tiny slips out of range, holding his position. Sir Grant glares at him, then leaps from the ground in an attempt to attack from behind. Tiny jumps onto his shoulders and grips his neck, smiling as he assures him he won't kill him. In moments, Tiny knocks him down and remarks that the knights aren't anything special. The crowd gasps in disbelief that the legendary Sir Grant was defeated by a child. Sir Kran and Tiny exchange a look before Sir Kran turns away. Tiny thinks to himself that he deliberately defeated the knight without Wulang's help, and in front of a large audience no less. He muses that people with such talent are rare, and now the Lord won't be so eager to kill him. Smiling, he feels his chances of success have increased. Suddenly, his vision blurs and he collapses, unsure of what just happened. He wonders if he overexerted himself, realizing it was the only way to compensate for the difference in their levels. At the moment he let his guard down, he was forced to use all his mana. Reflecting on his past life, he remembers that his mana body then allowed his physical body to regenerate quickly, but at the cost of slow mana recovery. In this life, however, his mana recovery has fully synchronized with his physical body, eliminating that weakness. He smiles, noting that even the training he once found grueling has become manageable, and resolves to become far stronger than he ever was before. Afterward, the Lord summons him to a feast and remarks that he has received news of the Duke beginning to take action. It seems the Lord admits that he may have judged him too hastily. Tiny thanks the Lord for trusting him and taking the time to confirm things personally. A servant presents him with a steak, and the Lord explains that it came from a young calf. He encourages Tiny to enjoy the meal, assuring him that many other dishes have also been prepared. Tiny smiles and remarks that such food feels a bit heavy for the morning, surprising the Lord. The Lord comments that the strength Tiny displayed when knocking someone out that night must have come from all the food he's been eating. Tiny responds with a smile, explaining that the knight he fought yesterday had simply let his guard down, allowing him to win. The Lord calls him a humble young man and says he's eager to see what the future holds for him. However, he laments that there is no teacher to guide a genius like Tiny. Tiny replies that most knights in history trained alone without the aid of a teacher. The Lord, surprised by this answer, listens as Tiny adds that those knights grew stronger thanks to their excellent lords. The Lord smiles and asks if Tiny has also studied history, noting that he clearly knows dining etiquette as well. While eating, Tiny thinks to himself that he only picked up such skills after becoming an adult in his previous life. The Lord then comments that nobles with black hair and eyes are rare in both the Empire and neighboring kingdoms. He mentions a certain place and says that if Tiny comes from there, it would make sense for him to be a noble. Tiny doesn't know which place he means, but he can tell what the Lord is thinking. The Lord admits he didn't expect Tiny to be such a valuable asset. Tiny simply stares, wondering what the man is talking about. The Lord then mentions the noble he referred to earlier and says they will explain everything to Tiny in detail. He also adds that they were pleased to hear about Tiny when he spoke of him yesterday. Tiny thinks to himself that he isn't sure about much, except that the Lord will one day become addicted to drugs. Though the man might currently possess the circle's power, no one knows when the demons will reclaim it. Tiny suspects the Lord had been abandoned by that person and lost his power in the past. Still smiling, the Lord says Tiny should look forward to meeting them, assuring him that he will soon become important to someone incredibly powerful. Tiny smiles and says he is honored to be given such a great opportunity. Later, while training in the yard, Tiny reflects that the person and their group are somewhat concerning, but now isn't the time to dwell on it. He still has much to accomplish. He notes that the Lord has 2 circles, while the commander is a skilled stage 2 fighter. The commander is slightly stronger, but they are otherwise on equal footing, as mages and mana users advance through similar stages of growth. Tiny had already surpassed stage 2 long ago in his previous life, and now he must reach it again, this time through hard work. While doing push-ups, he wonders if he can achieve this within 6 days. He trains for 3 days without pause, feeling much tougher than before. His flexibility has improved by compressing his weight and power, making him far more agile. Revisiting the basics has also taught him something new. In his past life, his overly massive physique had been a problem. He had focused only on size and strength, which caused his mana body and physical body to fall out of balance. This time, he understands that becoming bigger does not necessarily mean becoming stronger. As he trains, 2 men appear and call him a monstrous child who broke Grant's ankle. Clearly frightened, they turn away, saying they'll return later. Tiny smiles, thinking it's easier if everyone avoids him. After 3 days of doing nothing but eating and training, interest in him fades, and he decides it's time for action. Just then, the commander approaches and says he knew he would find Tiny there. Tiny asks if something is wrong. The commander tells him to follow, explaining that the Lord has ordered weapons and armor to be provided for him. Tiny glances at his sword, thinking the timing is perfect. As they head toward the castle, the commander remarks that the Lord holds him in high regard and that he should be grateful. He then leads Tiny to the armory, where an impressive collection of weapons and armor awaits. Tiny examines the suits on display, noting their high quality, but none of them fit him. As for the weapons, there are no warhammers or maces, so he finds nothing of interest. He calls the commander over, asking if he can get something similar to his sword. The commander smirks and asks if Tiny really thinks it looks like an ordinary sword. He reveals it was crafted by the renowned weaponsmith Rogers and is known as Grius, an artifact-level weapon. The commander remarks that Tiny is nowhere near skilled enough to wield such a blade. Tiny reflects on how many people's blood, sweat, and tears must have gone into forging it. He then declares that if the discussion is about skill, he is more than qualified to use that sword. The commander is visibly shocked, while Tiny smiles and remarks that a high-quality weapon should be in the hands of someone with true ability. Enraged, the commander demands to know how Tiny dares to insult him, shouting whether he has lost his mind or has a death wish. Tiny challenges him directly, suggesting a competition. He lifts the sword onto his shoulder and proposes that if he loses, the commander can kill him on the spot. The commander, furious, prepares to attack.
Soon, terrible noises echo from inside the armory, accompanied by Tiny's voice apologizing and promising to be more careful in the future. After some time, Tiny emerges in poor condition, clearly beaten. The guards speculate whether Commander Cran is responsible and remark that being too talented at such a young age is not always a blessing. They suspect the rumors are true that Tiny has fallen out of favor with the commander, perhaps even daring to aspire to his position. They pity him, saying Cran went too far, and decide to leave him alone for the day. Meanwhile, two maids see Tiny's battered state as he drags a weapon along the floor. They ask what happened. Tiny explains that the commander had told him to follow, claiming he had battle equipment for him. Then this happened. The maids urge him to rest and offer to assist if he needs anything. Later, a servant pours a drink for the Lord, who inquires about the sacrifices. The servant replies they have been secured. The Lord asks if they are all corpses from Wolfmana once again, thinking that Tiny has completely ruined the invader. He dismisses the servant and reflects privately. He admits he does not know exactly what Tiny is planning, but deems it unimportant. He intends to make use of Tiny, planning to employ his blood in a ritual once his bloodline is confirmed in the coming days. However, the Lord knows that if Tiny is not from the correct family, he himself will face a terrible penalty for failing to supervise Wolf. Still, he is confident this will not happen. Given Tiny's demeanor and knowledge of history, the boy must be from a prestigious family. In his mind, it is impossible for someone so young to defeat a knight unless they have awakened through that family's secret growth technique. The most telling sign is Tiny's black hair and eyes, more than enough proof for him. Satisfied, the Lord retires to his bed, eager to meet this family. As he closes his eyes, a strange voice interrupts him. Irritated, he wonders if a servant has triggered his warning magic and thinks about sacrificing them for disturbing him. But then his magic warns of genuine danger. He senses a presence. Suddenly, Tiny materializes from nowhere and drives a sword into the Lord's chest. The Lord screams in agony, shocked that Tiny could reach him. Black magic surges out of his body as Tiny declares this is divine punishment. Moments later, the Lord dies in miserable pain. The next morning, when the maid enters the room, she is horrified to discover the Lord's lifeless body. In shock, she informs the other servants that the Lord was a dark mage, a revelation that leaves them equally stunned. Before long, several knights arrive, surrounding the body. One of them states that a priest had already confirmed this before leaving, having sensed dark energy, and was on the way to report it to the parish. Sir Gran of the Knights of Files remarks that the royal investigation team will likely be dispatched soon. A guard then questions the state of the corpse, noting that it appears as though the Lord has been dead for several weeks. Sir Gran explains that the body of a dark mage decays rapidly upon death, and the same fate befell the Lord. The sight is appalling, and everyone is shaken. Sir Gran wonders aloud why the Lord would choose the path of a dark mage, abandoning his nobility and honor for a life that, if discovered, would have brought swift execution. Yet, he concedes there is no point in questioning the dead, and they still have another matter to address. His gaze falls on the sword embedded in the Lord's body, and he immediately recognizes it as belonging to the commander. This raises the question of whether the commander was the one who killed the Lord. At that moment, a guard informs Sir Gran about Tiny, mentioning that the boy's talent had once earned him a private audience with the Lord. They speculate whether this was around the time rumors began spreading that Tiny would become the next commander, and whether the current commander had reacted in anger upon hearing the news. Sir Gran, surprised, questions if the commander would truly go to such extremes over something like that, concluding that if so, he must have lost his sanity. The knights gather around the body, wondering where the commander has gone, as no one has seen him since the previous day. Sir Gran insists they cannot leave the matter unresolved and resolves to investigate thoroughly. He questions all the servants and guards in the castle, and every maid gives the same account they witnessed the commander beating Tiny. Sir Gran orders the servants to bring the boy before him. When Tiny arrives, he explains that he followed the commander because the Lord had instructed him to deliver some battle equipment. However, he says he was caught off guard when the commander suddenly began to assault him, and as a result, he never managed to deliver the new weapon. Sir Gran slams the door in frustration, noting that the warehouse has already been searched. There were signs the commander had been there, but it is certain he has since left. No one in the castle has seen him since. He vanished without a trace after their encounter. Sir Gran asks Tiny to confirm whether he has truly not seen the commander again, and if there was anything unusual about the meeting. Tiny replies that the commander had reacted strongly against the Lord's decision to appoint him as commander, but beyond that, he had not seen him since. Sir Gran considers that Tiny's account aligns with what another attendant has reported. Tiny then asks what will become of him, as the Lord had promised to secure his future. After a pause, Sir Gran tells him to return the following morning and dismisses him. Outside, Tiny reflects that Sir Gran must be one of the corrupt knights if he has served there for so long, though he does not recall meeting him before. Still, he clearly remembers the time Sir Gran beat them mercilessly. It strikes him as strange that Sir Gran wishes to see him again after he has already given his testimony. Cautious, he decides not to let his guard down. The next morning, when Tiny returns, Sir Gran offers him a mercenary card along with some money. He explains that as a commoner, Tiny will need to either become a knight or a merchant in order to travel freely between territories. So, he vouched for him. Tiny reflects that he had been considering getting a mercenary card anyway, and asks Sir Gran why he is giving it to him. Sir Gran replies that his talents would only go to waste in a place like this, and that he is clearly destined for greater things. Smiling, he adds that this is simply advice from someone with more life experience. Tiny considers Sir Gran's words, feeling that it is something the man might have wanted to tell himself in the past. Perhaps Sir Gran doesn't remember him because he was never around for long. Tiny thanks him and mentions that he was already thinking of leaving soon. Now that a black mage has been discovered, he expects the imperial family will begin looking into it. He holds Valen's ring in his hand, wondering if he might have prevented the person the Lord was waiting for from ever arriving. However, he doubts the Duke's investigation team will be coming either. Deciding to take matters into his own hands, he resolves to find the person himself. Sir Gran calls after him, hoping that if Tiny becomes successful, he will remember his name. Tiny surprises him by asking what his name is, and Sir Gran is taken aback to realize he never knew it. He introduces himself as Gran Rivery, asking Tiny to remember at least Gran. Tiny smiles, saying he hopes Gran will remember his name as well. Stepping outside, Tiny notes that the commander and the lord have already left, and now it will be up to Sir Gran to decide the fate of Files's estate. He feels a little guilty about leaving behind an unresolved problem, especially since Gran has created a special search team for Commander Cran. Placing the mercenary card in his pocket, he thinks he only needs to borrow a horse from the guild. Just then, Wooling emerges from his body, offering himself as a mount. Tiny declines at first, saying it would be difficult to ride him for a long journey. He recalls some orcs from his past life who rode wolves, noting that only orcs could manage it due to their unnatural sense of balance. But Wooling insists, and Tiny eventually agrees, mounting him. He remarks that Woolang's physical form is still a bit small. In their spiritual form, spirits appear as large as they were in life, but their physical size depends on the skill level of their spirit mage. Placing his hand on Wooling, Tiny learns they need to link their souls and combine their senses. He does so, deciding to give this form of travel a try. As their souls connect, Tiny feels Woolang's body growing larger. He recalls a lesson from his past life, when Estina told him that at higher stages of spirit magic, a spirit could gain some of its mage's abilities. Now, Wooling feels tougher, more powerful, and capable of using abilities drawn from their shared connection. Wooling takes off at full speed, and Tiny struggles to maintain his balance. His senses sharpen dramatically. He can feel every movement Wooling makes, see through his eyes, and even use his keen sense of smell. At this pace, they will reach Valentino in no time, and such speed will also cut down travel time to more distant destinations. One such place is Karun, the kingdom where the first great disaster will strike. In his past life, a chain of catastrophes erupted across the continent, as though warning them of the coming demon army. These events had severely weakened humanity's military strength. He remembers clearly that it all began when the sacred relic in Karun vanished. This time, he intends to stop that from happening. The 7 sacred relics are revealed to be holy artifacts bestowed upon them by the goddess herself. They were meant to serve as the last line of defense, but in his past life, those relics had already been stolen. In this life, he must prevent the coming disasters and grow stronger. This time, he is determined to face the demon army with the full strength of humanity. He remembers that the first calamity will strike in the ocean kingdom of Karen, and he plans to head there as soon as he meets the Duke. Meanwhile, word spreads among the people that the imperial family has dispatched an investigation team after the Lord's murder. Rumors circulate that the Lord was a black mage, and caution fills the air. No one knows what might happen next. Suddenly, black smoke engulfs the area, turning daylight into darkness. A cloaked man appears. The guards move to block his way, but with a casual flick of his hair, he renders them unconscious. Inside the castle, Sir Gran senses an unfamiliar presence. He draws his sword and demands to know who the intruder is. The man calmly states that he wishes to ask a question and orders Sir Gran to tell him everything about the Lord's death. With a snap of his fingers, he places Gran under his control. Gran explains that the Imperial investigation team instructed them to place the Lord's body in a casket inside his bedroom. The man tells him to sleep and wake in an hour. When Sir Gran regains consciousness, he is confused, thinking it was all a dream brought on by exhaustion. But a guard rushes in, reporting that the Lord's corpse has vanished. Gran is stunned. This was their key lead in discovering the culprit behind the black magic. Elsewhere, the black mage emerges in a forest outside File's estate, holding Sir Gran's sword. He believes the weapon was discarded after its owner was killed, meaning the one who slew Wolf must be the black-haired child who vanished right after the incident. He vows to make the boy pay for disrupting his group's plans. Meanwhile, Tiny arrives outside the western gate of Lucentia and notices many people traveling toward Volenia. Walking through the streets, he reflects that things have gone smoothly so far, but if a certain person gets involved, complications are inevitable. He decides he needs better equipment. Checking the small sum given to him by Sir Gran, he feels grateful, but knows it won't go far. Just 2 coins. Two thugs appear, asking if he has any money and threatening him to hand it over while they're still being nice. To their surprise, Tiny asks them if they have any money. In his past life, there was an unspoken rule in the underworld across the continent. If anyone saw the shadow of a giant in the alleyways, they were to hide without a sound. Tiny had killed many people in that life. Once, a man told him that such killings would taint his soul, that a day would come when guilt would overwhelm him, and urged him to show mercy. Tiny had only stared back before replying that he would be fine. He hadn't killed anyone yet, he added, though he had cleared out plenty of trash. In the present, he swiftly takes down the thugs and seizes their coins. Onlookers are shocked a child just defeated members of the Lupus family, known to be as strong as knights. Tiny scoffs at their weakness. The thugs stagger back to their feet, threatening to rip his tongue out. He dodges, delivering a blow that sends one crashing into the other. A leaping kick knocks them both down again. When they're finished, he takes their remaining money. One thug warns that their boss won't let this go, but Tiny ignores him, pleased with his newfound wealth and remarking that he will put it to good use. He then heads to a weapon shop, purchasing armor and a new weapon. The owner explains that the armor was crafted from the hide of an iron bull found in the southern mountains, strong enough to deflect most arrows with ease. Tiny inspects both the armor and the weapon, clearly pleased with their craftsmanship. While doing so, he overhears two boys whispering about someone. One of them says they cannot approach her directly, but they can at least watch from afar. Curious, Tiny asks the owner if something special is happening today. The man replies that Lady Valanche herself will be appearing in public patrol. Tiny is startled by this news. He recalls that if Irina had been the first to show him kindness and affection, then Lady Valanche was the one who gave him hope. Although their story in his past life had ended poorly, it was that very hope which allowed him to move forward. He reflects that both women had shaped the course of his life in different ways. In his heart, he always believed that if Lady Valanche acknowledged his way of living, it would prove that he had succeeded in honoring the life Irina wanted for him. He remembers meeting Lady Valanche in his previous life, how she was surprised when he introduced himself as Tiny. She had laughed, saying the name didn't suit his imposing frame. Though she had seemingly forgotten him, he is convinced she should still remember their recent encounter. Resolving to improve himself further, Tiny returns to his training, considering whether he should seek an audience with the Swordmaster. Before long, Lady Valanche arrives in the company of Edmund von Lucent, the eldest son of Count Lucent. Edmund proudly tells her about the grandeur of Lucentia, one of the largest cities in the central region. He enthusiastically shares details of its history and trade, but Lady Valanche appears indifferent to the business affairs. Instead, she asks if she may walk through the slums. Startled, Edmund questions her reasoning. She replies simply that the people there are also citizens of their country. Embarrassed, he agrees to escort her, though it is clear her words unsettled him. Valanche notices the reaction and wonders why the slums provoke such discomfort. To her, a true heir should understand the responsibilities of leadership. Her father had always taught her that a kingdom only prospers when the working class thrives. She thinks back to those lessons and reflects on how different her upbringing may have been compared to others. If only she could reshape people's perceptions, she muses. Yet, she knows her freedom will soon end. Once her fiancé is announced at her coming-of-age ceremony, her path will no longer be her own. A part of her even considers dedicating her life to the temple, as they have long sought her service. But the thought pains her, for she knows her father would never wish for her to live a lonely life. As she contemplates, she notices a child being blocked by the guards. Tiny, visibly angry, steps forward. Lady Vivian demands to know who the boy is and why he is there. In response, Tiny raises a ring high for all to see, declaring that it was personally given to him by Lady Valanche. He reminds her that she once told him to seek her out and that he has come to express his long-delayed gratitude. Lady Valanche recognizes the ring, confirming that it is indeed hers. Vivian, however, questions her certainty, as she does not recall ever giving such a token to a child of the slums. She turns to Tiny, asking how he came into possession of it. Shocked, Tiny realizes she truly does not remember their past meeting. Before he can approach her, guards draw their swords, barring him from reaching Lady Valentia. 3 guards press their swords against Tiny's neck, and Vivian demands that he answer Lady Valentia regarding the ring. Tiny quickly realizes what is happening and thinks to himself that he may have been too hasty in coming to meet her. He blurts out that it may be hard to believe, but he is the child she once met long ago. He understands why she doesn't recognize him now that he has grown so much. He explains that he is the only person with black hair in the File estate, and perhaps the only one in the entire duchy. Lady Valentia finally recognizes him and asks how he could have changed so drastically when he used to be such a frail and grubby child. She recalls that his body was much smaller back then. He was pitiful, yet endearingly cute. Tiny remembers that she always had a soft spot for small and adorable things. Wanting to prove himself, he reveals his mana, and a small, charming spirit from Wulang appears before them. She is immediately taken by it, while Vivian insists that she let him go, since he is a stranger. Valentia, however, smiles and remarks that only pure-hearted children are able to form contracts with spirits. Tiny simply smirks at her words, though Vivian remains wary. She points out that he not only carries a weapon, but also commands a spirit. She demands to know his name. Tiny answers that he named the spirit Wulang, which means moonlight wolf in the Eastern tongue. Vivian is astonished that he even knows the Eastern language, while Lady Valentia praises the name and admits she never imagined he could change so much in just 2 months. She remembers how he once looked no older than 10, his name carrying the sense of something small. Tiny tells her that his true name is Tiny, and that he will be turning 13 this year. He explains that unlocking his mana has greatly accelerated his growth. Suddenly, Vivian steps forward, confronting him and questioning whether he is truly human, or if the blood of another race flows in his veins. Lady Valentia tries to stop her, but Vivian apologizes, insisting that her duty is to protect her lady's safety. At that moment, Edmund interrupts, declaring that Tiny is indeed suspicious and should be isolated and interrogated. Tiny calmly replies that he does not expect the others to trust him and directly calls upon Lady Valentia. She reminds him that she promised to help when he gave her the ring. This angers Edmund, who demands to know how Tiny dares ignore his authority. But Lady Valentia silences him, asking Tiny what kind of help he seeks. Tiny states that he wishes to meet Esgard von Valenta. At once, the guards, including Vivian, surge forward, outraged that he would even dare to speak such a thing. Tiny challenges them, asking if they truly believe he could harm the Duke. It is then revealed that the Duke is a legendary swordmaster, counted among the 7 strongest knights of the entire continent, a man who wields both destructive power and aura. Tiny acknowledges this, addressing him as Swordmaster. Lady Valentia smiles, saying her father would be embarrassed to hear anyone call him that. Tiny realizes that the Duke has not yet been formally granted the title, though Valentia seems to like it, insisting that it suits him. Vivian beams with pride, boasting that their Duke's reputation is known across the world. Tiny notices how delighted they are by his words and continues, saying he must report to the Duke about the recent incident in the File estate, an incident in which he himself was directly involved. Later, within the castle, Vivian and Lady Valentia speak privately. Valentia asks whether everything Tiny said truly happened. Vivian, embarrassed, admits that it is true. Valentia then presses her, asking if there is anything else she is hiding. Reluctantly, Vivian reveals that Tiny claimed the Lord of the Empire was a dark mage, hinting that someone else is manipulating events from the shadows. Valentia reflects that Tiny's testimony could prove invaluable, as he was personally involved. She also notes that his timing is fortunate, since he seeks an audience with her father. Finally, Vivian asks her how long she intends to keep the spirit at her side, and whether its presence causes her any pain. Valinia picks it up and teases, asking how something so small and adorable could possibly harm her. Wang looks at her fondly, agreeing that it is indeed cute, but quickly shakes her head, insisting that she won't be fooled by appearances and will keep a close eye on it. Valinia then asks about Tiny. Vivian explains that Master Edmund mentioned having business with him and took him away. Woleng is startled by this news and bolts off without warning, leaving Valinia and Vivian frightened by his sudden reaction. Meanwhile, Edmund leads Tiny to a secluded area and demands that he repeat his name, telling him to remember his place. Tiny interrupts him, asking instead what information he has on the Dark Mage. Edmund smirks, questioning how he could possibly know about a Dark Mage, and admits he fabricated the story after Tiny arrogantly refused to obey. Tiny accuses him of lying, but Edmund seizes his head, scolding him for speaking back. In anger, Edmund tries to strike him, insisting he should learn his place. But Tiny reacts quickly, grabbing Edmund's hand in midair. Shocked, Edmund struggles to break free but cannot. Outraged, he warns Tiny that such disrespect toward a noble would force him to report to the lady herself. Tiny finally releases his hand but speaks harshly, mocking the idea of nobility as if it were some strange shield. He tells Edmund to do as he pleases. Edmund only smiles, saying he wants to see what Tiny is truly capable of, hinting that he has powerful backing behind him. After a moment's hesitation, Edmund smirks and tells Tiny to follow. Elsewhere, Vivian searches for Tiny under Lady Valanche's orders. Though she initially thought her lady was being overly protective, she recalls that spirits are usually summoned back when they stray too far from their mage. She never imagined Edmund would dare take that boy beyond the city walls. Guards confirm that he left with Tiny, and she immediately rushes toward the city gates, desperate to reach them in time. Meanwhile, Edmund and Tiny arrive at an isolated place. Edmund wears a sinister grin, while Tiny appears completely unfazed, showing no hint of fear. A man emerges, asking what business Edmund has brought their precious young master into. He mentions they have not yet prepared the usual bribe and wonders if Edmund came for goods. Tiny sizes them up immediately, realizing these must be members of the Lupus family, just as he expected. Edmund sneers, ordering them to educate the arrogant peasant. Surprised that he would have them discipline a mere child, the man hesitates. Edmund strikes his face in frustration, commanding him not to return the boy but to teach him a lesson. Angrily, the man agrees and orders his subordinates, Eric and Tillman, to deal with him. The two men step forward but freeze in shock upon recognizing Tiny, the same boy who defeated them when he first entered the city. Tiny greets them casually, remarking that they meet again. Fear spreads across their faces, and instead of attacking, they kneel before him, pleading with their boss to handle the boy himself. Enraged, their leader grabs his weapon, declaring it will be the boy's end. Edmund watches with satisfaction, convinced Tiny's fate is sealed. But the moment the boss strikes, Tiny swiftly draws his weapon and slashes at his leg, sending him flying back and knocking him unconscious in a single blow. Gasps echo all around as everyone stares in disbelief. Tiny turns his gaze to Edmund, coldly asking if this is the best he can muster. Panicked, Edmund runs toward Lupus, demanding his protection. Tiny suddenly appears behind him, releasing a surge of mana and challenging him to defend himself. Overcome with fear, Lupus collapses into unconsciousness, while Edmund, trembling in terror, falls to the ground without even being struck. Tiny feels let down, disappointed that the so-called boss offered so little resistance. Turning to the others, he asks sharply what they are even doing there. After a short while, Vivian arrives, intending to rescue him, but she is stunned by the scene before her. Her shock deepens when she notices Edmund's pitiful condition. Meanwhile, Tiny casually sits atop a cupboard, calmly flipping through a book. He eventually descends the stairs and questions her presence. She explains that she came under her lady's orders, concerned for his safety. Tiny then hands her a ledger filled with detailed records of bribes and evidence of human trafficking. Gesturing toward Edmund, he remarks that with this ledger in her hands, Edmund has no chance of talking his way out of it. Stunned, Vivian demands to know what kind of life he has been living until now. The next day, Edmund is formally exiled from the Count's household, while Tiny sets out on a journey alongside Lady Valencia and Vivian. Valencia observes that Edmund must have been running a trafficking ring with this gang for quite some time, and as a result, the Count's reputation has been badly tarnished. She predicts that it will take him a long time to even attempt clearing his name. During the journey, Vivian lowers her head and apologizes, then turns to Tiny and asks if he believes his own actions were wrong. Valencia glances toward him as he replies that he does not. Smiling, she recalls her father's words that good deeds must always be recognized, and punishments should be carried out regardless of one's status. Vivian, catching Valencia's look, questions her, only for Valencia to respond that perhaps she should have broken one of Edmund's arms or legs after he fainted. Yet, he escaped without any real punishment. Tiny smiles at the exchange, thinking to himself that these two have always been this way. They are both widely known and deeply respected. One, the youngest daughter of the swordmaster, and the other, a prodigious female warrior. At times, they seem like sisters, at other times like mother and daughter. Even after K.H. Lowe's circumstances shifted, they stayed close. Tiny finds it amusing that Vivian, though the younger of the two, often acts like the elder sister, or even like a mother. Lost in thought, Tiny is suddenly called upon by Valencia, who asks what is on his mind. He replies that Edmund, more than anyone, took great pride in his noble status. For that very reason, he believes Edmund's crimes cannot be forgiven, and at the very least, punishment is necessary. Vivian, hearing his words, jumps up and urges Valencia to listen. She remarks that the way Tiny speaks doesn't sound like a child at all. But Valencia ignores her, choosing instead to play with Wallen, affectionately giving him the nickname Wall, because his real name is too difficult to say. Tiny grows serious and asks whether she intends to blame him for all of this or suspect him. Valencia only smiles, explaining that she has already heard stories about the black-haired child from File's estate, the one who destroyed an underworld organization and freed all its victims. Now, with Edmund exposed, it proves he truly is remarkable. Relieved, Tiny smiles inwardly, grateful for her trust. She then scolds him, however, demanding that next time he inform her before running off. 3 days later, while traveling through a forest, a guard informs Valencia that an elf has requested to join them. Both she and Vivian are startled, since it is rare for elves to appear in such a way. Stepping out of the carriage, Valencia watches as the elf removes her cloak and respectfully asks for permission to approach. Introducing herself as Irina, a servant of the World Tree, she requests to accompany them for a time. Valencia and Vivian take a liking to her, but Tiny instantly recognizes something others cannot. This elf is a 5-circle dark mage. Elves are renowned for their beauty, said to be descendants of fairies. Their homeland, Elfanum, lies in the western lands, while the Isran Empire sits in the Central East. Because of the distance, elves are a rare sight within the empire. Yet, when they do appear, they are held in the highest regard. Born with the natural gift to become spirit mages, elves have long been regarded as an innocent, kind-hearted, and peace-loving tribe. Yet now, there stands an elf who has reached the formidable rank of a 5-circle dark mage. Valencia asks if she has been passing through Valentino's territory on her way to the Werebeast Kingdom in the north. Irina then wonders aloud if she feels uneasy about traveling to the Beast Kingdom, since she herself comes from the Isran Empire, which has long been at odds with the Werebeasts. Valencia calmly replies that she has no concerns and that she prefers to travel quietly. Irina explains that her journey is all part of her training. She wishes to see the world and hear many stories. Valencia responds that she has heard of Irina's training before and asks if they might speak about the Elven Knight training that produces elite warriors. Irina remarks that Valencia seems well informed, then asks if she is the owner of the spirit she is currently holding. Valencia points toward Tiny and clarifies that the spirit belongs to him. Fixing her eyes on him, she comments that there are not many human spirit mages. Tiny looks back and realizes she must already know what happened. He hadn't expected the person their lord spoke of to be someone of her level. Deep down, he knows he cannot hope to fight her now. Choosing to act friendly, Tiny says he has never met an elf before. He tries to pull Viven into the conversation, but she resists, and Tiny realizes they are refusing to play along. He notes that Irina seems unaware of Wulang's true abilities knowledge only those who have formed a contract with the spirit would possess. He wonders how she can conceal such an overwhelming amount of magic. Irina mentions she hasn't used magic in some time, then asks Tiny if he would like to see some. Releasing her mana, she conjures a flame in her palm. The sight makes Tiny recall Argon from his past life. He regrets not paying closer attention to Argon's warnings back then, as they had saved many from far greater losses. Assessing his surroundings, Tiny counts 12 third stage expert rank knights and 1 4th stage blade rank knight among them. He recalls that the circles of a mage are the magical equivalent of a warrior's stages. To defeat an opponent 1 stage above, it requires 5 people 1 stage below. Simply put, for a 2nd stage mana user to overcome a 5-circle mage, at least 100 would be needed. If they attack her recklessly, they will be utterly destroyed. The only option is to catch her off guard. Clenching his fist, Tiny resolves that they must wait for the right opportunity. Fortunately, they still possess a hidden advantage Wuling. Suddenly, Wuling leaps from Valencia's side toward Viven. She asks if she might hold him for a moment. Irin admires the spirit's cuteness, admitting she wishes to hold him as well. Tiny picks Wuling up and offers him forward, and she reaches out, unable to refuse. But just as she is about to touch him, Wuling transforms into his massive form and launches an attack. Irina reacts, forming magic circles to restrain him, but she is caught off guard. In that instant, Viven appears from the flank and drives her sword into her. To everyone's shock, dark energy bursts forth from Irina's body, revealing her true nature as a dark mage. Furious, she turns to Valencia and demands to know when she realized the truth. Valencia, however, remains calm, believing she made the right choice in placing her trust in Tiny. Moments earlier, Tiny had secretly spoken to her through Wuling, revealing Irina's identity as a high-ranking dark mage and asking for Viven's aid. Now, as events unfold, Tiny directs Viven carefully, while Valencia acknowledges that this revelation could bring serious consequences for the Empire. She asks him to understand her difficult position. Tiny revealed to her that she was the mastermind behind the incident at File's estate. He warned that if they didn't ambush her immediately, they would all be in grave danger. She was stunned when she saw Tiny's determination, ready to put his life on the line. She quickly gave Wuling to Viven, asking him to deliver a message. Leaning close, she whispered something in his ear, explaining the situation in detail. At that moment, Viven and Tiny launched their attack together. However, they found themselves unable to strike at her heart. She forcefully pushed them away, and to their shock, they realized she had conjured a powerful shield around herself. Viven immediately ordered the knights to engage her. In response, she rallied them, commanding them to prepare for battle and defend their ladyship at all costs. Her first assault was directed at Tiny, who charged forward to counter her strike. Viven joined in, trying to land a blow, but despite their combined efforts, she proved overwhelmingly powerful. With a swift movement, she unleashed a devastating strike that forced them back. Viven narrowly dodged, leaving her momentarily surprised at how he had managed to evade her attack. Tiny, grinning, leapt at her with another strike, taunting that her foul stench was enough to make his nose burn. Enraged by his mockery, she demanded to know if insults were all he was capable of before she released a wave of suffocating dark aura. Dark energy swirled around her as she prepared another deadly strike aimed directly at Tiny. He evaded, but she quickly condensed a massive sphere of pure darkness, releasing an overwhelming surge of power. Everyone watched in disbelief as the energy formed. Tiny summoned his mana, hardening his body into an iron shield to withstand the attack. When her strike collided, the impact hurled him across the battlefield. Bruised but alive, he thought to himself that this was the first time he had used this skill since turning back time. They soon noticed that her shield had weakened, prompting Viven to order the knights to strike. She retaliated with another surge of energy, warning them to stay out of her way. Meanwhile, Tiny mounted Wang, circling around to attack from behind. But she quickly sensed his presence. Just as she prepared to retaliate, Viven and the knights closed in from the opposite side. Furious, she hissed that she had only intended to kill the boy. But since they all interfered, she would eliminate every one of them. Viven charged forward, vowing they would never allow her to succeed. Vivian struck from above, attempting to break her shield, while Tiny pressed his assault from the other side. The clash caused a violent explosion, leaving her visibly wounded and her shield badly fractured. Recognizing the opening, the knights rushed her all at once. Viven and Tiny emerged from another angle, though Tiny noted her shield was not fully broken yet. Rising to her feet, she muttered that she would deal with the consequences later, then slammed her fists into the ground with immense force, driving them all back. From a distance, Valancio watched as the spreading darkness threatened to consume her. Vivian cried out, urging her to retreat, but she was too late. Valancio leapt forward, narrowly dodging the attack, and managed to shield herself. She then bounded forward again, calling for Valencia to hold on. To everyone's shock, Tiny charged straight through the wall of dark energy. His divine steel armor absorbed the flames, proving its resilience. He realized this skill was even more potent now, strengthened by his improved growth technique. Coordinating with Viven, Tiny directed their efforts toward wearing down her shield. He launched an overhead strike while Tiny smashed directly through the barrier. The resulting explosion of energy rocked the battlefield. From the sidelines, Valencia screamed his name, begging him to be careful. Both Viven and Tiny were thrown to the ground, their bodies battered from the impact. Walling rushed in at the last moment, pulling Tiny away before he suffered further damage. Even so, Tiny was gravely injured, blood trickling from his mouth as he coughed violently. Arena stands without her shield, clutching her waist, blood flowing heavily from her wound. Riding atop Woleng, he declares that they've finally managed to land a strike on her and charges forward, determined to attack again. From the side, Vivian leaps in as well. Arena gathers her strength and lashes out, mocking them as nothing more than filthy humans. Vivian staggers back in disbelief, wondering how she still possesses such overwhelming power. Her shock deepens when she sees Tiny, undeterred and ready to strike again. With Woleng beneath him, Tiny leaps through the oppressive waves of her dark energy, pushing forward with unwavering resolve. His strike lands true, and Vivian immediately calls for the knights to finish Arena off. But before they can, a sudden explosion erupts. Tiny notices Arena attempting to flee, and the knights shout to each other to give chase. With a sinister smile, she declares it is time for the ultimate sacrifice. Descending toward the ground, she invokes a forbidden power, an ability of demon followers to sacrifice their bodies, amplifying their magic to unleash devastating destruction. Her final act is to burn everything around her into ash. She releases the catastrophic spell, and the knights scramble to shield themselves against the deadly wave. Tiny, mounted on Wang, soars into the air. His heart sinks. He knows the knights are already at their limits. Only a power capable of negating her magic can end this battle. He calls out to Valencia, telling her he has bought her the time she needs, and now it is her turn. Vivian too urges her not to hesitate. Light begins to spread across the battlefield as Valencia gathers her strength. It is revealed that holy power is not something gained easily. It is bestowed through penance after receiving a divine blessing. First, one must endure the trials of baptism, then master the use of holy energy, only then awakening the ability to smite evil. Yet among humanity, a rare few are born already carrying this gift, saints and warriors sent by the gods in times of peril. These exceptional individuals, still considered clerics in training, are precious beyond compare. Lady Valencia is one such rarity. Her power surges forth, radiant light pushing back against Arena's darkness. The knights stand in awe, astonished by the hidden might of the woman they had thought they knew. Tiny realizes that she had even concealed her power from them. Perhaps even the swordmaster feared she would renounce her noble ties, abandoning marriage to fully devote herself to the priesthood. Yet in this moment, Tiny sees that she is the strongest cleric he has ever encountered. He had doubted her strength before, but now her light alone proves more than enough to overcome the dark mage. Arena struggles desperately against the overwhelming brilliance, but soon the holy flames consume her. With a thunderous explosion, she crashes to the ground, shrieking in disbelief. "Impossible! How could I lose to pathetic humans?" she screams. Tiny rushes forward and strikes her again, urging Valencia to finish the job since the others are already completely drained. Valencia approaches, however, and pleads with him not to kill her. They still need to interrogate Arena, she explains, for even she could not sense the woman's dark energy. If she could heal her, she might uncover why. Tiny shakes his head. If Valencia only wants to confirm her condition, he says, then he can already tell her it cannot be helped, for Arena is already dead. To him, it is a fitting end for a high-ranking dark mage. The knights gather, cheering in triumph, yet astonished to learn Valencia is a cleric. But while they celebrate, Valencia's heart feels heavy. Her secret has been exposed, and in the end, she feels as though she has lost more than she has gained. Turning to Tiny, she asks quietly if he had already known. After all, he was the only one who didn't seem surprised when she revealed her holy magic. Tiny admits that he already knew she was a cleric. Surprised, she asks how he could possibly know, since this was meant to be a secret only his family should be aware of. Tiny replies that he cannot explain it just yet, but gives his word that one day he will tell her everything. She accepts his promise with a smile, which leaves him startled at how easily she lets it go. He then explains that the dark mage's true target had been him all along, since he had already been entangled in several other incidents before crossing paths with her. She asks if he became involved in those incidents in the same way he had with Edmund, and he feels guilty, realizing that he had dragged her into danger. Yet she firmly declares that it is the duty of nobles to fight and kill demon followers, and if she had died, then it would have been because of her own weakness. Tiny reflects that she hasn't changed one bit. She tousles his hair and teasingly asks if he is worried about how she might react. Calling him cute, she laughs when Tiny scowls at the word, clearly not fond of it. Vivian joins in her laughter, amused by his reaction. Tiny can't help but think they have no idea how old he truly is. Vivian, still grinning, insists that he is just a child. She playfully pinches his cheeks, remarking that kids his age usually hate being called cute. Continuing to tease him, she says she never expected to see this side of him. Tiny tries to pull away, insisting that he is nothing like the other children she is comparing him to. Meanwhile, Valino's attention shifts toward Arena's body, and she states that this needs to be reported to her father immediately. She also decides that once they reach the nearest city, she will send him a detailed account of everything that happened. Several days later, when they arrive at Tybin's front gate, they are met by a squad of Blue Wing Knights, personally dispatched by the Duke. Tiny realizes this means the Swordmaster truly values his daughter's safety. Valencia blushes slightly, insisting there was no need for such measures. Onlookers whisper in awe, marveling at the sight of the legendary knights they had only ever heard about in stories. Known throughout the Empire, the Blue Wings are regarded as the most disciplined and powerful force, with every knight ranked above expert level. Their captain removes his helmet and respectfully greets them as the vice captain of the Blue Wing Knights, introducing the 103 men under his command, who immediately salute in unison. Valencia thanks both him and his men, telling them they may stand at ease. Sir Garin, the vice captain, expresses relief at seeing her unharmed and admits that the Duke had been extremely worried. Valencia insists that she had already assured her father of her safety and that it was unnecessary for him to send such a force. Sir Garin replies that she was suddenly ambushed by a high-ranking dark mage, and under different circumstances, the Duke himself would have come in person. When Valencia asks what crisis could possibly keep him away, Garin explains that about 6 weeks earlier, Tempest, the family's treasured heirloom, vanished without a trace. The group is stunned, and Tiny, equally shocked, asks if this missing heirloom is some kind of artifact. Valencia admits she cannot say for certain, as the truth of Tempest is a secret revealed only to the head of the family. Still, she suspects it must be an extraordinarily powerful artifact. What astonishes her even more is when Tiny calmly states that he already knows what it is and why it disappeared. Everyone is taken aback, and Valentina demands to know how he has such knowledge. Tiny, however, refuses to elaborate until he can speak directly to the Duke, promising to explain everything once they meet. As they set off on their journey, Sir Garin grows increasingly curious. He asks the other knights about Tiny, saying the name sounds familiar. One knight explains that Tiny is an extraordinary child who played a decisive role in defeating the Dark Mage. Furthermore, rumors suggest he is already on the verge of reaching expert rank. Sir Garin is left speechless at this revelation, unable to believe that someone so young could already stand at such a level of strength. He doubts that anyone among the 7 knights could possibly reach the rank of expert at such a young age. The thought unsettles him: was he truly a monster? Even the most gifted prodigy should not be capable of such a feat. That only reinforced his conviction. He had to recruit him. A nearby knight, noticing his distraction, asks if something is wrong. Sir Garin shakes his head, recalling that he was the one who had originally sent the letter reporting the events at Files's estate. Elsewhere, Valencia gazes in delight at the endless green fields and the clusters of lilacs scattered throughout the land. Tiny glances at her and asks if she likes lilacs. She answers warmly that she loves them. Her late mother had adored them as well, and even her father had shared that fondness. They had once called her Lilac as a baby. Tiny smiles, remarking that the name suits her perfectly. Vivian then adds that the love between the Duke and his late wife was well known, and that the Duchess was the only woman the Duke ever truly loved. At that, Tiny recalls a moment when the Duke privately confided in him. The Duke had revealed that he personally disliked lilacs, and had asked him never to forget it. Tiny now smiles faintly, realizing why such a sentiment would have remained a closely guarded secret. His thoughts turn elsewhere. The Swordmaster likely doesn't know who he truly is. Still, he must track him down quickly. Only then could he help refine his strength. Once he meets him and begins proper training, the next step would be to uncover the path to becoming an Aura Master. Without achieving that stage, he knew he would be powerless against the higher-ranking officers of the Demon Army. This time, he swore he would annihilate them all. Days later, the group finally arrives at Valentino City, the seat of Duke Volinia's power and one of the grandest cities in the Asan Empire. The knights rejoice, relieved to be back in their homeland. Valant asks if he has ever been to this city before, and he admits that this is his first visit, at least in this lifetime. His answer surprises her. Suddenly, the Duke himself appears, rushing toward Valencia with tears brimming in his eyes. He reaches out for her, but she sidesteps gracefully, causing him to stumble and fall. Rising quickly, he demands to know why she acted that way. Valencia calmly reminds him that others are watching, and that his reputation as a duke is at stake. He insists there is nothing wrong with showing concern for his daughter, but she urges him to instead apologize to the knights for the hardships they endured on her behalf. The Duke collects himself, thanking the knights sincerely. He declares that it was by their efforts that his daughter returned home safely, and he expresses his gratitude not as a noble, but as a father. To honor them, he announces a feast and invites everyone to partake in the celebration. The knights bow respectfully, acknowledging his words. Turning back to his daughter, the Duke asks about the child. Tiny watches silently, knowing the Duke would not recognize him. Valencia explains that she had already mentioned him in her report and that he possesses valuable information about the Dark Mage. Stepping forward, Tiny states firmly that he wishes to discuss the whereabouts of the Tempest. The revelation shocks everyone present, including Valencia herself. The Duke narrows his gaze on Tiny, remarking on his audacity. Suddenly, an immense pressure radiates from him, and Tiny feels as though he is being forced into the ground. He recognizes it as soul pressure and notes that, while formidable, the Duke still has far to go. He has only just crossed into the realm of an aura user. It is then revealed that Estina, one of the 7 knights, had already achieved the rank of aura expert, while Jarek was close to doing the same. Tiny steadies himself, confident that he can withstand this trial by calling upon the soul energy he had amassed in his previous life. He asks the Duke if he is certain that he wants him to reveal everything right there. Valencia steps forward, gently requesting that the Duke forgive Tiny. She explains that Tiny is still young, with much to learn, and insists that he did not intend any harm with his words. The Duke, however, replies firmly. He says Tiny could not have spoken so boldly if he had not known exactly what he was doing. Believing that this matter requires a private discussion, he decides to speak with him alone. After a short while, the Duke leads Tiny to his office and asks if he knows anything about the artifact known as Tempest. Tiny responds with confidence, saying that if his assumptions are correct, he should indeed be able to find it. The Duke presses further, asking what those assumptions are. Tiny explains that Tempest is one of the few artifacts he is familiar with. He recalls that the word Tempest means time or opportunity and asks whether the artifact has the power to turn back time. The Duke encourages him to elaborate, and Tiny begins recounting everything that led to this moment. He reveals that it all started with the great disaster fated to occur 20 years from now. With grave honesty, he shares the truth of his past life. The Duke listens intently, struck by how convincing Tiny's story sounds, almost too detailed to be fabricated. He is especially astonished that Tiny knows the names of the World Tree's guardian, the strongest hammer of the dwarves, and the greatest warrior among the orcs. Tiny solemnly explains that they were his companions' warriors who had fought by his side for an entire year. At this, the Duke rises to his feet. He reveals that the word Tempest does indeed signify time or opportunity. By sacrificing the life of a powerful individual, the artifact can send someone back into the past. For generations, his family was warned of the dangers of wielding it recklessly, and he himself had been told of its powers when he inherited it as a family heirloom. Still, he never believed the legends to be true. Turning toward the window, the Duke admits that he is willing to consider Tiny's story in light of what he has shared. Yet doubts linger in his mind. He questions why someone like Tiny was chosen. If the artifact had been used on him instead, he argues, he could have used his own knowledge of the future and his noble status to properly prepare humanity's armies against the Demon Lord. Fixing his gaze on Tiny, he demands to know why he, of all people, was the one sent back. Tiny replies quietly that only he would have understood the reason. He recalls how the Duke had once spoken about nurturing his talent's words that had sounded like nonsense at the time. He even admits that, back then, he truly thought the Duke had begun to lose his mind. The Duke turns back toward him and reveals the truth. It was never certain how far back in time the artifact would send someone. Tiny is shocked, realizing the Duke used such a dangerous artifact without fully understanding its effects. Calmly, the Duke explains that he had never once used it before, so he had no way of knowing what it would do. The only thing he is certain of is this: the artifact sends a person back to the single moment in their life that shook them more deeply than anything else. Last time in the Hammer, Tiny's world turned upside down, beaten by the commander, betrayed by the Lord, and marked as nothing but a pawn. But in secret, Tiny struck back, cutting down the corrupt noble and exposing his ties to dark magic. the entire estate was thrown into chaos. With only a mercenary card and his spirit wolf Wuling at his side, Tiny set off into the wider world. On the road, he crushed thugs in the alleys, armed himself with powerful gear, and crossed paths once more with Lady Valentia, the noble who once gave him hope in his darkest days. But the shadows ran deeper than anyone imagined. Edmund schemed against him, dragging him into the underworld, only for Tiny to flip everything, exposing Edmund's corruption and tearing apart his influence. Then came the true nightmare. An elf named Irina revealed herself as a 5-circle dark mage. In a battle that shook the empire itself, Tiny fought alongside Vivian and Lady Valentia. And when all seemed lost, Valentia unleashed her hidden holy power, burning Irina to ash with divine light. Now the stakes are higher than ever. Nobles are plotting, sacred relics have gone missing, and looming disasters threaten to consume humanity. And through it all, only Tiny, armed with the secrets of a past life, may hold the key to survival. If you missed part 1 and part 2 of this story, the links are in the description. Catch up before diving in. Tiny's face pales at this revelation. The Duke explains that he himself had been sent back to the moment when he truly understood who he was. He believes that in the future, he must have assumed the same thing. In that instant, Tiny finally understands why he was sent back to the moment of his sister's death. The Duke notices his troubled expression and asks if he has done something wrong. Tiny shakes his head and reassures him it is not the Duke's fault. In fact, he should be grateful. Despite the pain, he was granted one last chance to see his sister. Wanting to confirm one final detail, the Duke asks Tiny whether he had left behind any specific request for him. He insists there must be at least one piece of evidence that would prove his story beyond doubt. Tiny nods and tells him that the Duke's daughter had a special nickname as a child, Illa. Her name came from the flowers her mother adored, even though the Duke himself disliked them. Tiny points out that this very contradiction is the key detail proving his words to be true. After hearing this, the Duke bursts into loud laughter, saying that it's exactly the kind of thing he would have said himself. He admits that when she died, he couldn't bring himself to say anything at all, and now there's no one left he can say it to. Abruptly, he rises to his feet, declaring that everything Tiny has said is true. He believes him now, convinced it's the only explanation for what happened to the artifact, especially since it vanished from his chambers while under his personal protection. Tiny feels relieved by the Duke's trust, though he isn't sure if it's because of his younger age or his fiery temper. Still, the Duke calls out once more, saying there's something he wants to confirm. He orders the guards to bring Knight Royal immediately. Curious, Tiny asks what he intends to do. The Duke explains that while he believes Tiny truly comes from the future, he knows nothing about him personally. He asks whether Tiny will one day become one of the 10 knights of the Isran Empire, then demands to see proof, urging Tiny to show him the skills he will be recognized for in the future. Later, as they walk across the balcony, Tiny feels the situation is unfair. After all, he was the one asked to find him, yet now he has to prove himself. A sly smile crosses his face, and he decides to toy with the Duke a little. He asks if there isn't anything the Duke wants to know about the future. The Duke admits there are countless things he would like to know, prompting Tiny to ask if he's curious about what happens in the years ahead. But the Duke firmly states he doesn't care about that. The only thing that matters are the signs of the looming disaster. He warns Tiny not to share anything beyond that, not with him, and not with his children. As they continue, they notice a man shouting at a guard. The Duke reflects aloud that people only learn after mistakes and failures. He adds that he's confident he has raised his daughter well, and that when her trials come, she won't surrender. He warns Tiny not to rob her of her chance to grow stronger. Tiny looks at him for a moment, then casually remarks that he only knows a little about his daughter, and nothing much about the Duke himself. His own life was hard enough to manage, so he never had the chance to learn about others' circumstances. The Duke is stunned by this statement, and asks if it's possible that Tiny doesn't actually know much about the world's future. Tiny responds that he knows about the unrest that shook people to some degree, then asks what exactly the Duke wants from him. The Duke glares at him, furious, reminding him that the alliance he spoke of earlier had only a handful of members. Surely, he should at least know what happened during that time. Tiny only mutters "oh" in reply, which enrages the Duke further. He seizes Tiny by the head, scolding him for such a response, then grabs him by the ears and drags him along. He orders him to remember properly or else he'll beat some sense into him. Later, Tiny writes down everything he can recall about the future, but the Duke finds the account frustratingly vague. There are more than 10 disasters, he points out angrily, demanding to know why Tiny lacks any concrete details. Tiny simply smiles, explaining that most of what he knows comes from rumors and the stories shared by his companions. Duke fixed his gaze on him and asked if he had nothing worthwhile to report. Tiny, in turn, reflected that he needed to grow up quickly if he hoped to survive. The only piece of information he could offer was that the Oracle's prophecy of a warrior and a saint entering the war had already come true. They were both 20 years old at the time. The Duke instructed him to seek them out and begin training them immediately. Tiny hesitated, explaining there was a problem. When the Duke pressed for an answer, Tiny pointed out that if the warrior would be 20 years old in 20 years' time, it was possible they had not even been born yet. Enraged, the Duke snapped his pen in half and clutched his head, demanding to know why Tiny was tormenting him with such nonsense. He wondered whether to blame his future self for this predicament or to punish this child for being so useless. Just then, a man approached and informed the Duke that Sir Royer had been summoned. The Duke dismissed that order and demanded Drexler be brought instead, declaring that someone here needed to be taught a proper lesson. Before long, the vice captain appeared and stood before Tiny. This was Drexler Ian, vice captain of the Blue Wing Knights and a 5th stage superior rank. He respectfully asked if the Duke had called for him, and the Duke thanked him for coming. The Duke explained that he wanted Drexler to test the boy and see if his talent was as remarkable as he believed. Drexler was taken aback and asked if he truly meant for him to spar with a mere child. He was bewildered that the Duke would summon the vice captain himself for such a trivial matter. Doubt filled his mind had he been demoted. Was his salary at risk? If reduced, he worried he would no longer be able to maintain his estate. The Duke interrupted sharply, telling him not to drift off into his thoughts again. This was no trivial matter. He stressed it was important. He ordered Drexler to pay close attention during the spar. Drexler, still skeptical, wondered who this boy truly was. But the moment he examined him, he was stunned. The child had already reached the 2nd stage, nearly attaining expert rank, despite appearing no older than 10. How could he have advanced so far? Meanwhile, Tiny casually addressed Drexler, asking which master craftsman had made his weapon. He remarked that he preferred something larger, pointing out he would have liked a few gaps at the top of the hammer and a handle about an inch longer. The Duke cut him off sharply, commanding him to stop fooling around. If he failed to take this seriously, the Duke warned, he could forget about the promises made to him. He then instructed Drexler not to hold back, just ensure the boy wasn't killed. The Duke clarified that he was not the one who had promised Tiny anything. Only after witnessing his true potential would he decide whether to support him. Tiny asked if defeating Drexler would be enough, but the Duke raised a finger and stated firmly, if Tiny could manage to injure him even once, that would count as victory. Tiny smirked, impressed. Is that a promise? Before long, both faced each other, prepared for combat. The Duke observed carefully. Tiny's control over his mana was unusual, so refined it seemed he had created his own growth technique. The Duke was convinced the boy was a prodigy. With the knowledge he must have carried from the future, he could very well have surpassed his limits and attained the rank of an Aura Master. But if he had chosen this child despite already recognizing his potential, then there had to be something beyond raw ability. Determined to find out, The Duke commanded them to fight with everything they had and demanded Tiny prove why he had been chosen. Tiny grinned, summoning Wolang, and declared that they would have a proper battle. Mounting Wolang, he called out that if Drexler would not make the first move, then he himself would. Drexler questions whether he's facing a spirit, but swings his weapon through the air confidently, claiming it won't work against him. To his shock, Tiny swiftly evades the strike. Seizing the moment, Tiny leaps forward and slams his mana-infused hammer against him. But to his frustration, the attack leaves no mark. He begins to wonder if Drexler is skilled in both offense and defense. Taking the fight seriously now, Drexler launches himself at Tiny, declaring that he won't kill him but intends to put him down. Tiny reacts quickly, springing into the air to avoid the devastating blow as the ground shatters beneath Drexler's strike. Drawing on his speed and lightning attributes, Tiny moves rapidly, darting around him from every direction. Infuriated, Drexler smashes the ground ahead of him, destroying the pillars Tiny was using as support to stay aloft. Suddenly, he swings upward with such overwhelming force that Tiny barely manages to avoid the strike. Watching closely, Tiny notes how Drexler wields his massive weapon as though it were lighter than a longsword, effortlessly handling it in one hand. He concludes that Drexler must be accustomed to fighting with a shield, which suggests his focus has always been on defense. Drexler calls out to him, demanding to know if he intends to keep running forever. He swings again and again, but Tiny slips past every attempt. Frustrated, Drexler shouts at him to stop moving around. Observing from a distance, the Duke reflects on the battle. Tiny has completely read Drexler's fighting style, and it reminds him of the young man's claim of being among the 10 Knights. From what he sees now, it wasn't mere boasting. Tiny fights with the composure of an experienced warrior. Still, the Duke questions whether this is truly the extent of his strength. Addressing Drexler directly, the Duke scolds him, asking how long he intends to continue humiliating himself. Angered by the remark, Drexler unleashes his full strength. To the Duke's horror, he notices Drexler preparing to use his most powerful weapon. Alarmed, he shouts at him to stop, warning that such an attack could kill someone. Meanwhile, Tiny only smiles and launches himself toward Drexler head-on. The Duke can hardly believe it, convinced Tiny is charging straight into his own death. Suddenly, an explosion tears through the air, leaving the Duke stunned and uncertain of what just happened. Moments later, Tiny crashes back to the ground, battered and injured. Both Drexler and the Duke rush to him, demanding to know what he was thinking. The Duke insists that he only wanted to test Tiny's skills, never intending for him to act so recklessly. Despite his wounds, Tiny declares it a victory, pointing at Drexler, who now bears a faint scratch across his face. It becomes clear what happened. When Drexler launched his final strike, Tiny closed the distance, breaking through the force of his soul attack, and managed to graze his opponent's face. Both Drexler and the Duke are stunned that he risked his life for something so small. Furious, the Duke shouts that Tiny could have been killed and tells him that no fight is worth such a gamble. Tiny forces himself back to his feet, insisting that he's alive and that he won. The Duke, exasperated, asks if he has always been this reckless. Tiny responds firmly, without pushing himself to the limit. He would never have been able to overcome the struggles he's faced throughout his life. He declares with determination that he must win, no matter the cost. Such has always been his way of living. With a faint smile, he asks the Duke if he has proven himself. The Duke responds with a nod, admitting that he could never have achieved such a feat himself. He reflects that perhaps the future saw value in entrusting hope to someone so reckless. Keeping to his word, the Duke assures him that he will grant him what he needs most at this moment. Tiny smiles gratefully and thanks him, but soon collapses, his body giving in to the severity of his wounds. When he eventually awakens, Tiny finds himself lying in a room, the Duke standing nearby. He weakly asks where he is, and the Duke tells him he has recovered far quicker than expected. He urges him to follow, saying there is much they must discuss. Curious, Tiny asks how long he had been unconscious, and the Duke replies roughly half a day. Tiny then asks whether he is considered a high-ranking priest or something similar. At that moment, Valencia appears, clearly upset. She questions the Duke's decision to bring Tiny along when he has only just awakened, and with anger in her voice, demands to know if he intends to harm him again. The Duke calmly replies that Tiny's injuries were the result of his own recklessness, not by his hand. He insists he would never intentionally harm the man who saved his daughter. Tiny is taken aback by this statement, as in his heart, he believes it was Valencia who saved him. Valencia, her worry breaking through her anger, scolds Tiny for how close he came to death. He smiles gently, admitting that his greed led him to such a state, and apologizes for making her worry. Softening, she rests her hand lightly on his head, telling him that he should try to act more his age. Suddenly, the Duke steps forward, his expression dark, and demands to know what kind of look Tiny had just given his daughter. Gripping him tightly, he warns that, despite his youth, it seems he recognizes beauty and sternly commands him never to harbor such thoughts toward her. Tiny quickly explains that he was only surprised to hear the Duke call him Valencia's savior. He admits that in the past, he had not defeated the Dark Mage and did not become her protector. The Duke is stunned by this revelation, realizing that those events never took place before Tiny's return through time. Valencia, confused, presses for answers, but the Duke firmly tells her to forget it, saying it is not something she needs to know. He urges her instead to focus on her coming-of-age ceremony, assuring her he has made thorough preparations for her happiness. Though she responds with a quiet okay, her face turns away in sadness, a feeling Tiny immediately recognizes. Afterward, the Duke leads Tiny to his office, where he admits he had forgotten one crucial piece of advice. He warns him that from this point forward, they must limit the number of people who know about his return from the past. Tiny answers that he never intended to tell everyone. The Duke, however, stresses particular caution regarding the priests. He explains that time and space flow according to the axis of destiny, as set by the Creator, and that even the goddess who governs creation cannot alter it. For a human to defy this order would be an act of blasphemy, one reason why his family kept the Tempest secret for so long. Tiny is stunned, for he had always believed the goddess was the world's true creator. The Duke clarifies that it is natural for him not to know the full truth, since such knowledge has long been erased from temple scriptures. The genuine holy scriptures, he reveals, have only been preserved within ancient bloodlines. He once again insists that they must limit who knows the truth. Only the 10 knights of the Isran kingdom, whom he had previously mentioned, should be entrusted with this knowledge, and even then, the group known as God's Hand must be excluded. Tiny smiles, saying this plan suits him well since he was already intending to seek out the 10 knights. He declares his determination to make them stronger by applying the techniques he has learned from the future. The Duke rises and questions what kind of technique he intends to use, but Tiny reminds him of the promise he had made that he would give him something. The Duke is startled by the demand, while Tiny raises his hand rather impudently, asking if the Duke should not first uphold his promise before demanding anything from him. The Duke, irritated by his insolence, strikes him on the head and calls him a disrespectful boy. Tiny, shocked, demands to know why he was hit, but the Duke only smiles at his own action. Grabbing Tiny by the ears, he drags him forward, declaring that he will first teach him proper manners. Tiny struggles to free himself, protesting that the Duke should at least know how old he is. The Duke finally pushes him back and affirms that he will keep his promise. He explains that he intends to teach Tiny one of the Valencia family's secret growth techniques, an ability known only to the family's head. He asks Tiny if he has ever heard of a power capable of manipulating gravity. Later, during training, Tiny begins to doze off, prompting the Duke to smack him on the head again and scold him for losing focus before they have even begun. Tiny yells at him to stop hitting him, but the Duke ignores his complaints and demands his full attention. He explains that the secret growth technique of their family is divided into 4 distinct branches. The first is mastery of mana, followed by swordsmanship that blends both offense and defense. The third branch involves obtaining a stage 3 attribute, and the fourth, achieving a stage 7 aura ability. Tiny becomes thrilled at the revelation of these 4 areas, realizing why the Valencia family has always been so powerful. The Duke merely nods. He then remarks that since Tiny already specializes in blunt weapons, there is no need for him to learn offensive swordsmanship. Tiny agrees, saying he much prefers the feel of a heavy warhammer to the weakness of a sword. What excites him more, however, is the chance to master the family's formidable defensive technique. If he can acquire that, he thinks, his offensive and defensive powers together will make him unstoppable. Greed and anticipation glimmer in his eyes, but the Duke interrupts, revealing that there is even more to the Valencia family's secrets. Tiny is stunned when the Duke tells him that beyond those techniques lie the methods for obtaining an attribute and unlocking aura abilities. The Duke explains that out of those 2, he intends to teach Tiny how to gain an attribute. Tiny, caught off guard, demands to know why he isn't being taught the defensive skill instead. Meanwhile, in a dim and ominous chamber, a group of dark mages sits gathered around a table. One of them announces grimly that Elaine has been killed. She was meant to be their blade, the weapon to pierce the heart of Elfenheim, and losing her so easily was a devastating blow. The others react with shock. Another mage claims that her death was likely the work of a young child descended from the Morse family. He orders his followers to gather intelligence on the boy immediately, warning that they cannot afford to let the Empire gain the upper hand. The group swears that the task will be completed swiftly. Setting down his glass, the leader reminds them that their dealings with the Kingdom of Karun remain their highest priority. Back in training, the Duke gives Tiny a hard beating before addressing him again. Tiny asks if he is truly talking about the method of obtaining an attribute, and whether it is possible to gain a specific one. He says that he already knows which attribute is best suited for him, and that once he reaches the 3rd stage, he intends to awaken the explosive attribute just as he had in the past. The Duke, however, calmly tells him that he already knows exactly what Tiny needs. He realized it himself when carrying him after the boy collapsed during their sparring session. He points at him and remarks that although he still appears to be just a child, his body is already far heavier than that of most knights. He explains that this was achieved through his secret growth technique, though he insists that Tiny should believe it came from years of training with heavy armor and weapons. Tiny examines him carefully and comments that his armor looks unbearably heavy. The Duke responds firmly, "The heavier the body, the heavier the armor." He explains that the more weight one carries, the more energy it demands, but this also slows them down. He goes on to reveal that a handful of mages have studied this force and named it gravity. By mastering this principle, the Duke has made his body heavier, which in turn increases his ability to store energy within himself and unleash strength at an astonishing rate. With growing enthusiasm, he asks Tiny if he now understands the significance of this power. He adds that no basic attributes gained at the expert rank could even begin to compare to this ability. Tiny listens in silence, still struggling to follow. While the Duke elaborates, he explains that there exists a force pulling all things toward one another, though Tiny admits he doesn't grasp what he's saying. Frustrated, the Duke grabs his head in disappointment, declaring that the ground itself possesses immense power, constantly drawing everything toward it. Tiny then mocks him, asking why the earth would pull objects down, and even jokes that perhaps eating all that expensive food has dulled his brain. He argues that if this were true, then everyone would be pinned flat to the floor. The Duke challenges him, demanding an explanation for why objects fall when dropped from high above. Tiny dismissively replies, "That's just the way things are." The Duke's anger flares. He presses further, asking why, but Tiny refuses to take him seriously, wondering why the Duke is so obsessed with something so trivial. He insists that not everything requires deep understanding sometimes, the world simply works as it does. Enraged, the Duke shouts, calling Tiny both a fool and a philosopher with ridiculous ideas. He seizes him by the collar and drags him to the tower, determined to make him experience the truth firsthand. Channeling his ice mana, the Duke hangs Tiny from the tower and demands once more to know why things fall. Tiny smirks and answers, "Because of gravity." But his expression changes to shock when the Duke suddenly lets him go. As he plummets, Tiny cries out in panic, realizing that if he doesn't act quickly, he will be crushed upon impact. Desperately, he activates his divine steel armor and calls for Wooling. From below, Wooling answers, giving Tiny a moment of hope that he might be saved. But suddenly, an explosion shakes the air. Tiny crashes down on top of Wang, sprawling across him in pain. Flustered, he apologizes to Wooling just as the Duke arrives, asking if he now comprehends the true power of gravity. Breathless, Tiny forces a smile and admits he won't be forgetting the experience anytime soon. The Duke calmly remarks that a fall from that height would not have killed him anyway. He then asks whether Tiny is ready to endure more or if he should repeat the process a few more times. Without hesitation, he drags him back to the tower and hurls him upward again, forcing him to experience the relentless pull of gravity. Eventually, Tiny loses consciousness. When he awakens, Valencia is tending to his injuries, her healing magic soothing his battered body. She asks how he feels and congratulates him, informing him that he has reached the rank of expert. Shocked, Tiny struggles to understand when that breakthrough happened, but then remembers the Duke's brutal tower training the endless falls had indeed forced his body past its limits. Valencia, however, is far from pleased. Though her father is clearly delighted with his student's progress, she scolds him, saying that his methods are far too extreme, even if he is proud of the result. Tiny was furious at the Duke, questioning how this could possibly be called training. Valen, however, smiled warmly. She praised him for already reaching the expert rank, even noting that the Blue Wing Knights had begun whispering about a prodigy among them. Curious, he asked if it was really okay for her to be here, given that she should be busy preparing for her coming-of-age ceremony. His question was followed by an awkward silence, until she finally replied that she only needed to brush up on etiquette, so there wasn't much to prepare. Tiny looked at her thoughtfully, assuring her she would be fine. But Valent tilted her head, not understanding what he meant. He grinned and clarified that he was talking about her ceremony. Embarrassed and annoyed, she smacked him on the head, telling him not to tease her. Then, softening, she smiled and declared that this was her time to shine. "Do I look worried to you?" she asked, her expression confident. Tiny answered that those who knew her well would still be able to tell. Amused, Valent called him family, saying she didn't mind if he knew that much. Tiny was taken aback, but she went on, reminding him that he had been raised to serve as her protector, which in its own way made them family. She even told him he could call her sis from now on. Shocked, Tiny just stared, and she snapped at him, demanding to know why he always reacted like that. She insisted he should be honored after all. She was still the Duke's esteemed daughter. Then she laughed and added that this would be their little family secret. Tiny smiled at last, saying he understood. She also mentioned that Drexler had been looking for him. Later, when Tiny met him, Drexler immediately addressed the rumors that he had advanced to expert rank. Tiny asked why he had been summoned, noticing the serious expressions of the knights around them. With a heavy thud, Drexler slammed his hammer to the ground, telling him not to worry about the mood. He struck his fist against a shield and challenged Tiny to a rematch. Surprised, Tiny asked if he intended to fight barehanded, suspecting it was because of what happened in their last sparring session. Drexler admitted that he was indeed troubled he had lost his temper during their last match, something unworthy of a knight. This time, he wanted Tiny to attack with everything he had, promising to help him get accustomed to the third stage. Tiny smiled, agreeing he couldn't back down from such a request. In an instant, he leapt forward, unleashing a full power strike, but Drexler blocked with his shield. The sheer force of the blow shocked him. Could this really be the same boy he sparred with just a week ago? Tiny pressed harder, trying to shove him back, but Drexler deflected the strike and countered with a push of his own. Tiny held his ground, rebounding with another attack, this time channeling mana into his weapon. Drexler instantly realized the danger. Even a glancing hit would cause serious damage. He gathered mana into his fist and clashed with Tiny's hammer. The impact exploded with raw power, forcing both fighters to recoil in opposite directions. Drexler winced as pain shot through his hand, stunned at the strength behind Tiny's strike. Tiny was already preparing another assault. Drexler dodged again and again with his shield, realizing with a sharp eye that Tiny's speed had dramatically increased. Aiming directly for his head, Tiny swung, but Drexler managed to block at the last second. His shield pressed tight against his face. The boy was relentless, so fast that he reappeared behind him, perfectly balanced for another strike. The surrounding knights looked on in awe, one whispering that Tiny's mace was monstrously heavy, yet he swung it as if it weighed nothing. Recognizing the seriousness of the fight, Drexler finally grabbed his hammer. He announced that he no longer intended to hold back and urged Tiny to take things more seriously. Tiny thought to himself that now, after a few exchanges, he understood how Drexler's style worked. Glancing at his mace, he considered adjusting its weight, testing lighter swings to refine his technique. He can increase its weight at the very moment of impact, maximizing the damage. Using this strategy, he strikes at Drexler, but Drexler blocks the blow with his hammer. Regaining his stance, Drexler attempts to push him back. Tiny thinks to himself that once he fully adapts to the sensation within his mana body, he will put it into practice. Drawing upon Tiny's own battle technique, Drexler unleashes a thunderous strike, attacking with full force. A massive wave of electricity surges into the ground, followed by a violent explosion. Sir Grin watches in awe, wondering aloud if this is the true power of an expert rank. The sparring ground collapses under the force, and Sir Drexler remarks that there's no need to continue the fight. Tiny thanks him for the training, but Drexler replies that he was holding back. Tiny smiles and hints that he still has a few tricks left. Drawing on his spirit magic, he reminds Drexler that he is also a spirit mage. Drexler bursts into laughter and congratulates him for making it into the Blue Wing Knights. But Tiny responds bluntly, saying he has no intention of becoming a knight. Shocked, Drexler demands to know why. He argues that Tiny even has knowledge of the Valentia family's secret growth technique. Later, Tiny meets with the Duke, who admits he forgot to inform the Blue Wing Knights. The Duke advises that if Tiny plans to travel across different countries, it's best not to be tied down to any specific group. He also expresses satisfaction that Tiny has exceeded expectations. Remembering all the hardships and ridicule he once endured, Tiny taunts him, saying it was thanks to his help. The Duke shifts the conversation, saying they are nearly ready to face the first disaster. Tiny exclaims that they have no other options. The Duke then explains that Tiny will need a Warhammer artifact crafted. Artifacts, he explains, are weapons imbued with semi-permanent magic, often valued at several times a knight's yearly salary. Tiny protests, saying such a task would take too much time. But the Duke reveals that an artifact has already been in development for months. Shocked, Tiny asks how he knew about this, but the Duke keeps it a secret. He reveals it was originally intended as a gift for Drexler in recognition of his years of service. The next morning, Tiny visits Randall's hammer, Valentia's most renowned forge. Master Dwarf craftsman Randall is startled to see a child sent in place of Drexler. He becomes furious, threatening to tear up the contract rather than insult his craft by treating it like a toy. Tiny recalls the words of Heinen from his past life. A true dwarf desired their weapon to find a worthy owner, even at personal loss. Smiling, Tiny resolves to prove himself. He asks if Randall realizes he is stronger than a superior ranked knight. When Tiny releases his mana, Randall is stunned to see that he has reached expert rank at such a young age. Suspicious but cautious, the dwarf activates his unique ability Discerning Gaze, which detects truth by reading even the smallest emotional shifts. Realizing Tiny is genuine, he reluctantly agrees to take a look, asking him to wait a moment. He then presents the Warhammer. Tiny examines it, noting that it appears complete, but Randall explains it still requires adjustments. The weapon is already imbued with shock-amplifying magic and automatic repair, but he insists on adding defensive enchantments. Tiny requests offensive magic instead, but the dwarf scolds him, calling him a fool for undervaluing defense. He emphasizes that Warhammer artifacts are extremely rare and hard to come by, and turning one down would be pure folly. Randall then mentions he has another Warhammer artifact lying around, crafted from compressed obsidian steel. He warns it is incredibly heavy, equipped with a weight-amplifying rune. The original client rejected it, claiming it was far too heavy to wield. Tiny's eyes sparkle like stars as he says he loves the sound of that weapon, asking to hear more about it. The master looks at him curiously, asking if he's truly interested, and explains that the weapon carries both shock-amplifying magic and self-recovery enchantments. Excited, Tiny insists he wants to see it. The dwarf leads him to the place where the weapon is stored, and Tiny's face lights up with joy upon seeing it. The dwarf tells him he can try lifting it if he likes its appearance, warning that it weighs over 220 pounds. To his shock, Tiny easily picks it up, exclaiming how much he loves its heaviness. With a grin, Tiny raises the massive hammer high and slams it into the ground with force. The master dwarf is horrified, shouting for him not to destroy his shop, but Tiny pays no attention, happily swinging the hammer around. He marvels at it, calling it amazing, though he remarks it feels slightly smaller than his previous weapon, reminding him of the mace he once wielded. He then asks the dwarf if the handle can be adjusted so that he can use it even when he grows older. The master dwarf, clearly annoyed, snaps that such a detail isn't important right now and demands payment for the damage. Tiny simply smiles and replies that he can reclaim double the amount owed from the Duke. He then asks the dwarf for the weapon's name, to which the dwarf answers, Stamp. Later, Tiny approaches the Duke and informs him that the master dwarf possesses another artifact. The Duke is pleased, remarking that Drexler will also be glad to hear this news. Tiny explains that the dwarf will need 2 weeks to complete the final adjustments, during which time he will continue his training. He adds that he shouldn't be arrogant enough to assume he can become a grandmaster so soon. The Duke raises a brow and asks if that's an Eastern saying. Tiny points to his black hair, joking that he thought he'd naturally learn the Eastern tongue since people often mistake him for a demon. The Duke laughs, telling him it's a clever idea, he should use Eastern language occasionally to disguise his own ignorance. The Duke then reminds him that Tiny will depart once Valanche's coming-of-age ceremony ends. Tiny asks if he still intends to follow through with his plans. The Duke affirms that it involves uniting with the imperial family, and insists he cannot break off her engagement with the Crown Prince. Tiny warns him that the Crown Prince will die on his wedding day, asking if he still intends to proceed despite knowing that. He goes on to reveal that the following summer, a second disaster will strike, killing all direct descendants of the Essen Empire. The once greatest human nation will collapse into internal strife and ruin, while the princess remembered as the imperial widow will forever bear the title of the ill-fated crown princess. The Duke calmly responds that he already knows this because of Tiny's warnings, but insists he will not allow such a future to come to pass. Tiny presses further, reminding him that he had only mentioned the culprit, the second prince, would also die. His voice grows heated as he recalls Valentia telling him to call her sister, declaring he won't let such a fate fall upon her. When Tiny accuses him of failing to give a proper answer before, the Duke only praises his daughter, saying her character and ability outshine even her beauty. Still, she has much to learn about what people are truly capable of. Tiny replies that she'll gain that understanding in time. She may have received his help in the past, but she was the one who salvaged a ruined empire, even if she didn't seem entirely happy with the outcome. The Duke rises with determination, stating that he will choose the best path for both his daughter and the world, declaring proudly that he is Esgard von Valenta. Tiny says he won't stand in his way, but if things go wrong, he will save her in his own way. The Duke sharply strikes him on the head, demanding to know if he just addressed her by name and questioning why he speaks of her so familiarly, asking outright if Tiny has feelings for her. Tiny sighs, wondering why the Duke always acts this way whenever his daughter is involved, and quickly changes the subject. He asks why so many people are gathered today, and the Duke explains it's because Valentia's coming-of-age ceremony is fast approaching. Meanwhile, two men with sinister smiles enter the city. Days later, the streets are crowded with guests. Standing at the Duke's window, a man remarks on how many more visitors arrived than expected, praising the Valenta family's reputation. He introduces himself as Genus Freewell, captain of the Blue Wing Knights, and assures the Duke that they will ensure the finest reception possible. The Duke thanks Genus for his dedication, and Genus reports that the Lowhitter family has also dispatched an envoy. He explains that it is their third son, a man infamous for his reckless and unruly behavior. It is revealed that Duke Lower wields immense influence within the empire, and his family has stood in fierce rivalry with the Valentia family for generations. The Duke remarks that it is no surprise they would send such a man at this time, and he insists they be reminded that this is now Valenia's territory. Genus calmly assures him that the necessary steps have already been taken. The Duke smiles with satisfaction, praising his reliability. But then, almost abruptly, he pauses and asks Genus if he suffers from some hidden illness he has not confessed. Startled, Genus demands to know why he would ask such a question. The Duke studies him in silence for a moment before dismissing the thought, saying it is nothing. He adds that he need not make any personal arrangements for the upcoming coming-of-age ceremony. Genus responds, reminding him that Lady Valentia has always been like a little sister to him. The Duke laughs, recalling how she used to follow him everywhere. Then, his expression sharpens as he pointedly asks if Genus still has no intention of marrying. Genus stares at him in shock before snapping, reminding the Duke that he had promised not to raise that subject again. The Duke quickly apologizes. Suspicious, Genus asks why the Duke is acting so strangely today. The Duke admits he is simply uneasy, knowing that Valen's coming-of-age ceremony has finally arrived. He dismisses Genus, saying there is still much to be done. Left in thought, the Duke recalls that his name is Gus Freewell, who became captain after his father's death. Yet he is troubled Tiny once told him he had never heard that name in his previous life, nor had he seen him at his side. The realization strikes him. This must mean Gus will not remain with him in the future. The Duke doubts it could be due to retirement, illness, or marriage. A sixth-stage mana user would never fall in a simple battle. That leaves only one explanation: he must have perished during the second disaster. Meanwhile, Tiny trains diligently on the training grounds, pondering the Swordmaster's suspicions. He concludes that the likelihood of danger erupting during Valankia's ceremony is high, and that many will inevitably be caught in it. At the same time, Valentia and Vivian approach. He asks Valentia if it is proper for her to be outside, pointing out that she is already breaking etiquette by speaking with him so informally, especially with envoys arriving. Vivian insists she tried to stop her, but Valentia refused to listen. Smiling, Valentia says she grew tired of being confined to her chambers. She asks Tiny to share an amusing story, and he obliges by showing her walling. When she sees the spirit, he offers to let her hold it. Delighted, she plays with Walling and remarks that she would not be nearly as bored if she could keep him by her side. Just then, a man steps forward and bows before Valentina. He introduces himself as Tibrin von Lowhitter and boldly proclaims that she is the most beautiful girl he has ever seen. Both Valentia and Vivian are shocked at the mention of his family name. Tiburon proudly explains that his house shares a long-standing but friendly rivalry with hers. Valencia politely acknowledges him, and he immediately asks for some of her time, insisting that it would honor their first meeting. When she hesitates, he presses further, suggesting she should already know he is destined to become her lifelong partner. Valencia is stunned at his arrogance. He offers to share a bottle of fine wine he brought, but Tiny grows furious. Not only is Tiburon attempting to lure a minor with alcohol, but Valencia's engagement is soon to be announced. Vivian quickly intervenes, firmly demanding that he leave and declaring that no visitors will be received until after the ceremony. Offended, Tiburon sneers at her and asks how a mere knight dares to speak to him so boldly. He summons one of his retainers, Graham, and orders Vivian to step aside, claiming this is a matter between nobles. Vivian protests that the situation is entirely inappropriate, but Graham dismisses her concerns with a smile. He insists that his young master's feelings are genuine, that he has endured long years of silence, and that Valencia should understand the depth of his sincerity rather than reject him. They block the path forward. Tiny narrows his eyes at Graham, noting the calculating smile on his face. The knight appears even more dangerous than Tiburon himself. Rage simmers within Tiny as he vows to make them pay. He steps forward, calling Valencia Big Sister, and demands to know exactly who these men are. Tiburon questions her about his identity, then orders his knight, Graham, to handle the child first. Before Tiburon can finish speaking, Tiny suddenly leaps forward and delivers a sharp slap across his face. Tiburon is hurled backward, shocked that a mere child dared strike him, an acknowledged expert. He crashes to the ground at a distance, leaving Graham momentarily stunned at the sight. Furious, Graham draws his sword, demanding how Tiny dares treat his young master so disrespectfully. Yet before he can attack, Tiny strikes again, slapping Graham across the face and sending him flying just like Tiburon. The onlookers peering through the windows are speechless. Tiny has knocked out both men with a single blow each. They murmur among themselves, wondering what kind of child could possibly possess such terrifying strength. Tiny, however, seems delighted with himself, enjoying every moment. As Graham lies defeated, he recalls his orders. The Lord had instructed him to escort Tiburon to the lady, intending to spark a scandal that would disgrace the Valent family. Graham had hesitated, pointing out that such a scheme might damage their own reputation as well. The Lord, however, brushed it aside, mocking Tiburon as a disposable pawn destined for expulsion. If the Valent family could be ruined in the process, it would be a worthwhile exchange. Now, Graham finds himself humiliated, felled by the strike of a child. From the shadows, two men observe the scene in disbelief. One questions whether Tiny truly defeated an expert ranked knight with a single blow. The other remarks that only a legendary prodigy could perform such a feat. But this child seems more like a monster. He laughs, saying no one realized the Duke was raising such a being, and he now feels compelled to meet him. Then, with a sudden shift in tone, he warns, if Dukian von Lohiter is nurturing such a monster, does this mean he intends to defy the imperial family? His companion replies that this is likely Lohiter's way of maintaining leverage in his dealings with the Empire. Tiburon's reckless actions were clearly aimed at sabotaging the potential alliance between the Imperial and Valencia families. The young lord scoffs, calling the Lohiter family's actions disgraceful. Compared to the powerful Valencia line, the Lohiters are insignificant. After all, Duke Valencia has already ascended as an aura user. His knight quietly notes that the Emperor himself does not wish for Valencia to grow stronger and admits that this is true. Still, he insists they should deal with the Lohiter fools first. His master, however, advises caution, reminding him that Duke Valencia's sons are fiercely protective of their sister. Having just returned home, they are already enraged by these events. Meanwhile, Tiny reports to the Duke that Tiburon has been defeated. Because of this, the Lohiter family can no longer accuse him of assaulting a noble. While Tiny happily munches on cookies, the Duke grows furious, slamming his hand against the table. He scolds Tiny for acting recklessly, warning that if he continues this way, he could end up in prison just as the demon army approaches. Tiny simply replies that he found Tibrin's behavior suspicious. The Duke, after a pause, admits he agrees, but adds bitterly that Tibrin must be punished severely. Outside, Tiny hears the Duke berating Tibrin for daring to plot against his daughter. Tiny shakes his head, wondering why he himself is told to think before acting, when even the Duke is seething with anger. Suddenly, the Duke's sons rush in, their faces filled with rage. They echo their father's words, swearing to teach Tibrin a harsh lesson for touching their sister. One of them collides with Tiny and is knocked backward, much to the surprise of his brother. That young master is Tren, who, despite being an expert ranked warrior, finds himself unsettled by the child's strength. Sensing Tiny's mana, he asks if this is indeed the boy he has heard rumors about. Tren then recognizes him as the same child who once helped him triumph over Drexler. Tiny admits it was true, but adds that he had gone easy on Tren during that fight. He had not even used his true weapon. Intrigued, Tren remarks that he now understands how Tiny managed to grasp their father's secret growth technique. Before leaving, Tren and Ren declare they will deal with Tibrin first. Tiny watches them run off, noting their names. Only then does he realize they are the Duke's successors. That explains why Tren had looked so familiar. He only recalls encountering one young master from the Valent family, which convinces him that this man will meet the same tragic end as Gina during the second disaster. After some time, he steps outside, cursing the Isran Empire under his breath. In his mind, the royal family values only those with Asan blood, granting them the highest noble status. Because of this rigid hierarchy, only individuals of true noble descent and a handful of guests from the Valencia family are permitted to attend the banquet. Tiny worries deeply, aware that none of them realize the devastating consequences of such restrictions. Grinding his teeth, he mutters that the Empire's obsession with noble lineage is nothing but foolish. At that moment, the nobleman from earlier approaches from behind and warns him to be careful about speaking so recklessly in front of a noble. Tiny shoots back with a sharp question, demanding to know who he is. Studying him closely, Tiny realizes that the man's appearance is altered with magic. It isn't his true face. The stranger then smiles and introduces himself as Baron Renly von Nars, attending as a guest for the young lady's coming-of-age ceremony. After hearing the rumor that Tiny defeated a knight, the Baron declares his interest in meeting him and bluntly asks if Tiny belongs to the Valencia family. Tiny replies that he has merely been indebted to them for a short while. To his surprise, the Baron mocks the Duke, claiming he has no eye for talent. Infuriated, Tiny snaps back, warning him to watch his tongue and reminding him it's offensive to insult the Duke. At first, Baron looks taken aback by his boldness, then suddenly bursts into laughter, agreeing that Tiny is right. Tiny can't help but question what is wrong with this man. Baron then proclaims that, since they've traded words of advice, they might as well consider themselves friends. With a wink, he suggests celebrating their newfound friendship with a meal and some fun, implying they should get to know one another better. Tiny contemplates whether he should simply beat the information out of him, but he recalls the Duke's warning to think before acting. Deciding to wait and see, he's caught off guard when Baron boasts of being close with the young lady and even asks to be introduced to her. At that moment, Tiny loses patience. He punches Baron hard, sending him crashing to the ground. His companion stares in shock at Tiny's sudden outburst, but Tiny only smiles, unconcerned with the Duke's earlier warning. As Baron struggles on the ground, Tiny knows he will likely get scolded later, but doesn't regret his choice. A furious knight immediately charges at him, demanding he show respect. Tiny evades the strike by channeling mana, though the knight snarls that he'll rip him apart. Tiny realizes this fight won't be easy. He studies the opponent's control of mana and deduces he is a challenger rank. Gritting his teeth, Tiny prepares, vowing to start by severing the knight's filthy hands. He blocks as best as he can, but the knight's divine steel armor resists his power. Drawing Wulong, Tiny attacks, but his opponent scoffs, declaring the weapon useless against him. Then the knight notices the wolf-like spirit beside Tiny and accuses him of being a spirit mage. Seizing an opening, Tiny unleashes a full-powered punch, only to be stunned when it has no effect. The knight grabs him by the collar and hurls him aside. Tiny lands hard but steadies himself, just as the knight leaps to strike again. Before the blow can land, Wulong intervenes, taking the hit in Tiny's place. Both crash to the ground. The knight presses forward, sword in hand, declaring Tiny's end is near. Previously in our series, Tiny's battle with the Duke reached insane levels, from defying gravity itself to unlocking the Valentia family's forbidden technique. But that was just the beginning. After nearly dying in training, Tiny shocked everyone by breaking into expert rank, and what came next had even the Duke questioning destiny. Then, out of nowhere, chaos struck the Valentia estate. A bold intruder tried to flirt with the Duke's daughter, only to get slapped across the face by Tiny in front of everyone. That one move flipped the entire empire's politics upside down, and what Tiny discovered afterward might just change the fate of the kingdom forever. If you haven't watched the full episodes where this madness began, including Tiny's gravity duel and the Duke's hidden prophecy, all the links are in the description. Trust me, you'll want to catch up before the next part drops. But before he can strike, his lord intervenes, calling him off and taking responsibility for the situation. Later, Tiny encounters Genis. Introducing himself, Genis admits he never expected their first meeting to unfold in such a chaotic way. Tiny apologizes for the mess, but Genis eyes him with suspicion. Still, he chooses to overlook the incident, granting forgiveness though with a sharp warning. He tells Tiny to behave himself while staying there. Genis explains that the mysterious nobleman was already authorized to conceal his identity through transformation magic, which unsettles Tiny. He quickly assures Genis that he understands. Smiling faintly, Genis says he has high expectations for Tiny, believing he has the potential to become someone truly remarkable if only he learns to act with more caution. He places his cup on the table and excuses himself, but Tiny stops him, saying there's something he wants to ask. He asks about the man calling himself Renly. Gina only smiles and replies that such information is still confidential. Genis grows tense when he asks if Renly has ties to the imperial family. Gina exhales, admitting he has already said too much, before warning him that challenger rank knights are rare and forbidding him from speaking of it to anyone. Tiny immediately assumes he must be an inspector from the imperial family, sent here for the coming-of-age ceremony. A week later, the day of the ceremony arrives. The hall is filled with guests laughing, talking, and enjoying themselves. Gina oversees the arrangements, his thoughts lingering on his little sister. Today, she would take her first step into adulthood, and he is determined to make it the most memorable day of her life. His reflections are interrupted when Tiny, busy eating beside him, asks what the dish is called. Gina smiles but tells him not to eat so quickly. Tiny protests that he is already eating slowly. Irritated, Gina snaps at him to stop stuffing himself or risk being knocked out. Tiny, unfazed, casually asks what he just said. Genis sighs, deciding he shouldn't speak so harshly after all. Tiny is still just a growing boy. The same nobleman from before approaches once again, asking to speak with Tiny. Tiny hadn't expected him to attend the event. He apologizes for his earlier rudeness, thanking the noble for overlooking his poor manners. The noble responds that Tiny should take responsibility for being overly direct, but admits he was impressed by his decisiveness. He even tells Tiny to feel free to strike him again if he crosses a line, since no one else dares to. Tiny can only smile, baffled by his strange behavior, wondering if the man enjoys being hit. A herald suddenly announces the arrival of the guest of honor Khlo Valinia and her family. The Duke of Valinia enters with his sons, and Khlo greets the hall with elegance. The nobleman comments on her beauty, but his words only irritate Tiny, who silently questions how much more of him he must endure. The guests, meanwhile, are captivated, calling her the angel of the Valent family. K.H. Low, however, carries a shadow of sadness, quietly wondering if everything will change after today. Tiny notices the sorrow in her expression and recalls the time she told him he could call her sister. He silently wishes that she finds happiness this time. Tiny then releases Wuling from his mana. The spirit emerges in his smaller form and runs to K.H. Low, delighting her. The Duke and her brothers are taken aback to see Tiny's spirit mage bond so closely with her. K.H. Low sits happily with Wuling, calling him a good boy, while whispers spread among the guests about the impropriety of bringing such a creature to the ceremony. Suddenly, Wuling draws deeply on Tiny's mana and transforms into his full, majestic wolf form. Valantia gasps at the sight. K.H. Low kneels, stroking his fur as the guests murmur in awe. They marvel at Tiny being a spirit mage, declaring that no companion could be more fitting for an angel than this magnificent beast. The nobleman steps forward again, asking if this is Wulang's original form. He thanks Tiny for the breathtaking display, though Tiny only grows more suspicious. He resolves to strike the man if he dares to overstep. The ceremony begins in earnest. The Duke approaches K.H. Low, praising her for blossoming into such a beautiful woman. His voice grows heavy as he laments that her mother is not here to see this moment, saying she would have been proud. Vailna and the knights fall silent in shared grief. One of the guests whispers, wondering why they seem so affected. The Duke then presents K.H. Low with a necklace, the first gift of her new life. Finally, the highlight of the ceremony is announced. The Duke steps forward to introduce her fiancé. After the ceremony, the Duke gestures dramatically and announces the identity of his daughter's fiancé. A magical projection appears before everyone. A boy materializes and introduces himself as Bradley Vanisran. He beams with joy as he welcomes the Angel of Valantia as his bride, and apologizes for not being able to attend in person on such a splendid day. Vivian and the other knights gape in disbelief, unsure whether the projection is real. Tiny watches in silence. The nobleman beside him whispers that the moment they've been waiting for has finally arrived. Tiny seizes the man's hand and calls him by name, Baron Narsa. When the Baron attempts to leave, Tiny fixes him with a stare and warns that this is not the time for him to interfere. The Baron merely smiles and pats Tiny on the head, saying he understands Tiny's concern for the lady, but that Tiny need not worry on his account. Then, with a casual challenge, he asks Tiny to read his surname backwards. It becomes Ran. Using his magic, he shifts his appearance and reveals himself as Barley Vanisran, bidding, "I hope we meet again." Tiny is stunned. The man before him is the true Crown Prince, yet he speaks to Tiny as if Tiny were nothing. Panic rises. Tiny fears he has made a grave mistake and briefly contemplates whether he should let the prince die at his wedding next year. Janice approaches, breaking Tiny's reverie with a sudden question about what he's been brooding over. Startled, Tiny blurts that he was merely thinking about how hot it is today. Janice smiles and reassures him that there is no need for worry. His Royal Highness has already forgiven him. Even if regrets remain, Janice insists Tiny will be safe under the protection of the Valantia family. Despite the Emperor's wish to marry the lady into the Lowhitter family, the Crown Prince himself requested this marriage. Tiny notes that the Crown Prince seeks union with the Valentia family. Gus then delivers a message from the Lord. All preparations are complete, and the prince is to find him after the coming-of-age ceremony. After the ceremony, Tiny goes to see the Duke. The Duke thanks him for summoning his spirit, explaining that Valino was finally able to relax because of Tiny's actions. Tiny smiles and confirms that he's heard all preparations are finished. The Duke admits it's true, yet he still struggles to accept what Tiny said. He cannot believe the sacred artifact Curon, Humanitas, might be lost, nor that a colossal beast called the Kraken will attack and raise the capital, Ordes. He asks Tiny why the Kraken, of all beasts, and Tiny replies that he needs to investigate. The Duke then produces a stamp and tells Tiny the blacksmith has completed the adjustments. Tiny can collect the weapon tomorrow. Master Dwarf explains he made it heavier, increased its destructive power, and added self-recovery magic, tuning it to Tiny's mono wavelength. Tiny lifts the weapon. Master Dwarf remarks on its strange stats and confesses he doesn't understand why his son made something like this. Tiny is delighted it suits him perfectly. Master Dwarf urges him to swing it. Tiny complies, noting its satisfying heft. He channels his mana into the mace and strikes with full force. Later, Tiny mounts Wolin and prepares to depart on a new journey, thrilled with his mace and grateful to Master Randall for the craftsmanship. Suddenly, he notices Wolling behaving unusually well tonight. The beast seems in excellent condition, enlivened by running in the moonlight after some time. Perfect timing, Tiny thinks. It should take them about a week to reach the port city of Axon. Meanwhile, in a darkened chamber, the Dark Mages convene. One reports that the young child of the Morse family has left the Duke's residence, riding a dominant class beast spirit and moving at 4 times the speed of a carriage. Another asks where the child is headed. The reply, toward the port nearest Karen, a place called Axon. Anger flares among them. Their leader sneers that the boy is just an eyesore and orders the tamers to eliminate him once and for all to finish him the moment they locate him. After some time, a group of people blocked Tiny's path. He clearly disliked the interruption and demanded to know who they were. They grew angry at his tone, mocking him and asking if he couldn't see the danger he was in. Whispers spread that it hadn't been long since he'd reached the rank of expert, and they believed he was an easy target. Declaring themselves the Black Knights, they surrounded him, claiming they would teach him a lesson. One of them loosed an arrow straight at him, but Tiny casually deflected it with his bare hand, leaving them stunned. An expert-level attack, brushed aside so easily. One of the knights barked at the others not to be afraid. Convinced he must have used trickery, they charged together, boasting of their advantage in numbers. Tiny calmly reached for his mace. "Let me show you what sense really looks like," he muttered. With a powerful swing, he smashed one knight directly, leaving the others horrified at the devastation. Doubt crept into their minds. Was he truly only at expert rank? The wounded knight lay crippled, and Tiny spat, "You're nothing but filthy demon followers." Panic rippled through the Black Knights. Their confidence shattered. They tried to retreat, shouting that this wasn't what they had been promised. But Tiny pursued them. "Where do you think you're going?" he roared. With his mace glowing, he unleashed his skill, Thunder Strike. A surge of lightning tore through the battlefield, forcing the knights to scream in terror as the electric shock dropped them one by one. When the dust settled, they were all unconscious. Tiny stared at his weapon, impressed. "This mace, it's incredible. It might even last me until I'm old." Then a troubling thought crossed his mind. How did those men even know he was here? Perhaps he should have left one alive for questioning. Before he could ponder further, the ground trembled violently. Both Tiny and Wolling staggered, nearly falling as though an earthquake shook beneath them. From the shadows emerged a terrifying figure, a massive 2-headed troll. Its growls echoed as it advanced, and Tiny's heart sank. A superior-ranked monster. He knew what that meant. A monster's rank wasn't just strength, it was measured by the level of a party required to take it down. A 5th-rank monster, for example, demanded either a mage of 5 circles or a superior mana user to even the odds. Alone, facing such a creature was suicide. Tiny wondered how such a monster appeared here. The answer came quickly. A dark mage revealed himself, controlling the troll. His command was merciless. Crush him until nothing remains. Now Tiny understood. A magic tamer was nearby. He urged Wollang to find the tamer, but the mage sneered. "You'll never reach me." With dark energy, he drove the troll into a frenzy. The beast swung its massive axe, forcing Tiny to dodge. The strike split entire trees apart as though they were twigs. Shocked, Tiny realized just how dangerous this was. Again, the troll pressed forward, axe cleaving through the forest with terrifying force. Tiny narrowly avoided the blows, recognizing that this relentless frenzy was exactly what made 5th-rank trolls so feared. Normally, they relied on brute strength and regeneration, but with the tamer's influence, its power was amplified beyond reason. He knew there had to be a limit to how long it could sustain this state. For now, survival meant dodging and waiting for an opening. Suddenly, the troll spewed a strange poisonous gas. Tiny quickly shielded himself with mana, but was forced to his knees. At that moment, an arrow whistled from behind. He twisted aside with mana once more, but the distraction left him vulnerable. The troll seized the chance. Tiny retaliated, channeling mana into his mace and slamming the creature to the ground. Seizing the moment, he leapt upon it, striking with all his strength. The troll howled in agony. Tiny smirked. "My mace carries extra weight and amplified impact. That should slow you down." But his smile faded. Before his eyes, the troll's wounds regenerated at an alarming speed. With renewed fury, it prepared to strike again. Tiny barely escaped, leaping back in desperation. Realizing the danger, he turned and began to retreat. At the same time, a dark mage watches from the shadows, dismissing Tiny as nothing more than a foolish child who can't possibly endure for long. He expects the chase to end the moment the troll catches him. But as the beast lunges forward, Tiny leaps swiftly from one tree to another, narrowly saving himself. Eventually, he reaches a dead end where there is no escape. Cornered, he wonders what his next move should be. The troll prepares to strike, but suddenly, the dark magic binding it begins to fade away. Shocked, the mage questions how the frenzy's effects have worn off so soon. Tiny, however, knows the truth: the creature has exhausted itself after repeatedly healing its wounds. The dark mage, surprised, demands if this was Tiny's plan all along. Just then, Wuleng appears from the side and launches an attack, tearing away the mage's cloak. Tiny grins and acknowledges his ally's timely support, asking him to hold the mage in place while he finishes the troll. Channeling his thunder strike, Tiny unleashes a devastating blow that splits the troll in two, creating a massive explosion of lightning. With a single attack, the beast is slain. Tiny then confronts the dark mage, demanding answers. The mage reluctantly reveals that his organization's base of operations lies within a lawless city under the City Alliance, and that their leader is the mayor. But Tiny immediately calls out both claims as lies, stunning the mage with his confidence. Tiny explains that even Wolf was nothing more than an experiment, bound by a magical failsafe to keep him silent. If such precautions were placed on Wolf, then surely they would be placed on a 5th-rank mage as well. Hearing this, the mage panics further when Tiny reveals their organization's plan to steal a sacred artifact from Kirin. The mage denies it, but Tiny insists he's telling the truth this time. Pressing further, he demands the name of the one leading this mission. Trembling, the mage refuses, claiming he cannot say. Tiny leans closer with a dark smile, reminding him that while they threatened his head would explode, no one has actually witnessed it happening. He dares the mage to test his luck since silence guarantees his death anyway. Caught in the trap, the mage's head does indeed explode the moment he tries to reveal something. With the threat eliminated, Tiny continues on to Port City in Axon. There, the townspeople are startled by the distant blast, speculating if someone had simply set off fireworks. Tiny recalls that the Duke had already arranged reinforcements, waiting for him at a pub in the city. When he arrives outside, he hesitates, wondering if this is the right place. To his shock, the Duke himself seems to be waiting inside. Confused, Tiny questions whether the man before him is truly who he claims to be. Suddenly, the figure removes his mask, casually remarking that they don't serve alcohol here. What unsettles Tiny most is not the change of face, but the fact that he sensed no mana being used. Could it have been an illusion of his own mind? Before he can process it, two boys mock him, laughing that he should wait until he's older before entering places like this. They call for the waiter, joking that he'll lose all his customers if he lets children wander in. Tiny, unamused, summons Wang and unleashes a fierce roar, silencing the room. The boys are left trembling, shocked to discover he is a spirit mage. Meanwhile, the pub owner simply smiles, realizing who Tiny truly is. Apologizing for not recognizing him sooner, he invites Tiny to follow. In a private chamber, Tiny presents the Duke's silver tablet. The man reveals the truth. Blackwing is Valanche's hidden organization, composed of unparalleled swordsmen who excel at both intelligence gathering and covert connections. Introducing himself as Jay, commander of Blackwing, he offers Tiny a respectful greeting. Suspicious, Tiny remarks that as the leader, Jay should be at Blader rank, yet he senses no mana from him. He demands to know how he conceals his strength. Jay calmly replies that he cannot use mana at all. Shocked, Tiny watches as Jay shifts his face once more to resemble the Duke, explaining that while concealing techniques can hide power, they also make it harder to fully disguise one's presence. Jay asks Tiny if he agrees with him. Tiny frowns and questions whether Jay is implying that no mana was involved in that disguise. Jay shifts his appearance again, and Tiny, both curious and concerned, asks if such a skill isn't incredibly dangerous. Jay only smiles, calling it fascinating, before steering the conversation back to the mission. He explains that a tsunami sorcerer named Gayla Anderson, who was supposed to receive a letter of recommendation, has gone missing. Tiny is stunned after all. A sorcerer is the title reserved for a 7th Circle mage. He realizes that if Anderson's reputation for tsunami magic is true, his power at sea must be extraordinary. Jay adds that contact with him was lost while exploring a sea route, and it has already been 2 weeks since his expected return. Tiny mutters that recommending him would be difficult under such circumstances, but Jay assures him that there's a backup plan and insists Tiny must get used to his new identity. Tiny grins, noting that the Swordmaster didn't hold back on support. He then asks Jay to investigate someone named Husel, revealing that this demon follower was behind the incident at Karan. He's certain of it, especially since someone's head literally exploded when they shared that name with him. Jay remarks that it sounds like a name belonging to orcs or werasts and says he'll keep it in mind. Just then, someone calls out to him from outside, urging him to come quickly. Tiny asks what's happening, but Jay excuses himself, saying they've got bigger fish to fry. Soon after, the restaurant fills with a crowd. Tiny chuckles, realizing that when Jay said big fish, he hadn't expected him to mean a massive group reservation. Waiters applaud their boss, and Tiny wonders why the pub is so busy when it's supposed to be nothing more than a front. 2 days later, aboard the ship Flaxen, a man announces its imminent departure. Tiny attempts to board, but the man demands his identification. Tiny presents a badge, and the man is shocked it's a noble insignia. Bewildered at the sight of a noble traveling without escorts, he apologizes profusely. Tiny dismisses it lightly, calling himself a fallen noble. The man bows, hoping he enjoys the journey. Jay later explains that the badge is from the long-vanished Mora's family, once accused of being demon followers and erased 40 years ago. Their bloodline was known for their black hair and eyes, but with no descendants, the family could never reclaim its standing. Now, Jay claims Tiny is to pose as the last heir of the Mora's family, while his elf trainee acts as his child. Bored but alert, Tiny suddenly senses a surge of dark energy aboard the ship strong enough to suggest the presence of more than one dark mage. He scans his surroundings and quickly realizes it's not one or two, but many. The thought creeps in, are they planning to sacrifice everyone on board? Before he can act further, a man appears behind him, attempting to stab a knife into Tiny's head. Reacting instantly, Tiny catches the attacker's wrist and drives the blade into the man's own hand instead. Gasps ripple through the crowd as 2 more men rush toward him, demanding an explanation. Tiny glances at the knife on the floor, stomps on it, and launches it upward. With a swift kick, he sends it flying into the chest of the attacker behind him. The man collapses, and to everyone's horror, a dark, foul smoke rises from the corpse. The stench of rot fills the air, forcing people to cover their noses. Someone shouts that the smell and the black smoke confirm the man was a demon follower. Another voice thanks Tiny for exposing and killing the infiltrator, but insists he must now follow them in accordance with standard procedure. Tiny clasps the man's hand with a laugh, brushing it off as standard procedure, before swiftly pulling him down to the ground and striking him with his other hand. Without hesitation, he seizes several others, those he recognizes as demon followers, and slams them down as well. Panic spreads instantly. People scatter in fear, shouting accusations that he himself must be aligned with demons. But soon the truth dawns on them. Every person Tiny has brought down so far has been a demon follower. The commotion draws the ship's captain, who arrives demanding answers. His eyes widen in horror as he takes in the bodies, and then, spotting Tiny, apologizes for the treatment he has endured. The captain claims his crew must have been possessed by demons and asks Tiny to join them in investigating further. Tiny smiles faintly, remarking that the captain is not only a fine leader but also an exceptional actor. Before anyone can react, he channels mana into his mace and strikes the captain down in a single blow. The captain dies instantly, revealing his true nature as yet another demon follower. Tiny is then brought before King Imad Vanku. A court official reports that for the past 5 years, the Falcon had been under the control of 5 crewmen, low-ranking cavalry, 2 officers who had reached expert level, and the captain himself, who was a blader rank. The king declares that the captain must have sacrificed hundreds of living people and thousands of corpses to the demons. It is further revealed that these demon followers worship a high-ranking entity capable of piercing the dimensional barrier and granting its power through sacrificial offerings. These rituals empower both the followers and their master, making them a dire threat to humanity. Tiny condemns the demon cult as a plague on mankind. The king admits he grew complacent, as little activity had been reported over the last 30 years. He thanks Tiny, recognizing him as a spirit mage with elven blood, and credits him with preventing further casualties. He has also heard that Tiny's spirit was the one to track down the followers. Curious, he asks if Tiny can summon it. A courtier warns that summoning could be dangerous due to Tiny's elven heritage, but Tiny calls forth Wooling regardless, promising to honor the king's request. The spirit appears, and the king is awestruck. He praises Wooling's strength and declares that after witnessing such a being firsthand, he has no doubts about Tiny's credibility. Ordering his guards to step aside, the king insists on speaking to Tiny alone. The court protests, warning that it is unsafe to leave the king with an outsider, but he silences them and dismisses the room. Now alone, the king tells Tiny there is no one left to overhear their discussion. He asks whether Tiny lied about being a quarter elf and demands to know his true purpose. Tiny hesitates, wondering when the king saw through him. The king explains that after many years on the throne, secrets reach his ears. He then reveals a fact only known to the royal family: those with elven blood cannot possess black hair. Tiny stiffens, realizing his lie has been uncovered. The king reassures him, asking not to be alarmed, as the knowledge will remain private. Tiny bows his head and admits he came not as he claimed, but to hunt demon followers. He reveals their ultimate goal: to steal a sacred artifact and unleash calamity upon Kirin. The king narrows his eyes and asks whether Tiny hails from the Empire. Stunned, Tiny demands how he knew. The king replies that though Kirin is neutral, it shares close ties with the Alliance of Kingdoms. He admits it is difficult to place trust in someone from the Empire, given its ongoing conflict with the Alliance, which explains why Tiny concealed his identity despite noble intentions. Though shaken by the revelation, Tiny reflects that even wise kings are not free from prejudice. Yet the king assures him that trust is possible because as a spirit mage, his soul is pure. It is natural for spirit mages to hold hostility toward demon followers, as they command spirits the very essence of mana itself. Yet, not all spirit mages are noble or righteous. Tiny recalls one such mage from his previous life, a man who was nothing but a disaster. With that memory lingering, Tiny turns to the king and makes a request. He wishes to meet the guardians of the sacred artifact. The king grants his request without hesitation, placing his trust in Tiny's determination to eradicate the demon followers, even at the cost of his very soul. A guard steps forward, carrying both a sword and a badge. The king descends and speaks plainly, declaring that he has no patience for empty ceremony, especially now. Rather than conducting the traditional ritual with a sword, he offers Tiny the badge of knighthood, stating he has already proven his worth. With this, the king appoints Tiny as both knight and guardian of the sacred artifact. Tiny accepts the badge, reflecting that this marks the first time in this life he has been knighted. He then addresses the king again, saying there is something important he had nearly forgotten to mention. He reveals the name of the man behind the recent incident, Husel, a name well known among beasts and horses. The revelation leaves the king visibly shaken, and he presses Tiny to confirm the reliability of his source. Tiny assures him that the information came from a 5-circled dark mage whose head exploded immediately after speaking the name. The king, troubled, dismisses Tiny, saying he needs more time to consider what he has just learned. Elsewhere, a mage channels power through his staff, his face marked with worry. His companion praises him, marveling at the skill befitting a tsunami sorcerer. But before the mage can respond, Husel himself appears, sneering. He acknowledges Tiny's remarkable insight, but vows he will never allow the boy to prevail. Meanwhile, Tiny is introduced to the guardians of the sacred artifact. They are stunned to see that the child who defeated the demon followers aboard the Flaxen now stands among them. A knight warns the others not to underestimate him simply because of his age, revealing that Tiny is of mixed elf blood and already holds the position of guardian. Mason, one of the knights, loudly proclaims Tiny's achievements and authority, announcing that he has been granted independence to act freely and oversee their operations. The declaration breeds envy among the knights, their resentment clear to Tiny. He silently questions the king's decision, wondering if granting him such power so easily has stirred discontent within the palace. But the king had already told him not to dwell on such matters, explaining that the current army has defended Ordes for centuries, not the sacred artifact. To them, the artifact is little more than a symbol, and the role of guardian is nothing but a hollow title. In truth, the king admitted, this place is filled with useless men unwilling to change. Tiny concludes that while external threats may not be immediate, internal conflict is inevitable. Turning to Mason, he instructs him to listen carefully. Though granted independence, Tiny reminds him he is still the lowest ranked knight among them. Mason is stunned when Tiny suddenly brandishes Walling and declares he may not know the strengths of every knight, but he knows who the most formidable fighter truly is. With a smile, Tiny announces his intent to root out a demon follower and burn them alive at the stake as an example. His words terrify the knights, who hastily insist none of them are followers of demons. Tiny smirks and assures them he looks forward to working together. This time, they salute him properly. Privately, Tiny reflects on the king's shaken reaction when Husel's name was mentioned, questioning just how much the king truly knows. At that moment, a figure approaches him from behind, introducing himself as Grandmaster Truman, captain of the Guardians of the Sacred Artifact. He greets Tiny warmly. Tiny studies Truman's mana and is surprised it is only of expert rank, far too weak for someone holding such a prestigious title. The captain, undeterred, remarks that he has heard Tiny volunteered to join this unit and asks him directly whether he has a personal interest in the sacred artifact. Tiny couldn't shake his suspicion, wondering if this old man was somehow connected to the disaster in Karun. Yet the man greeted him warmly, assuring him that he had come to the right place. He explained that the sacred artifact was often dismissed as nothing more than a symbol, its holy barrier capable only of repelling monsters. Handing Tiny a bundle of books, he elaborated. The artifact's influence stretched no further than a radius of 0.6 miles, and even then, it struggled against high-level dark energy. The old man, Grandmaster Truman, admitted that the deeper he studied the artifact, the more his perspective shifted. Tiny eyed him curiously, and Truman advised him to read further if he truly wished to understand its extraordinary nature. Truman then asked if Tiny had ever heard of the promise of the mythical age. He revealed that sacred artifacts were not mere trinkets, but treasures passed down from ancient times, carrying the weight of countless generations. Tiny, however, seemed uninterested in the lecture, noting with some detachment that he couldn't sense any dark energy from the old man. Hours passed as Truman continued his explanations, his voice steady though Tiny's patience wore thin. Finally, Truman shut the book, declaring that words were insufficient, seeing the artifact was far more convincing. Rising to his feet, he urged Tiny to follow. They made their way toward the inner castle's central chamber. Along the path, Truman asked why the duty of guarding the sacred artifact was regarded with so little importance. Tiny answered that people considered it just a symbol. Truman shook his head, saying the truth was simpler than that. He opened a great door, and Tiny's eyes widened at the sight within, a massive, radiant artifact, floating effortlessly. Truman explained that it required no protection, its very nature repelled all threats. Tiny admired its sheer size and beauty, marveling at how it hung suspended in the air. According to legend, Truman added, those deemed unworthy could not even approach it. He then invited Tiny to touch it, to see if he was worthy. The moment Tiny laid his hand upon it, the artifact blazed with immense light. Truman was stunned, while Tiny calmly recognized it as one of the 7 sacred relics. The light, though harmless to the world, carried the power to drive out anything unnatural. Then, a voice whispered through the barrier. Tiny questioned whether he alone could hear it, attributing it to his heightened sensitivity to mana. Enveloping himself in mana, he realized the barrier itself was the artifact's true form, something that could even be moved. Truman, nearly in disbelief, asked if Tiny was speaking directly to the sacred artifact. Later, as they returned, Tiny remarked on Truman's knack for catching people off guard. Truman chuckled, admitting that in all his years as Guardian, he had never witnessed anything like what he'd just seen. Though not the strongest warrior, Truman carried a quiet pride in his duty, something Tiny respected. Their conversation was interrupted by Greg Symbol, a member of the Royal Knights. Truman demanded to know why he was there, but Greg rudely dismissed him, turning his glare toward Tiny. With a sneer, he accused Tiny of being the so-called half-prodigy people whispered about. Tiny corrected him, saying he was only a quarter elf. Greg lunged in fury, shouting that Tiny had deceived the royal family and vowing to expose him as a fraud. But Tiny remained calm. He expected opposition and faced it without flinching. As Greg struck, Tiny dodged effortlessly, seizing his hand, lifting him into the air, and slamming him to the ground with brutal force. Anyone who runs his mouth that much, Tiny said coldly, should at least be able to back it up. He hurled Greg around like a rag doll, tossing him again and again until the knight lay battered and humiliated. Truman looked on in stunned silence. After a moment, Tiny straightened, remembering his manners. He politely thanked Greg for the sparring match. Unseen, a man observed from the rooftop, a smile tugging at his lips. "Looks like we've got an interesting new recruit," he murmured. Not long after, more royal knights approached. One of them introduced himself as Robert Dummel and asked directly if Tiny was the one who had defeated Greg. He says he wants to test his skills, but before he can act, Tiny suddenly slaps him hard across the face, sending him crashing to the ground. 2 more members of the Royal Knights step forward, eager to spar. Tiny wastes no time. He smashes one with a punch and strikes the other on the head, knocking both unconscious in an instant. Then, the vice captain of the Royal Knights, Randolph Ganchest, steps forward and declares he will test Tiny himself. He charges with his sword, but Tiny blocks the strike with his mace and shoves him backward, knocking him to the ground. Tiny approaches and remarks that at least the vice captain showed more improvement than the others. He then asks if he knows someone named Husel. but Randolph shakes his head, saying he has never heard the name. Confused, Tiny wonders why no one seems to know him. Just then, another man appears, mocking Randolph for losing. Tiny studies him, noting his aura and ranking. The man introduces himself as Liam von Peterson, captain of the Royal Knights, and excuses Tiny for not recognizing him immediately. Surprised, Tiny shows respect and apologizes. Liam tells him not to be so formal. He finds it entertaining to see such a talented young warrior. He proposes a spar, offering Tiny information about Husel in exchange for relieving his boredom. Tiny is shocked that Liam knows about Husel. He hadn't expected a challenger rank knight to approach him with such valuable knowledge. Determined, Tiny agrees to the match. Liam warns he'll go easy, but advises Tiny to be prepared. Tiny smiles, unleashes his mana, and thinks he'd be a fool to reject the offer. He leaps forward, striking with full force. Liam blocks with his sword, but the impact cracks the ground beneath them. Tiny warns him not to underestimate him. Liam notices that Tiny's mace feels lighter, and tries to trip him by striking his leg. To his surprise, Tiny uses a rock attribute that hardens his body like stone. Amused, Liam laughs, impressed by the unexpected skill, but quickly prepares to counter. Tiny slides back, creating distance, realizing Liam has used a defensive technique common among challenger ranks. At this moment, Liam embodies both a fortress of defense and a master of offense. Unleashing his mana, Liam admits he won't hold back anymore. He charges at full strength, clashing swords and mace in a furious exchange. Smiling, he declares the fight is even more fun than expected. Tiny grins back, matching his pace, sliding his mace with precision and countering strikes. Liam recognizes his talent, saying his skills are flawless. What he lacks is only experience and maturity. Tiny studies Liam's movements, learning from the way he shifts his center of gravity and maneuvers his sword despite the weight of his fortified body. He lunges with his mace, but Liam blocks again. Praising him as more than a genius, he calls him a monster. Tiny accepts the title with a proud smile and presses forward, but Liam parries and finally pushes him away, declaring the spar over. Tiny staggers, losing balance, and Liam almost lands a decisive blow, but Tiny narrowly dodges. With a final push of his sword, Liam forces him back and orders the match to end before it goes too far. Tiny rises, thanking him for the lessons. Liam chuckles, saying he is too old to be surprised, and that in truth, he is the one who should be grateful. Keeping his word, he promises to share the information about Husel. Tiny smiles and says it was a good experience for him, thinking there are some talented individuals in Kirin as well. He then begins to share the information he promised, revealing that there is a man named Rittman, a member of the Royal Knights who only obeys the king's direct orders. Surprised, Tiny asks if his name is Rittman, not Husel. Mr. Liam explains that not many people know what Rittman does, but he believes he travels frequently. There's a chance Rittman might know the person Tiny is searching for. Just as he's about to say more, a knight rushes toward them, calling Tiny and informing him that His Majesty has urgently requested his presence. Tiny immediately goes to the king, who asks him to introduce himself to the person beside him, saying he has found the one Tiny has been looking for. The king introduces Rittman as their expert on the Eastern Continental Sea route. Tiny is shocked, realizing this is the same man Mr. Liam mentioned earlier. He smiles and greets Rittman, calling him the hero who defeated the demon followers, then asks why he wished to meet him. Tiny smiles again and says it's an honor to meet him. Looking toward the king, he thinks His Majesty should have at least given him a heads up if he wanted him to play along. He explains that, judging from Rittman's appearance, he thought his origins might lie in the Eastern continent. So when His Majesty asked what he desired, he said he wanted to go there. Rittman smiles and says His Majesty is incredible with his rewards, adding that he too feels undeserving of such honor. The king calls out to Tiny, saying he cannot travel east right now. First, he must keep his promise and wipe out all the demon followers in Kirin. Tiny respectfully agrees but suddenly realizes why the king mentioned the demon followers. He glances toward Ritman, wondering if he could be one. Using his mana to check, Tiny finds Ritman is clean. He sighs, thinking Wong would have warned him otherwise. However, he soon detects that Ritman's mana is a fusion of beast and human. He remembers when Mr. J told him that Husil is a name used by orcs and were beasts. The king calls out to Ritman, praising him for his confidence and calling him a reliable new recruit. He then announces that Ritman will assist Tiny in eradicating the demon followers. Ritman seems surprised and asks what the king means, explaining that he needs to begin searching for Gale immediately. The king instructs him to put that mission on hold and prioritize dealing with the immediate threat, as he is currently the only reliable companion available. Though clearly displeased, Ritman bows and agrees, saying he is worried about Gale but will follow His Majesty's command. Tiny observes him closely and thinks that while Ritman shows no signs of dark energy, he must indeed be Husil. After Ritman leaves, the king asks Tiny what he thinks of him. Tiny replies that Ritman is not a demon follower. The king tells him to be certain and to verify it by his side. Tiny asks why the king didn't inform him beforehand. Placing a hand on his chest, the king says he had no choice, it's because of the oath of mana he made. It's revealed that an oath of mana is a promise bound by mana, and anyone who breaks it suffers a shock proportional to the number of circles they possess. Tiny notes that the recoil from a 3-circle oath isn't too severe, but would still put great strain on someone with little time left to live. Shocked, Tiny asks why the king would go to such lengths to help him, since Ritman has been his loyal subject for years, and this is only Tiny's second encounter with His Majesty. The king pauses, then explains that those of the Kirin bloodline develop a strange ability to foresee the future once they reach his age. He reveals that he keeps having the same dream. The holy relic goes missing, a monster destroys the capital, and Tiny appears, warning him of the relic's disappearance. The king sighs and says he wishes he could dismiss these dreams as the excessive worries of an overly cautious old man. Suddenly, Tiny feels immense pressure from the ground and learns that Husil has just left the inner castle. He immediately follows him while riding Wulang, wondering why even Wang can't detect any dark energy. Tiny suspects the real Husil might be somewhere else, but questions why he would try to escape now. Determined to uncover evidence, Tiny continues to pursue him. Meanwhile, a group of men is quietly loading cargo onto a ship late at night. One of them urges the others to stay quiet as they work. Suddenly, a cloaked man appears, startling them. When he removes his cloak, they are shocked to see that it's Husil. One of the men asks why he's there earlier than expected since he was supposed to join them the next day. Husil replies that there's been a change of plans, the king has ordered him to accompany the child. They express surprise, saying it hasn't been long since the child arrived. But Husil snaps at them to stop talking and prepare to set sail immediately. As they rush to the ship, an explosion suddenly erupts, engulfing the vessel in flames. Husil and his men turn in shock as one of their boats burns. Tiny stands atop the wreckage, demanding to know what they're doing sneaking around in the middle of the night. He leaps forward, and Husil warns his men to stay alert. In a flash, Tiny strikes down 4 men with a single blow. Husil and his companions stare in disbelief at his speed and power. Tiny smirks and asks if anyone wishes to surrender, intimidating the remaining men. Husil calls out to him, recognizing him as the new rookie everyone's been talking about. He mocks him, saying that despite his talent, he's still only expert rank and must be exhausted after such a display. Accusing Tiny of using this as a trick to recover mana, Husil draws his sword and calls him a fool for coming alone. He charges forward, swinging his blade. Tiny dodges and counters, but Husil swiftly draws a second sword and attacks with his left hand. Tiny grabs the blade with his bare hands and calls out to Wulang, commanding him to attack. Wulang lunges at Husil and his men, striking from behind. Hyusul is wounded on one side and becomes enraged, shouting that Tiny dared to injure him. Furious, he vows to tear Wolang apart right before Tiny's eyes. He warns that even a spirit mage like Tiny can't avoid the recoil when a spirit is forcibly recalled. Tiny grows anxious as Hyusul leaps toward Wolang, striking him with both swords. Wolang collapses, seriously injured, and Tiny cries out his name. Wang rushes to Tiny's side, shocking Hyusul, who thought his attack should have left him severely weakened. He wonders why Wolang wasn't recalled and realizes Tiny must have only materialized the parts of the spirit that were struck to conserve mana. Hyusul prepares to attack again, determined to eliminate him, and orders his men to assist. However, Tiny defeats them all effortlessly in one strike. Turning to Hyusul, Tiny calls him a werebeast and tells Wolang to keep moving despite his low mana reserves. Hyusul is stunned that Tiny knows his secret, realizing the king must have told him. Tiny recalls his conversation with the king, who explained that Hyusul had a complicated background. The king revealed that while most beasts inherit traits from land animals, occasionally mutants are born. These mutant children are usually killed immediately by the werebeasts, as they remind the gods of their ancient battles against the mermaids. Tiny is shocked by Hyusul's expression and recalls the king's words that the mutant child had survived and lived in hiding outside his homeland, concealing his identity. At that time, the king needed his power, so he made an oath of mana and hid who he truly was. Hyusul asks Tiny if the king told him anything else. He steps onto the sea, and the water level begins to rise. The king had warned Tiny never to fight Hyusul near the sea. As the waves surge, Hyusul's true form is revealed. He is a killer whale. A massive water whale emerges behind him, and Hyusul launches a powerful attack, the pressure of the water immense. Tiny dodges and reappears from the opposite side, striking back. The sea merges with Hyusul's dark mana, forming a massive tide. Tiny is stunned to see Hyusul using the water to enhance his weapon. The colossal wave crashes down on Tiny. Hyusul smiles confidently, declaring the fight over. But to his surprise, Tiny bursts from the side, gathering his mana into his mace and slamming it down with all his strength, shouting for Hyusul to go to hell. Hyusul blocks the attack, shocked by how quickly Tiny recovered. Realizing reinforcements will arrive soon, he decides to end the fight and pushes Tiny back before fleeing. As Hyusul escapes, he glances back and says he knew Tiny wasn't an ordinary child, promising they'll meet again. The killer whale vanishes beneath the waves, leaving Tiny frustrated, unable to pursue him through the sea. Wolang then tells Tiny something surprising: he can walk on thin air. Demonstrating his special ability, Wolang shows him how it works. Tiny, still confused, wonders what Hyusul was plotting if he let him live. He notices numerous cargo boxes sinking into the sea. Later, Hyusul enters a dark cave and praises someone for their impressive work. Inside, a tsunami sorcerer is imprisoned. Hyusul smirks, saying he knew the sorcerer could do it. The sorcerer shouts at him, but Hyusul smiles, saying that's no way to treat his savior. He pulls out bread, saying that if the sorcerer faints from hunger, there'll be no one left to control the creature. Bound by magic, the sorcerer controls a massive, mysterious beast, keeping it asleep with his spell. Hyusul watches with fascination, calling it a miracle that his group managed to capture such a beauty. He explains that once the creature is released, it will telepathically signal its mother, and even if it's killed, she will know. When that happens, Curon will be destroyed. He tells the sorcerer to endure a little longer if he wants to protect his homeland. The sorcerer warns that the gods will punish Hyusul for his actions, but Hyusul only laughs, saying he was cursed by them from birth. His eyes glow with dark energy as he declares this is his revenge on the gods. After he leaves, the sorcerer struggles to contain the creature again, casting spells in defiance, determined not to let Hyusul's plan succeed. Meanwhile, Tiny meets the king. Sir Liam reports that their investigation revealed all the porters were demon followers. The king asks about the cargo, and Liam explains that it contained ritual items worth half the kingdom's annual budget. The king is alarmed and regrets not suspecting Husel sooner. He admits he thought Husel was simply ambitious, a man trying to prove that mutants could contribute to the world. Tiny apologizes for speaking out of turn, but says that from Liam's report, very few knew about Husel's true contributions. The king replies that he preferred it that way, assuming Husel only wanted to avoid being tracked by werebeasts. Tiny says he should have realized the truth back then, but Liam interrupts, telling him to be quiet. The king sighs, saying Tiny is right, he wishes he had seen through Husel earlier, but there's no use regretting the past. Calling Tiny his young hero, the king asks if there's another way to track down the demon followers. Tiny smiles and replies that there is, but he'll need the king's help. He then points toward the luggage he had taken from the ship earlier that day. The next morning, Tiny gathers all the boxes and goes to see Mr. J. He knocks on the door, and Jay appears, saying they aren't open yet. Tiny greets him warmly and asks how he's been, surprising Jay with his sudden visit. With a smile, Tiny removes his cloak and begins explaining the situation. He tells Jay about the demon follower who was skilled enough to hide from him, complicating everything. Tiny explains that the man didn't emit any dark energy and that he's almost certain Husel has decided to team up with the demon followers. Mr. J is shocked and admits he didn't expect people like Tiny to be so motivated. He feels ashamed that he couldn't do anything to help and that Tiny had to track him down. Jay confesses that he only wanted to show off Blackwing's true potential. Tiny smiles and tells him he still has a chance to prove himself. Pointing to the boxes, Tiny hands one to Jay and says His Majesty has requested that they collect all the cargo that was left behind. He tosses the king's message toward the boxes and says that Blackwing must have at least one expert in tracking magic. He tells Jay this is his time to shine and that they will inspect every piece of cargo to locate and eliminate the enemy. As he opens the box and examines the contents, he asks where he can find the rest. Jay apologizes and says it's not that simple. Shocked, Tiny asks why. Jay explains that they've already tried but need to be extremely thorough since the enemies completely covered their tracks. Tiny wonders if all his effort was for nothing. Jay reassures him that might not be the case, pointing out that Tiny stole all of their cargo. Looking over the boxes, Jay says the enemies won't be able to gather this much again so easily. They still lack the materials needed for the ritual, and since they've been exposed once, Curran will keep a close watch on magic items, but not on resources. Jay explains that crafting a magic item requires at least 3 materials, sometimes up to 10, depending on the item. He concludes that the enemies will have to replace their lost cargo using resources undetectable by guards, which will take time. Jay then suggests opening a shop in Curran that sells all the materials the enemies might need, forcing them to come there and save time. Tiny praises the idea, saying he never expected a waiter to think of something so clever. At that moment, a waiter arrives with a dish. Jay smiles and says he prepared something for Tiny to try Axon's specialty roast chicken, one of their most popular dishes. Tiny looks at it in surprise and asks if this is really the right time to be eating. Jay insists he try it, promising he won't regret it. Tiny picks up a piece and says he'll only take 1 bite. After the first taste, he doesn't even realize when he finishes the whole plate, marveling at how delicious it is. Jay asks how it tastes, and Tiny replies that Jay should work there full time. Jay smiles proudly, saying he can finally take pride in his skills and feels ready to infiltrate a new workplace. With renewed determination, they agree it's time to start hunting down the demon followers. 2 months later, 2 men wearing cloaks enter a shop. One asks the other if the place is safe, and the other assures him he's already done a background check. The owner is experienced and opened the store hoping to make good money. As they stand outside, one hesitates, wondering if they should really disobey the elder's instructions. They enter, deciding they must use their time wisely. Inside, Jay, now disguised, greets them and asks if they're looking for anything in particular. One of them shows Jay a list and asks if he has all the items. Jay looks at it, remembering their 2 months of hard work, and thinks that all his effort is finally about to pay off. Smiling, he says he'll get everything ready for them and asks them to wait a moment. As he starts gathering the items, he hears them whispering about a first elder who warned them to be careful. One of them insists that following his plan will save them time. At that moment, a man appears on the same street, shocking them. He asks if they can fill him in on the details as well. They call him the First Elder and ask what he's doing there. Jay assumes he's one of them but doesn't understand their discussion. The First Elder steps forward and says he can't stand by and watch any longer. Glaring at them, he asks if they were entrusted with such crucial responsibilities only to deliver failure. They are stunned. One of them tries to explain that he completed a background check on the owner, but before he can finish, the First Elder raises his finger and burns him alive in an instant with his magic. Jay is horrified. Before dying, the man apologizes, promising not to disobey again, but the Elder ignores him and orders the second man to clean up the mess. The First Elder then approaches Jay and apologizes for the trouble, saying he isn't a very trusting person. With another flick of his finger, he releases dark energy and attacks Jay. Jay tries to resist but collapses to the ground. The next morning, Tiny visits and is shocked to see Jay's condition. When he asks what happened, Jay simply says he got lucky last night. He recalls how the First Elder discovered he couldn't use mana, confirming his doubts. The Elder ordered his men to stock high-quality materials, then threw a pouch of coins at Jay, saying it should cover the costs. He also told Jay to acquire more items and threatened to kill him if he ever spoke about what happened. Jay admits he's fortunate he can't use mana. He tells Tiny the Elder is confident he can kill him whenever he pleases, just like he did to his own subordinate. Seeing the ashes nearby, Tiny remarks that the Elder clearly looks down on Jay for not being a mana user and didn't even bother hiding his presence. Determined, Tiny stands and says it's time to bring in a mage who specializes in tracking. Jay stops him, saying he wants to confirm something first. He senses this situation is far more dangerous than they expected. The energy from that dark mage was on a level he hadn't felt since training with the Duke. He says he wouldn't be surprised if the Elder were as strong as a 7-circle mage. Tiny insists they must proceed regardless of the risk. Jay nods, saying he'll trust him and move forward with the plan. A month later, Tiny sits on some steps, reading a report. He's confirmed the movements of the demon followers. In a few days, they plan to conduct a large-scale magic ritual on a nearby island. Tiny intends to ambush them with the Black Wing group. He's also informed the royal family and expects their support. The Duke has sent reinforcements as well, though Tiny wonders who exactly was sent. Meanwhile, Truman approaches Tiny and mentions that many knights, including Liam, have gone on vacation, something rare for Liam. Tiny asks if he's close with him, and Truman replies that they used to drink together often, so it's a shame he won't be around. He invites Tiny to dinner, but Tiny declines, saying he's also going on vacation. Truman wishes him rest, and Tiny thanks him. A few days later, on the day of the operation, several people walk toward a building. One of them notes that several important knights are absent, making this the perfect opportunity. They open the door and prepare to move the sacred relic to another location. Hidden nearby, Tiny watches them and smirks, thinking that he's glad he stayed behind. Scumbags are always so predictable. However, he is surprised to see Captain Truman among them and says he never expected this. Tiny tells Grandmaster Truman that he never thought he would be there and asks why he came. One of the knights declares that Tiny is only an outsider and questions his knowledge of Grandmaster Truman, accusing him of speaking defamatorily. He reminds Tiny that Grandmaster Truman raised many of the realm's knights and reorganized the Knights Templar. He then questions Tiny's right to restrict his duties to guarding the relic. Tiny asks Grandmaster Truman if he is also a member of the Knight Order. Truman acknowledges this and explains that although it was a long time ago, He quickly realized his own limitations when compared to one of his brilliant peers. He says that after realizing his situation, he sought to earn merit through service and training. Despite all his hard work, he only received a landless barony and a transfer notice. Truman turns away, saying it was unfair, and adds that only Mr. Rittman contacted him while neither His Highness nor the current king took any action. Truman then tells Tiny that someone who had also been treated poorly because of his origins showed him a new dream, a world that valued wisdom rather than individual strength. This dream was to create a new kingdom. Tiny is shocked and asks if Truman truly means to create a new kingdom by colluding with a demon worshipper. Truman replies that it's too late for him to turn back and orders his men to capture Tiny before charging forward himself. Tiny smiles and says it's good that Truman is finally being honest. He draws his sword and swiftly attacks, striking Truman's men one after another. Soon, bodies lie scattered across the ground. Truman stares in disbelief at the devastation and sarcastically commends Tiny for doing well before declaring it's time to end things. He rushes at Tiny, but Tiny dodges and strikes an object nearby, sending it crashing to the ground. The object bursts open, and a gigantic, winged demon emerges with a deafening roar. Truman is horrified, unable to comprehend how a demon could come from a divine object. The demon grabs Truman, who screams for help as it prepares to devour him. Suddenly, Tiny appears and attacks the demon, saving Truman at the last moment. The demon howls in pain and throws Truman to the ground. While lying there, Truman asks Tiny why he saved him. He then admits that he received the demonic artifact from Rittman, who ordered him to use it only in emergencies. Truman is shocked to learn Tiny has witnessed a demon merging into the holy barrier and asks if it's true. Tiny wonders how they could not have known this better than he did, realizing there's much more to uncover. He decides they must wait patiently. The demon attempts to flee, but Tiny raises his sword and vows not to let it escape. He slashes the demon across its belly, causing it to roar in agony and fall to the ground. Blood pours from its body, yet suddenly, it leaps high into the air. Tiny is stunned by its resilience and shouts as the demon charges toward him. The scene shifts to daylight on an island. Mr. J stands over the corpses of devil worshippers he had slain with his sword as they performed a ritual around a synchronized magic circle. He tells Black Knight Genis that similar rituals appear to be taking place on other islands as well. Genis asks what kind of ritual it is. Mr. J examines the symbol on the ground and explains that the rituals involve large-scale concealment magic. Genis, confused, asks what he means by cover-up magic. Mr. J admits he doesn't fully understand, but insists they must resume their work immediately. He pours divine water onto the synchronized circle and explains that if the cultists are using concealment magic, their true objective must be Karun. Upon hearing this, Knight Genis realizes that Tiny is in grave danger. When Tiny looks at the demon preparing to attack him, he understands it is prioritizing its command over its own life. Tiny advances as the demon growls and attempts to harm him. As it approaches, Tiny suddenly kicks it and then strikes its skull with his sword. The demon cries out in pain and collapses after being injured. From the ground, it looks upward as Tiny prepares to jump onto it with the divine weapon. With the weapon in hand, Tiny is ready to strike and orders the demon to go to hell. He attacks and realizes that a monster of the Blader class can move this freely inside the sacred barrier. It dawns on him that the demons worshipping them wield magic of a far higher order than he expected. Suddenly, he turns his head and looks around. He notices Grandmaster Truman is gone and wonders where he went. He mounts his wolf, questioning whether Truman ran away. Although he saved him, Tiny decides he won't let Truman escape like this and speeds off to find him. Meanwhile, Grandmaster Truman continues on his path. Injured and bleeding, he sees a light and sits to rest. He realizes it is a giant monster. Remembering Tiny's battle with the devil, he doubts even Tiny would be certain of victory. He places his palm over his wound and questions whether this is truly what he wants. He realizes he sacrificed his followers to pursue his absurd goal and confront the sacred artifact. He sighs, thinking this might be the end. Suddenly, he hears Tiny, who tells him it's good he's aware. Truman, surprised to see him, asks how he knows. Tiny asks why he's so shocked, whether it's because Tiny is alive or because he discovered the secret passage Truman cast magic on. Truman is astonished, but Tiny commends him for creating such a room beneath the Capitol. Truman lowers his head and declares the interrogation complete. Tiny objects, saying there is more to ask. When Tiny questions their planning, Truman replies that he doesn't know much about it. Struggling to rise, Truman asks Tiny if he remembers Sock. Tiny is shocked and demands an explanation, but Truman suddenly collapses. Tiny tries to rouse him but realizes he has died. Seeing him like this, Tiny wonders if Truman had finally reached his limit. He understands Truman would not have died this way had he not allied with devil worshippers. Tiny hears his wolf making noises. He asks if it senses powerful mana beyond the door. Tiny breaks the door open and enters, shocked to find a man lying on the floor. The Wizard of Sea Waves finds himself in a state of uncertainty, unsure whether he is alive or dead. When he sees a newborn kraken before him, he questions his own existence and wonders how the lunar wolf might feel about this. Observing the infant kraken, he contemplates its survival and why such a creature from a bygone era exists again. As he approaches the baby kraken, streams of information begin flowing before his eyes. Curious about these memories, he places his hand on the creature and realizes that, as the Wizard of Sea Waves, he is witnessing something extraordinary. He glances back at Kieran's lifeless body and understands that even in death, Kieran is trying to protect him. The malevolent aura surrounding them grows stronger, ominous, and ravenous like gluttony itself. Knowing there are only two kinds of magic, he realizes time is slipping away. Tiny channels mana into the first magic circle, which had ceased functioning. As he does, beams of light spread across the sky. From his window, King Karn looks up and notices strange words forming in the heavens. Shocked, he wonders if it's Gale's handwriting and fears that the kraken has truly awakened. Suddenly, his son, the first prince, Henry von Karun, bursts into the room, warning that a massive tsunami is approaching. He insists that a normal evacuation won't suffice and pleads with the king to declare the highest alert. If this disaster is indeed caused by the kraken, even the power of the holy relic won't be enough to stop it. The king asks if this truly marks the end, but before he can continue, Knight Tiny appears, carrying a man on his shoulders. Guards shout at him to stay back, but Prince Henry orders them to wait, recognizing the man as possibly the Wizard of Sea Waves. Tiny confirms it's Mr. Henderson, explaining that Mr. Anderson died fighting for Kieran. The king clenches his fists, filled with grief. Prince Henry demands to know who could possibly harm a Seventh Circle wizard. Tiny reveals that Mr. Anderson fell victim to the demon worshippers' tactics. Despite the loss, Tiny tells them there is still hope. Henry becomes enraged at the thought that their enemies destroyed the last pillar of Karun. But Tiny explains that Mr. Anderson left behind something crucial, something born of his devotion to the kingdom, even in his final moments. Everyone is shocked to hear this. Tiny reveals that Anderson left a shield capable of saving Karun. Prince Henry, astonished, asks if Mr. Anderson truly did that. The king, however, says that even if Gale had a plan, Karun's end may already be sealed. Confused, Tiny asks what he means. The king explains that he hasn't yet told him about the barrier's limitations. The holy relic can repel ordinary monsters, but not beings infused with high-class demonic power like the kraken. Even the relic's divine force may prove useless. Prince Henry protests, reminding his father that the kraken is still a creature of myth. The king questions whether the kraken is responsible for the tsunami. Tiny insists that the holy relic can still function, reminding them of the ancient promise from the Age of Myth. He explains that the relics are divine creations of God, treasures passed down from ancient times to protect humanity. He warns that the relic's power will affect all beings, even the Kraken itself, a creature born from God's creation. Tiny states that if the Kraken remembers that divine promise, it will not be able to break through the holy barrier. The king, realizing Tiny's logic, acknowledges that Kraken is different from ordinary monsters. Acting quickly, he orders the army to move everyone into the palace and to summon every available wizard to help stop the tsunami. Prince Henry objects, saying the palace cannot hold everyone. The king insists that it doesn't matter, even those in nearby mansions must be sheltered. He commands his forces to send people to the continent by ship, declaring that the imperial family will fund the evacuation. No one must be left behind. Just as preparations begin, a soldier rushes in with alarming news. All the ships in the harbor have been destroyed. They are shocked to hear him. Later, the scene changes. One of the men informs the first elder that they have destroyed all the ships. He reports that the last escape route has been blocked and asks about the stealth magic circle. He explains that they received a report of a knight who came over the wall and that communication has been lost. The man suspects their tale was caught by the imperial family. The first elder orders him to send as many reinforcements as possible and buy some time. The first elder remarks that it's not so bad to be fighting a challenger-class opponent within the holy barrier. He believes that, although difficult, things will be easier without the rock wall knight. As he departs, he declares that the stage is now set and that Koran cannot withstand the approaching tsunami. He knows the wizards of the imperial dynasty will use their power to counter the tidal wave, and on that day, they will unleash the natural calamity of the sea. Furthermore, the imperial family's bloodline and the light of the holy relic will sever everything and bring chaos to Kirin. He announces that much time has passed, and the moment has finally come to reveal the name of Malum. 2 days later, the people sit exhausted. The king acknowledges their fatigue, explaining it's because they stopped the tsunami. Tiny asks His Majesty if he is all right and suggests that he rest. Suddenly, Tiny collapses to the ground. The king rushes to him and asks if he's okay. Tiny feels a strange energy and assures the king he's perfectly fine. He senses that it is here. Before them rises a massive wave of water. Tiny declares that the ruler of the deep sea has arrived, upon whom the destiny of the Kraken depends. The people panic, shouting that a monster is emerging from the sea, and begin to flee in terror. They wonder if it is truly the Kraken. Tiny approaches His Majesty, who recognizes it as the legacy of Knight Anderson. Tiny confirms this, saying the king is correct, it is indeed Anderson's legacy. He commands his lunar wolf to move out. The king warns him to be careful. Mounting his lunar wolf, Tiny remembers what Mr. Anderson once told him. He vowed to fight for himself and the nation, even after asking forgiveness from the traitorous subordinate who first abandoned him. He left his hopes with the king, praying they would be fulfilled. As Tiny rides toward the monster, he realizes the distance is great and asks his wolf if it senses what lies ahead. The wolf responds that it already has. Tiny prepares himself and activates his Spirit Tamer Stage 3 along with his Power Link. He soars through the air on his lunar wolf, feeling empowered by the fusion of their abilities. As they close in, the monster lets out a deafening roar. Tiny covers his ears from the unbearable noise. The monster attacks, and Tiny wonders if it believes he was the one who killed its offspring. As he nears it, memories of Anderson's teachings resurface. Even if the Kraken is not as intelligent as legend claims, it can still recognize the mark engraved upon its body. Tiny throws the engraved item toward the monster. When it reaches it, the creature reacts, sensing something. Tiny asks if it worked. The monster screams again and releases a violent surge of energy. Tiny shields his head, opening his eyes to see the chaos and destruction unfolding. Both he and the lunar wolf are thrown to the ground. Tiny wonders if everything was in vain. Before he can fall completely, Grandmaster Genis catches him and tells him to calm down. Realizing it's Genis, Tiny asks why he's there instead of at work. Smiling, Genis reassures him that he's acting under the Emperor's orders. Tiny warns that his interference in Curran's affairs could cause political issues, but Genis laughs, explaining that he's in disguise. Even so, Tiny feels uneasy. He is still a young challenger class knight with two rare traits, Silver Light Mana and Cold Wind. As they both turn to face the sea, Grandmaster Genis frowns. Sensing something strange, the monster has suddenly gone quiet. He asked Tiny for his thoughts, wondering if there was a particular reason behind what they were seeing. As Tiny looked at the demon worshippers lying on the ground before him, confusion filled his face. He wondered if the attack was directed at the worshippers themselves, since he couldn't understand why they were all on the ground. Suddenly, excitement took over him as he thought Anderson's legacy might have worked. Out of nowhere, a monster began growling at them. Both Knight Genas and Tiny were shocked. Tiny realized there weren't any demon worshippers nearby, and whatever was happening, they needed to gather more information no matter the cost. He asked Knight Genas what happened to the magic ritual. Genas replied that he and Mr. J had nearly eliminated most of the demonic energy hidden within the synchronized magic circle during the ceremony. Still unconvinced, Tiny questioned the concealing magic, wondering if he had been the only one who saw the person worshipping the devil. He pondered whether it was necessary to locate the holy relic immediately. Closing his eyes, he began to imagine the relic's location and instructed the lunar wolf to focus further on that area. In his vision, Tiny saw the demon worshippers again. Without hesitation, he mounted the lunar wolf and rode off. Knight Genas called after him, asking if it was okay to leave the Kraken behind. Tiny warned him that the holy relic was being sought by demon worshippers and that protecting it was their top duty to preserve the validity of the Age of Myths. Meanwhile, panic spread among the people as they saw the Kraken. They screamed and prayed to God for deliverance. The knights in the castle were confused about the source of the noise, but one of them took comfort in knowing the relic's barrier still protected the castle. At that moment, a demon worshipper appeared. The guards, unable to identify him, demanded he reveal himself. Unfazed, the worshipper remarked that the effects of concealment magic were now insignificant. When asked if the barrier would make things difficult, he confidently replied that it wouldn't matter. Emitting a dark aura, he declared that the barrier posed no problem and that he would take their power by force. As he did, the knights screamed in agony. Elsewhere, Tiny and Knight Genas continued their pursuit. Tiny asked how much longer it would take to reach the relic. Genas told him they were almost there. But before they could advance, a group of demon worshippers appeared, and their leader ordered them to attack. Tiny quickly drew his weapon, ready to fight, while Knight Genas engaged the enemy head-on. Tiny felt proud. This was exactly what he expected from the Knight of the North Wind. Despite the barrier, Tiny began to suspect something was wrong. Genas asked if the demon followers had touched the relic. Tiny replied that they might not even be real demon followers. He had already seen an exception, and something about this felt ominous. Riding atop his lunar wolf, Tiny warned that the uproar they caused might mean they were facing the worst-case scenario. Genas hesitated, trying to understand what he meant by that. Suddenly, a man's voice called out, "Sir Tiny." It was Sir Liam, standing at a distance with his weapon in hand. He greeted Tiny warmly, saying it had been a long time since they last met. As Tiny was about to explain the situation, the Kraken burst between them, roaring furiously. They barely dodged its attack in time. Tiny was startled, unsure why it appeared so suddenly. Then he saw a demon worshipper holding an object in his hand. Tiny realized it was the relic's core. The worshippers were stealing the relic, and because of that, the Kraken had gone berserk. The sacred promise of the mythical era had been broken. Knight Genas let out a bitter laugh, declaring that this truly was the worst-case scenario. The Kraken's seventh circle had been unleashed, and black magicians had returned. He asks Tiny for his thoughts, and whether he believes there's a particular reason behind what's happening. The demon worshipper laughs, saying they returned faster than he expected. He remarks that their composition is quite interesting, calling them the descendants of Morse, and noting the presence of 2 Challenger-class knights. When he looks at Knight Genis, he admits he doesn't know his identity, but declares that they've interrupted a great cause and that he'll end them all right here. Dark lightning surges from his body as he launches an attack. Knight Genis sees the demon worshippers targeting Tiny and realizes the danger. He immediately steps forward, shielding Tiny with his own body. Tiny shouts at him in shock, but before he can react, the demon worshippers unleash their magic upon Genis, who screams in pain. Sir Liam rushes forward to save him, but the demon worshippers strike again, mocking him for struggling in vain. Realizing they can't hold out much longer, Tiny admits it's time to retrieve the relic. He looks around but doesn't see the man holding it. Suddenly, he spots him and rides his lunar wolf toward him, demanding the relic. One of the demon worshippers sees Tiny approaching and refuses to just stand by. He channels his powers toward Tiny, but Knight Genis blocks the attack just in time. Sir Liam worries that countering a 7th Circle Black Magician head-on is reckless, but Genis prepares to strike. Genis draws his sword, invoking Valentia swordsmanship, Gina's style, cutting first form, and charges toward the demon worshipper. Their powers collide, frozen sword against lightning, shaking the battlefield. For Genis, his foremost objective remains clear: to protect Tiny. He recalls his master's words that it is for the sake of humanity and the world, and that if he cannot trust Tiny, he must at least trust his master's will. Returning to the present, Genis steels himself, declaring that the demon worshipper is his opponent. Prince Henry raises his sword beside him, revealing that he, too, has unfinished business with this foe. The demon worshipper sneers, saying they're rushing toward their deaths. Genis trusts Tiny to handle his part, while the demon worshipper, now amused, grows excited to test the 2 Challenger-ranked knights. He unleashes another wave of dark lightning, and both knights brace themselves, blocking the attack with their swords. Sir Liam steps forward, raising his sword. "Take this attack," he shouts, striking the demon worshipper. But the blow barely affects him. The demon worshipper laughs mockingly, praising his effort as a nice try, but ultimately useless. "Do you really think your attacks will work as planned?" he taunts. Suddenly, he senses a surge of energy as Knight Genis channels his power through his sword. Sir Liam, encouraged, laughs joyfully, believing they might finally turn the tide. "I never thought Tiny would have a friend like you," he tells Genis. Genis pauses for a moment, surprised by the word friend, and quietly replies that Liam may call him that if he wishes. But the demon worshipper rises again, laughing as he recognizes Genis's dual affinity for ice and wind. "So that's who you are, the dog of Valankia," he mocks. Liam is startled to hear the name Valankia, while Genis realizes his disguise has been compromised. The demon worshipper lifts his hand, declaring that since Genis came here of his own accord, he'll destroy him personally. Magic bursts forth toward Genis as the demon commands him to die. Genis narrowly dodges, realizing he can't fall here. He steadies himself, admitting that this foe is dangerously powerful and that he must act before the demon can strike again. As the smoke clears, Genis looks up and sees something truly unbelievable. He asks Tiny for his thoughts and wonders if there's a particular reason behind it. Tiny spots the demon worshipper and orders him to stop. Sitting atop his lunar wolf, Tiny tells him he's got him. As the demon worshipper tries to escape, Tiny chases him, but the worshipper dives into the water. Mocking Tiny, he calls him stupid and says only an idiot would fight him in the water. Tiny retorts, asking if he started the fight, and promises things will be different this time. The demon worshipper laughs as Tiny, still mounted on his lunar wolf, prepares to leap into the water. He raises his sword and declares that this time, he'll turn the sea into Tiny's grave. Calling Tiny a naive fool, he causes the water to surge violently. Tiny insults him back, and the demon worshipper is shocked to see Tiny floating effortlessly above the surface. He realizes Tiny has grown far stronger than before. Tiny tells him it's his turn to attack. The demon worshipper strikes repeatedly, but his blows have no effect. Tiny keeps advancing, forcing him on the defensive. Realizing he can't win, the demon worshipper dives deeper, attempting to flee with the divine object. Tiny demands to know where he's going and strikes him down, seizing the holy relic and declaring it his own. Furious, the demon worshipper vows not to let Tiny get away with this, but suddenly remembers he must end it quickly. He unleashes his lightning smash, causing the pipsqueak to scream in agony before disappearing into the water. Tiny exhales deeply, sitting atop his lunar wolf, relieved the fight is over. But just as he prepares to return the relic, a colossal kraken emerges from the sea. Tiny realizes that if this continues, he won't be able to protect the divine object and Karen will be defeated. Determined to stop the kraken at any cost, he grips the relic tightly. The relic releases a burst of radiant diamond energy, sending waves of pain through his head. From atop the lunar wolf, Tiny shouts at the kraken, calling it an ancient beast and demanding it stop its rampage. He tells it that innocent lives are being lost because of this. The kraken responds that there is no relic anymore and that it doesn't care about innocent lives. Its mission is to eradicate evil, and under the terms of its contract, killing a few humans is permitted. Tiny pleads with it to stop, mocking it as an octopus in frustration. The kraken calls Tiny the man bearing the evidence of contract and asks if he's requesting it to endure the agony of losing its child. As the kraken releases its dark energy, Tiny and the lunar wolf are engulfed by its fury and sorrow. Feeling its pain, Tiny swears to find the one who killed its child and begs it to trust him. He raises the holy relic high, showing it to the kraken. The kraken tells Tiny that he lacks the strength to find the killer, even with the relic. Tiny admits it may be nearly impossible, but insists he'll make it happen no matter what. Moved by his resolve, the kraken agrees to lend him its power so he doesn't fail. Tiny is stunned by the gesture, never expecting the ancient beast to side with him. Elsewhere, Knight Genis regains consciousness as Sir Liam rushes to his side, asking if he's alright. Genis admits he's lucky to have survived, believing it could have been his grave. Sir Liam smiles and says he has good news, but Genis doesn't understand. Liam gestures for him to turn around, revealing the demon worshipper lying on the ground. The demon worshipper slowly rises, glaring at them. He mocks them for refusing to give up even at the worst possible moment, calling them insignificant insects. Gathering a massive surge of demonic energy, he tells them to come forward, saying he now knows exactly what to do with them. Sensing the overwhelming power, Knight Genis activates all his magic, warning Sir Liam of the insane amount of energy being released. Together, they brace themselves as the demon worshipper begins to unleash his devastating force across the battlefield. He asks Tiny for his thoughts and whether he believes there's a specific reason behind it. The demon worshipper threatens to roast them both in total darkness. Startled, they begin running. Seeing them flee, the demon worshipper mocks them for being knights who run away to save themselves, calling them pathetic and using foul language as he prepares to attack. Suddenly, the ground beneath him collapses as the kraken strikes. Realizing it's the kraken again, he concludes this can't be a coincidence. Hearing a noise, he turns only to be struck once more by the kraken. Screaming in pain, he collapses to the ground. Sir Liam witnesses the kraken attacking the demon worshipper and is confused by the sight. He struggles to understand what's happening as the kraken unleashes its full power on the demon worshipper, who writhes on the ground, wondering if he's being damaged by his own demonic energy. Sir Liam and Knight Genis watch the scene unfold. Sir Liam instructs Genis to run if he wants to survive, but Genis refuses to leave. Sir Liam demands to know what he's doing, and Genis observes that the demonic energy only harms the demon worshipper, not them. He explains this to Sir Liam, who is shocked. Genis clarifies that the kraken's energy is harmless to them because it recognizes its allies and knows its enemy thanks to Tiny, who must have informed the kraken. Meanwhile, the demon worshipper suffers under the Kraken's demonic energy and vows to at least complete his mission before his end. Sir Liam hears a strange noise and turns to see a tree nearby. A flower is about to bloom, and its branches begin reaching toward them. Sir Liam and Janice draw their swords to defend themselves, slicing through the branches. They then see the demon worshipper attempting to break through a barrier to enter the castle. Sir Liam chases after him, determined not to let him reach it. Both knights enter the castle and are shocked by what they see inside. At the highest point stands the demon worshipper, proclaiming that everyone should die, claiming it's the order of a man who wields absolute power. Slamming his hand on a table, he accuses them of ruining an important task. Opening a door, he mocks them, saying they've reached the goal despite their weakness, and calls them worthless knights. Turning to face them, he challenges them to do their best. Knight Genus is confused by what he means by the goal, but Sir Liam realizes the path leads to the Majesty's chamber and fears for their ruler's safety. Raising his sword, he vows to stop the demon worshipper and tells Genus he'll handle the others. Sir Liam strikes down opposing knights, but Genus questions if it's right to attack them. Sir Liam assures him he's using the flat side of his blade to avoid killing anyone. He urges Genus to hurry toward the Majesty without delay and orders the knights to stand aside. As they advance, Genus notes that Sir Liam might be gentler than he seems. When Sir Liam finally reaches the Majesty, the demon worshipper grabs his face and attacks with dark magic. A knight shouts for the Majesty to flee. The demon worshipper laughs, apologizing for his delayed introduction due to the small fries in his way. He then politely asks if he may introduce himself to royalty. Before he can attack, Prince Henry steps forward to protect the Majesty. The monarch angrily blames Henry for everything, and the demon worshipper agrees, saying the monarch is right. Gathering his energy, he vows to annihilate the Karun bloodline that very night. But before he can strike, a voice interrupts him from behind. Turning, he finds Knight Genus standing tall, declaring that the demon worshipper shall be destroyed first. The demon worshipper compliments him, thinking he is bold enough to follow him this far. He laughs at Genus, telling him his attacks are useless and cannot harm him. Immediately, Genus strikes the demon worshipper with his sword. Meanwhile, Sir Liam steps in and apologizes to the Majesty for being late. They arrive at the castle and begin protecting the Majesty from the demon worshipper's assault. The king is relieved to see Sir Liam alive. Hearing the mockery, Genus warns them not to laugh at him, saying their presence only means 2 more people will die. He gathers his magic and prepares to strike, telling them to look closely, declaring himself the manifestation of their deaths. Sir Liam realizes the demon worshipper's power and thinks that even if he dodges the attack, the Majesty will not survive. Believing there is only one solution, he grabs Genus by the neck and apologizes. Genus is confused by what is happening. Sir Liam places his hand on Genus' shutter and says he must do whatever it takes to protect the Majesty. The demon worshipper releases his magic, but Sir Liam shields himself with Jane's help. He recalls what the Majesty told him when he was appointed a royal guard. He must serve to protect Curran, for the Majesty believes in him. Seeing Sir Liam kneeling on the ground, the Majesty thinks Liam should have fought with his life on the line to become an honorable knight, instead of being so passive. Feeling his life has been too meaningless, he approaches Liam and warns him that sinister forces target the most vulnerable parts of the mind. Placing a hand on Liam's shoulder, he urges him to persevere despite his rash decision. What matters is that he never gives up. He transfers some of his energy to Liam. Liam tries to stop him, but the Majesty insists it is fine and that handling this small amount of energy is nothing to him. Liam thanks him, finally at ease. Genus interrupts them, shouting at both of them to be quiet. He says they survived only because of him and believes all the credit belongs to him. Enraged, he accuses them of using him as a shield and demands to know where their conscience is. He swears he will not forget what they did to him. Liam apologizes and says he will make it up to him somehow. he tells Genis they must care for the king before compensating him. The demon worshipper sees they survived his attack and becomes furious. Gritting his teeth and clenching his fist, he asks how they dare defy him. He gathers all his magic. Genis tells Liam they are running out of time and must destroy the evil magic completely. As the demon worshipper unleashes his power, he declares it will be their end. Genis activates his Valentious swordsmanship and its second technique, attacking with relentless force. He swings his sword continuously, summoning the Song of Crazy Winds. He strikes the demon worshipper, who cannot believe someone of challenger rank can attack with such intensity. Meanwhile, Liam activates Curran's Royal Guard swordsmanship and delivers his lethal strike. He hurls his weapon with full rage and aggression, using Boulder Smash. The demon worshipper screams as Liam's attack lands heavily. Destruction spreads everywhere. Prince Henry wonders whether Liam's attack worked. The Majesty, who had been watching from the side, thanks Liam, then suddenly collapses. Prince Henry and Liam rush to him, wondering if he has fainted. Genis, sitting at a distance, notices something. He gets up, and Liam asks what is wrong. Genis shows them the demon worshipper's severed arm and informs them that all they accomplished was cutting off one arm. He tells them the demon worshipper has escaped and is fleeing. Meanwhile, the demon worshipper clutches the stump of his severed arm and runs toward the castle exit. He is stopped by Tiny, who appears on his lunar wolf and blocks his path. He calls Tiny an insolent child and demands to know why he possesses the divine object. The demon worshipper attempts to collect all the shadows, but grows irate because he cannot understand why they are not reacting to him. He realizes the individuals assigned to this task make up 1/3 of their entire team, and he himself is suffering from severe injuries. He has no idea what to do next. When he sees Tiny in front of him, he calls him the Morse Kid and demands to know why he's holding the holy relic. Even with a barrier around him, Tiny smiles and asks what he thinks about him having a sacred relic. The demon worshipper gathers his magic and tells Tiny he doesn't care how he obtained the holy relic, believing it no longer matters. He unleashes all his magic toward Tiny and orders him to die. Tiny smiles and commands his lunar wolf to move. The lunar wolf charges toward the demon worshipper, who is shocked they are advancing. Tiny activates the Iron God's armor and reminds himself to put more weight on it while accelerating. As he jumps from the lunar wolf, he remembers to lighten his weight during the jump and enables his iron body. He decides to crush the demon worshipper with full force. When the demon worshipper sees Tiny closing in, he declares everything a farce and questions whether Tiny is really breaking through his barrier. He threatens to bash Tiny's head in, but Tiny laughs and nods as he breaks through. Riding the lunar wolf, he continues toward the demon worshipper and immediately strikes him. The demon worshipper curses as he takes a brutal hit. Tiny notices he has grown weaker and instructs the lunar wolf to approach again so he can hit him once more. He then sees the demon worshipper attempting something with his magic, but cannot tell what it is. The demon worshipper laughs and tells Tiny he has forced him this far, so now he will have no mercy. Evil energy surges as Tiny realizes he is performing human sacrifice. After clearing some remnants from the Morse, the demon worshipper threatens to burn Tiny as severely as possible. He approaches while preparing his spell. Tiny realizes that a wide-range barrier is pointless against him. Even though only superhumans can use the anomaly, he chooses to activate it because his soul league allows it. The demon worshipper attacks with all his magic and declares it over, but is stunned when Tiny survives. Tiny holds the holy relic and has used a compressed barrier, causing the demon worshipper's magic to rebound and hit him. He cannot believe Tiny, still only an expert, is unharmed. Tiny spots an opening and rushes the demon monster, wondering if his attempt worked. Suddenly, the demon monster grabs his arm and says he cannot believe it, insisting he will study Tiny piece by piece. He is shocked that Tiny is still smiling. Then he suddenly sees the Kraken approaching and wishes it hadn't come for him now. He tries to flee immediately. Tiny grabs his leg and asks where he thinks he's going. The demon worshipper yells at Tiny to get off, insisting he will die as well. Tiny laughs and asks if he truly believes he will die now. With a sudden jerk, the demon worshipper pulls his leg free, nearly causing Tiny to fall. He notices Tiny weakening and realizes he has no mana left, prompting Tiny to call for the lunar wolf to help. He believes he might die from the fall even with the iron armor and dreads dying this way. But the kraken catches him, and Tiny falls onto the kraken instead of the ground. The kraken's surface feels unsettling yet oddly cozy, and Tiny wonders if it is demonic energy. The kraken thanks Tiny and tells him that, because of him, it was able to relieve its resentment. Hearing this, Tiny smiles. He is glad to know and tells Kraken that it is fine. There is no need for thanks. The young hero saved them all. But the kingdom of Karen was in danger due to an invasion of demon worshippers, as the kingdom had announced during the tragedy. After defeating the devil's followers, the youthful hero lets the kraken return to the sea. As a token of sincere gratitude, the monarch of the Karam realm grants the youthful hero the title of Radiant Knight. 3 months pass. After this time, Knight Genis steps in and sees Tiny, who looks different. While Tiny is quietly practicing, he asks what he thinks is possible. He cannot recognize him and asks again if it is possible. He sees how much Tiny has grown in such a short time. After hearing him, Tiny laughs and explains that it is because of the power of secret techniques, as he is focused on growing for some time. After listening, Knight Genis still finds it surprising. Everything seems quiet around them. Tiny explains it is because the coronation is getting closer. Knight Genis becomes excited and tells Tiny they should go because it is such a great event. He asks if they should take a walk before they leave. Sometime later, as the scene shifts, they are walking together. Knight Genis tells Tiny that the place is restored when he rests on the bed. After looking at the knight, Genis asks if he is sure he can start walking. He knows that during the last battle, Tiny was badly injured. Knight Genis understands Tiny must mean the injuries he received and the overabound after effect. Overbound is the exhaustion that strikes after using too much mana. Knight Genis agrees with Tiny and says he is almost completely healed. He feels he did not need to lie down for that long and thinks that if Liam had not used him as his shield, he would have recovered by now. He changes the topic and asks Tiny if he is fine now, since he drew out the power of the holy object with the body of an expert class. Tiny was the one who fought someone in a far higher class than him. He thinks everything must have put immense strain on Tiny's physique. Tiny tells Knight Genis that he feels as though his movements and his will do not align. As he examines his hands, Knight Genis suggests he rest because the mismatch between his will and movements is an after effect of the battle. After hearing this, Tiny laughs and says he is almost healed. Knight Genis is surprised, certain there should have been more symptoms. He admits that all the credit goes to that power. In fact, he gained something in return as well. Tiny learned the power of the soul. He remembers trying to heal his body, which was squeezing out mana. By filling the gap with his soul, he coincidentally acquired that power. Although Tiny knows the power responds to mana, its fundamental concepts are different. When he saw the power in his hands, he realized it had restored his lost stamina and mana and had even reduced the consequences in a different way. Tiny is pleased because, on top of everything, he can even move rocks without using mana. He is glad, as he did not know such power existed. He is satisfied that he did not give up until the end, and that sticking to that mission was a good choice. The power presents a new possibility. He believes the story of the Aura Master monitoring the soul may be true. When Knight Genis learns Tiny has no problems, he is delighted and says he genuinely wants to hear his decision. Tiny does not understand what decision he means. Knight Genis explains that he wants to hear Tiny's choice for their next destination. While handing him an envelope, he informs him that the Emperor wishes for them to head to Eldenheim immediately. Knight Genis says he wants to visit the Empire's capital. He explains he wishes to participate in the celebration of Valentia and asks Tiny what he wants. After examining the envelope, Tiny gets the impression that the second disastrous wedding of the imperial dynasty of Assyria is about to occur. Tiny believes Elvenheim is merely the Sword Emperor's pretext. Knight Genis studies Tiny's expression but does not understand why he looks that way, so he asks the reason. After realizing that Genis would not survive the wedding, Tiny concludes that the Emperor must want Genis to be responsible for something unrelated to the second calamity. Since Elvenheim is the location of the third calamity, he feels visiting there will not be all that bad for him. He remembers that he also has to meet Estina, and K.H. Lo's face comes to mind the moment she told him to call her his big sister. He realizes that K.H. Lo Valenia is his savior and his family as well, and he wants to help her as much as possible. He admits that in the past, when Genis was in the castle, the disaster could not be stopped. Tiny is confused and doubts they can handle the disaster without him or Genis. Knight Genis looks at Tiny cluelessly. Tiny tells him he has decided what to do. He informs Knight Genis that his decision is to go to the city. Knight Genis is happy to hear it and tells him he likes the answer. Sometime later in the castle, the Majesty announces that the city reconstruction is going well. He declares that following the Radiant Knight's suggestion, he has spread the warning about the holy object and the devil worshippers. He believes now is a beautiful moment to pray for Karen's security and well-being. He announces that Prince Henry's coronation ceremony is about to start. He considers Prince Henry trustworthy, and the kingdom would feel much relieved now. Tiny and Knight Genis hear him and turn their faces back. They see that Sir Liam is present and ask him if he is there. Sir Liam agrees and immediately apologizes to Knight Genis for the last time. Knight Genis tells Sir Liam that since he has a debt to the imperial family, he will let it pass. Sir Liam thanks them both, believing things went well because of them. Sir Liam murmurs to Tiny that he has heard why the Lion of North Wind is called the seventh divinity. As Knight Genis turns his gaze back toward the stage, Tiny is surprised to hear about the seventh divinity from Sir Liam, who puts his hand on Tiny's shoulder and tells him he is great too. Knight Genis looks back at them, unaware of what they are discussing. Sir Liam tells Tiny that people are talking a lot about him. However, Tiny feels something is not right. He realizes he has never heard of the seventh divinity in his past life and wonders if there are many talented people other than Genis. When he hears that Prince Henry will soon inherit the throne from His Majesty, he asks Prince Henry to rule the kingdom with care. After receiving the crown and thanking his father for giving him the title, Prince Henry expresses his emotions to everyone. He feels both honored and pressured by such responsibility. Prince Henry then announces that he would like to take the opportunity to reward the Radiant Knight. Tiny, the Radiant Knight, is shocked to hear it. He realizes he has already requested the right to borrow the holy object. He tells the Majesty with respect that he has already been rewarded. But Prince Henry insists that his reward was not enough. He orders them to let the others in. The door opens and several soldiers enter the castle hall. Prince Henry tells Tiny that since his body is increasing, an armor artifact would be meaningless. He says this reward will be different, as it is one of the artifacts used by the adventurer king of Karin. Prince Henry takes the item from a soldier and tells him it is the necklace of mana. He explains again that it is one of the artifacts used by the traveler king of Kirin. Tiny is surprised to see it and asks if Prince Henry is giving it to him. Prince Henry tells him he wants to give him the transcended armor. Tiny is shocked and cannot believe it. Prince Henry laughs and tells him that unfortunately, the transcended armors are labeled as national treasures. He advises Tiny not to worry, because the mana necklace is also great after all. It contains sixth circle magic. Although Tiny already knew Prince Henry was magnanimous, it now feels frightening. The transcended armor, the seventh circle, carries the strength of a superhuman. These are treasures that even the 10 knights of the continent have touched only once or twice, except for the weapon master, who was a particular case. The Majesty tells Tiny not to worry and explains that even if all the mana stored in the necklace is used, it fully restores within a day. Tiny is honored and says it is a lot for him, promising to take it with respect. The Majesty holds the necklace in his hand and, while giving it to him, instructs him to remember this moment whenever he looks at it. He gives Tiny the necklace, tells him Karen will never forget him, and cheers for him. The people begin cheering and call out, "Radiant Knight, go now." They are pleased to witness the Majesty giving the necklace to Tiny. The scene shifts, and later in town, Tiny is with Knight Genis, who is happy and tells Tiny that the people of Khan are all great. He asks Tiny if he agrees. Tiny calls out to Knight Genis, who asks what is wrong with him. Tiny presents the man a necklace and asks him to hold it. Knight Genis is shocked and says it is too much for him. Tiny tells Knight Genis he cannot use a lot of mana at once now and cannot use it even if he holds on to it. Knight Genis hesitates, but after some time, he agrees to accept the necklace. He smiles and tells Tiny to hold on to it until it is ready. Tiny hands him the necklace and feels relieved, thinking Genis would reject it, but he accepts it. When Genis holds the necklace, he feels lighter than he expected. Tiny turns away to leave, believing he needs Genis to stay strong at all costs. Tiny takes Knight Genis to the place where he died in Tiny's past life. After some time, they reach the seashore. Genis thinks they must take a boat, but Tiny refuses and says they don't need one. Using his powers, he summons the lunar wolf and suggests they save time and money by not taking a boat. The scene shifts, and Tiny and Knight Genis ride the lunar wolf toward their destination. The wolf moves so quickly that Knight Genis grabs Tiny tightly. Tiny asks if he is okay, and Knight Genis says he would rather swim than ride the lunar wolf. Tiny shouts at him to stop the nonsense because they are almost there. Suddenly, Tiny remembers what he forgot. While it doesn't matter to the master of the lunar wolf, the ride is torture for others. Knight Genis covers his mouth, and Tiny asks if he is okay. Genis suddenly vomits into the sea. Tiny yells at him and orders him to turn his head. In the busy city, people see Tiny and Genis sitting on the ground and begin asking about them, wondering who those beggars are. Tiny doesn't understand what is happening. He hears Genis say he thought he would die and suggests renting a horse. Genis reaches inside to find his wallet. Tiny asks what is wrong as Genis makes a sour face. Tiny also reaches for his wallet and discovers it is gone. Both grab their heads, realizing they both lost their wallets. They wonder if they dropped them into the ocean. Genis becomes upset, believing it is his fault, and apologizes. Tiny stands, smiling, and tells him they can earn more money anytime. Genis doesn't understand what Tiny means. Tiny asks if he doesn't know that the city usually has money bags ready for situations like this. Later that night, while heading toward the castle, Tiny tells Genis that since it is a free city, that must be why those scumbags had some money in their pockets. Riding his horse, Genis looks at Tiny and reminds him of his title as a Radiant Knight, asking if he intends to ruin it. Tiny uses violence without investigation or measuring their sins and simply acts. Genis warns that Tiny's actions will only cause havoc in society. Tiny laughs and decides that even though he is highly meticulous, he is still fantastic. He realizes that Genis is 3 times faster than a regular horseman, which is a tremendous talent for him. He hopes he made the right decision to bring Knight Genis along with him. Tiny makes his lunar wolf run faster, moves in front of his horse, Genis, and stops him. He tells Genis that he wants to know something from him before the ceremony. Genis asks Tiny what he wants to know, and Tiny asks if he knows anything about the second prince, Knight. Genis tells him that the reputation of the second prince is fine, and he also hears that he is close to the crown prince. Tiny is surprised to hear Genis say they are close. Tiny realizes that it is the same rumor from their past life, as it was noted that the second prince caused a coup and they died together. Tiny doesn't understand what is happening with the imperial family. Inside the castle, Prince Tinel is sleeping in the lap of Queen Ka. The queen pats the prince's head and sees that he has almost woken up. She orders Grull, standing behind her, to stay quiet so the prince can sleep peacefully. She asks Grull if the plan did not work out. The second queen, Keisha, asks the demon worshipper if he is really saying the plan failed. The demon worshipper agrees and tells her that although they are unable to tell her the details, the plan actually failed. He assures her she need not worry about the outcome. She informs him that she is already aware of the events in Kirin, but she heard it was a disastrous failure. She reminds him they have been planning for years and spent 3 months preparing before execution. She gets enraged and asks if he really came to tell her the plan failed. She asks how much longer she should trust them. The demon worshipper laughs and tells Queen Ka that even if she still cannot trust them, he doesn't think she can break the deal now. Queen Keisha is shocked to hear this, even though they are communicating through a magic ball. She asks what he means. The demon worshipper laughs and tells her they will also be sad if that happens. He reminds her she said she wants to kill all the hateful bloodlines of Azalin. He tells her to think carefully and reminds her such an opportunity is not common. He asks what she is going to do now. Queen Ka asks if he is sure they will get the results they want. The demon worshipper agrees and ensures they will get the desired results.